Amidst screams of panic, a wounded young man gasped and introduced himself as Yetchin. He was a level 0 abyss scavenger, powerless to inflict damage on monsters and only able to survive by collecting scrap metal. As a level 0, Yetchin considered himself a burden to society. A ghost wolf roared, calling him useless. It continued shouting trash while Yetchin desperately raised a wooden chest to defend himself. The monster easily destroyed the chest and threw him. Yetchin thought to himself that people might say he lived like trash. But a determined blue light flashed in his eyes. He decided he would never die so pointlessly. The scene changes to City G. A person who looks like Yetchin in different clothes enters the entrance of a rank C abyss. A panicked figure shot out of the energy gate. Yetchin now, self-described as a veteran abyss scavenger. He faced a giant tentacled monster. In another scene, an adventurer scolded him for being an idiot for running too slow while both were fleeing. His daily job was to collect and sort what the adventure teams left behind. He cleaned a rank C crystal valued at over 5,000 yuan, knowing the abyss administrators would never let resources fall into the hands of ordinary people. Suddenly, a stranger called out to him and stepped on his box of belongings. The man warned Yetchin about hiding magic crystals, but he replied calmly that he had been doing this for years and understood the rules. Yetchin thoughtfully watched other scavengers fleeing desperately, thinking about how their work cost them their lives. He calculated the meager profit of only 540 yuan per trip, while still owing 67,000 yuan. Just then, a miner approached and offered him a big job with a commission of up to 3,000, which surprised Yetchin. The miner recruiter urged Yetchin to join the team immediately because he was always short on money, and Yetchin hastily accepted. On a yellow bus, Yetchin realized they were heading to the town shopping center. Other miners on the bus commented that this was a rank A abyss where the previous team had also been completely annihilated. They knew the mission this time was to recover the gear of the sacrifice team and cursed the cruelty of capital. Yetchin looked thoughtfully out the window, wondering who had allowed capital to manage these abysses. The narration flashes back 10 years to when the abyss gate appeared out of nowhere. Since then, countless terrifying creatures poured into the human world. Only those who had transformed had special abilities to fight them. When monsters were destroyed, they dropped magic crystals and items, opening an era of abyss exploitation. In the past, Yetchin was rejected for a job for being level 0, and the doctor threatened to kick him out of the hospital if he didn't pay his sister's medical bills. The landlord kicked him out for owing rent. He was rejected by society and collapsed in despair in the rain. At that moment, a hand reached out a business card. Small loan, immediate approval. A mysterious voice asked the desperately crying young man if he needed money. The person said that the most valuable thing to mortgage was his organs. Returning to the present, Yetchin sighed as he remembered his bitter past. A miner on the bus told a story of someone who borrowed $1 million to speculate and now had to sell a kidney to pay the debt. Yetchin nervously adjusted the brim of his hat, hearing the mention of his sister and the expensive medical expenses. The bus finally arrived at its destination in front of a massive, gloomy purple abyss gate. As soon as they got off the bus, a white-haired man scolded the group of miners for being too slow and warned them they wouldn't be held responsible if they died. The blonde-haired leader of the adventurer team loudly urged the whole group to hurry up and enter the abyss. Yetchin looked at the abyss gate, telling himself that this time had to be different. He was determined to work hard to earn money and return home safely. The entire group of miners entered the Rank B Abyss dungeon inside a shopping center. Yetchin thought to himself that it was his first time entering a Rank B Abyss. The professional adventurer team was already waiting. A burly man and a masked man looked cautious. Immediately, a horde of ghost wolves with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. The burly man shouted to his companion, Lu Shingan, surprised that the monsters appeared so soon. Lu Shingan, a white-haired man, replied calmly that it was only a horde of level 1 ghost wolves. He summoned fireballs in his hands, ready for battle. A powerful torrent of fire was launched by Lu Shingan directly toward the wolf pack. The explosion engulfed the monsters in a sea of flames. In an instant, the entire horde of ghost wolves was completely annihilated. The burly man warned everyone not to lower their guard, as monsters could ambush at any moment. A member of the team, wearing glasses, asked about their destination. Lao Chan replied that the goal was the 5th floor, while the one wearing glasses realized that the space that was abnormally distorted. The one wearing glasses explained that this was the phenomenon of abyssalization and wondered why the previous team had left no trace. The burly man turned around and scolded the miners, ordering them to look for decent bodies. Lao Chin knelt to tie his shoelaces, silently despising level zeros like Yetchin who were useless. Yetchin started and tripped, causing Lao Chun to shout furiously. Grabbed by his clothes by Lao Chun, Yetchin hastily offered an apology in fear. Lao Chun grabbed Yetchin by the neck and growled, "How disgusting to trip over a pile of trash. I thought you were a monster." The tank intervened to dissuade him. Lao Chun, don't lower yourself to the level of these scavengers. We have a mission. Lao Chen's face was filled with anger as he looked at Yetchin and pushed him directly. Throwing Yetchin to the ground, he shouted, "If you know you're trash, stay away from me." Lying on the ground, Yetchin thought with resentment, "Scum who looks down on others." Lao Chun turned to the recruiter and mocked, "This is the professional team you're talking about? In this society, level zeros are collectively called by derogatory names. Useless social burdens, trash." However, what they didn't know was that Yetchin was on a completely different threshold. A notification appeared. His experience points were already at 9900ths, about to reach level 1. A sharp scream echoed as a magic beast appeared, making everyone flee in panic. Yetchin realized with shock that the miner accompanying him had been abandoned. In front of him was a spirit wolf in critical condition. Yetchin's eyes flashed with determination instead of fear. He discovered a level 1 wooden shield and a level 1 wooden staff abandoned on the ground. Realizing the wolf was dying, Yetchin decided to leave the group to act alone. Equipped with the shield and staff, he lunged directly toward the magic beast. Realizing this was the opportunity he had been waiting for, Yetchin stepped hard to gain momentum, preparing for a direct confrontation. He raised a wooden shield to block the spirit wolf's attack. After stopping the attack, Yetchin swung the wooden staff to counterattack. Gathering all his strength, he landed a critical hit on the monster's head and shouted, "Die." Yetchin attacked the spirit wolf with all his might, but his blow caused no damage. From afar, the other miners mocked Yetchin's stupidity, believing that only those who had changed professions could damage magic beasts. "Of course I know that," Yetchin replied, grinding his teeth. He understood the situation better than anyone. A status window appeared, confirming that Yetchin was only at level 0 with all his statistics at 1. Repelled by the wolf, he thought desperately that with these weak attributes, he couldn't even break the defense of the weakest monster. However, a flash of determination appeared in his eyes as he silently affirmed that he understood his own weakness better than anyone. And precisely because he understood it, he knew what he had to do next. Yetchin jumped unexpectedly, launching a direct kick to the spirit wolf's jaw. "That's why I have to use even more strength," he shouted. In another scene, Lao Chun laughed loudly at the corpses of the monsters, mocking that level zeros would be scared to death seeing a wounded magic beast. The group's tank examined a crystal, saying with contempt that low-level trash couldn't do anything. He ordered the whole team to keep the most valuable items and leave the rest for the scavengers to clean up. Suddenly, the masked member informed the leader that a monster had escaped. In another part of the building, sharp screams were heard as someone discovered the magic beast. Lao Chan ignored it, boasting about a purple item he had reserved and forbidding anyone to touch it. The roar of battle echoed again. Back to reality, Yetchin had been knocked down by the wolf, which bit his shoulder with its teeth sunk in. Blood gushed from his mouth, while pain tore through his body. "I want to die like a piece of trash," Yetchin roared, swinging the wooden staff for a final attack. With all his remaining strength, Yetchin landed a decisive blow on the spirit wolf's head. The system notified that a critical hit had been made, causing exactly 1 point of damage. The monster fell, its body dissolving as Yetchin collapsed exhausted, gasping for air. Yetchin flashed a satisfied smile despite being covered in wounds. He burst out laughing, releasing all the accumulated pressure. He threw his head back and let out a jubilant shout. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared and stomped on the head of the dead wolf. The man mocked him, seeing that Yetchin had defeated a low-level wolf. He grabbed Yetchin by the collar, shouting furiously if he had grown tired of living. He roared that they hadn't paid money to recover the corpse of a piece of trash like him. The system explained that even level 0 members could change professions upon reaching level 1. But to achieve it, they had to find a way to earn experience points, an almost impossible task. Yetchin remembered the string of days where he risked his life to find a critical hit that would cause at least 1 point of damage. He had accumulated experience slowly, bit by bit, day after day. Finally, by repeatedly being attacked to find a weak point, he managed to inflict 1 point of damage on the spirit wolf and received 1 experience point. The experience bar reached 100%. He smiled bitterly, realizing this was the only way to ascend. A notification appeared confirming that Yetchin was eligible to level up. The man who was scolding him was suddenly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A brilliant blue glow enveloped Yetchin as the system congratulated him on reaching level 1. Yetchin stood frozen in the middle of the blue glow. The system announced he had become a level 1 scavenger, which was also the maximum level. The foreman witnessed the scene with an expression of total amazement. His amazement quickly turned into a mocking smile that made him cry and sniffle. He let out a sarcastic laugh that a scavenger is still a scavenger, and one with a maximum level of 1 at that. While laughing, the foreman grabbed Yetchin by the neck, mocking him for wasting his class change opportunity on a trash profession. He announced that everyone else had left, and that Yetchin must now complete the cleaning task alone. Yetchin turned around, thinking to himself that he should tell his companions about the incredible thing that just happened. He looked at his hand, wounded, wondering if this profession was weak since a maximum level of 1 would prevent him from increasing his stats. Despite his doubts, he was determined to discover the true power of an abyss scavenger. Yetchin's eyes shone with a blue light as he focused on a target. Immediately, the spirit wolf's corpse on the ground also began to emit a similar glow. A system notification window appeared in front of the astonished Yetchin. Without hesitation, he exclaimed yes to accept. A gigantic stream of purple energy suddenly burst from the wolf's corpse. Yetchin exclaimed in amazement as ghostly purple hands emerged from the energy flow. He realized this was the power of the abyss scavenger when those hands grabbed the wolf's corpse. The ghostly hands dragged the wolf's corpse into a vortex in the ground, making Yetchin feel a chill. A purple recycling symbol appeared along with the message announcing that the trash decomposition process was beginning. Once the process was complete, Yetchin saw the 2 energy hands make a victory sign and realized it was all over. After decomposition, Yetchin received the Spirit Boost skill and 3 attribute points, astonished to be able to obtain cards and points from a corpse. He immediately opened the system attribute window to check his stats. Yetchin realized that the new skill card required 3 agility points to be used. Without hesitation, he decided to invest the 3 newly obtained attribute points into the agility stat. The system notified him that he met the requirements and asked if he wished to use the Spirit Wolf skill. With a determined expression, Yetchin agreed to use it. A flow of green energy enveloped his body as the skill was absorbed. His eyes shone when the power transformation process finished. However, after the energy dissipated, Yetchin looked at his body in confusion as he saw no obvious result. Suddenly, the foreman's shout echoed, ordering him to hurry up and clean. The foreman stomped his foot on the ground in rage to rush him. Just at that moment, a blue electrical discharge suddenly erupted around Yetchin, making him scream and shoot forward. He shot off at a breakneck speed, his body turning into a blur in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a great distance across the mine area. Lying face down on the ground after the impact, Yetchin wondered if that was the skill from before. A notification appeared indicating that Spirit Boost was on cooldown, confirming his suspicion. Yetchin sat up tiredly, exhaling as he began to understand everything. His gaze sharpened as he reflected on the potential of his new power. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had hit upon a crucial idea. Yetchin realized that the abyss scavenger profession didn't just collect items, but could also recycle the power of monsters to obtain attribute points. He felt the hidden power of this profession and believed it was extremely dominant. An avalanche of attribute points began to pour from the corpses around him. Yetchin deduced that the new skill was a unique reward from a new monster corpse, while attribute points would decrease with the same species. He was thrilled to understand the reward mechanism for absorbing corpses. Suddenly, Yetchin discovered that he had accumulated up to 111 attribute points. He was sure he wouldn't lack points in the future and began to consider which stats to improve. With a determined smile, he made a bold choice. Yetchin decided to distribute all points evenly, raising all his basic stats to 20. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an expedition team was finishing off the last two firewolves. A monster roared in its final attack. The expedition team that had left the spirit wolf behind was discussing. One of them was amazed that Yetchin had changed to the hidden profession of scavenger. However, the team strategist opined that most hidden professions were just a joke. Another member agreed, arguing that rank F level 1 was no different from level 0. The team leader dismissed it, ordering the whole team to keep moving forward and stay alert. They obeyed and entered a dark passage ahead, inside the tunnel. The space was dark and filled with spiderweb-like structures. Emerging from the tunnel, the team leader stood stunned before a gigantic root-like entity dominating the center of the room. He and his companions could only stare in absolute horror. A monstrous entity with a helmet-like head and twisted tentacles appeared in the darkness. Ventured deeper, the expedition team discovered the remains of the falcon hunting group leader. The group's strategist noticed the bodies were unusually dry, suspecting they had been drained of their essence. It also seemed strange to the leader that a rank B+ team could be completely annihilated in a place containing only low-level zombie wolves. Suddenly, he realized a terrifying truth. It turns out they weren't the only ones here. An emergency news bulletin reports on the transformation of the Abyss in the Shem Feng shopping center, with 217 people missing. Returning to the present, the team leader screams, ordering everyone to retreat. But it was already too late. The team is ambushed as countless monsters emerge from the ground. Lu Shingan is horrified to realize that the missing bodies have been piled up, forming a mountain there. The team leader, while defending himself, concludes that the low-level monsters are just a decoy. A giant root descends forcefully from above, forcing the whole team to dodge it. The team leader looks up, facing the true mastermind of this abyss. It is a high-level abyss carnivorous plant, an almost rank a monster, but the danger doesn't stop. Another member points upward in terror. The entire falcon hunting group has been reanimated and lunges to attack them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ying is decomposing the corpses of the spirit wolves. He receives a notification that he has completed an important milestone by decomposing 50 bodies. Ying rejoices as a new reward in the form of a dark energy orb appears before him. The reward for Yetchin's achievement is revealed, a heart-shaped necklace and a mediocre dagger. He thinks to himself that even the achievement rewards for this profession are just level 1 trash. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, putting him on alert. He looks up as debris from the ceiling begins to fall. Yetchin realizes that something is approaching. A monster with a mouth full of tentacles lunges directly from above. He watches in horror as the disgusting creature pounces on him. The monster delivers a devastating punch to the ground, but Yetchin manages to dodge just in time. A system notification appears confirming that he has passed the agility check with 21 points and has successfully dodged the attack. Yetchin exhales in relief, thinking that he almost lost his life. He realizes that his body has become more agile and wonders if it is due to the attribute points he just added. With a confident smile, Yetchin believes that he has truly become stronger. The monster gives him no time to rest and lunges to attack again. The swing of its arm brushes right in front of Yetchin. He ducks to dodge and uses his hand to parry the monster's attack. Yetchin jumps back to maintain a safe distance. He realizes that not only his agility, but also his strength has increased. The system notifies that the spirit dash skill has been activated by concentrating strength in his legs. It's my turn. Yetchin roars, charging forward and declaring that he is now a professional. Yetchin advances, roaring that this punch won't just be grade D damage. The system notifies that the punch triggered a strength check, breaking the defense and inflicting 100% more physical damage to the moaning monster. He thinks confidently that his current self has progressed incomparably. Thanks to the 20 intelligence points, his insightful eye is enhanced, allowing him to detect the target's hidden traps. Immediately, information about the parasitized ghoul appears, revealing that its weak points are fire and the neck. Yetchin smiles provocatively while the monster growls in pain. It lunges, frantically to attack with its enormous claws. Yetchin grits his teeth, narrowly dodging the deadly attack. He slides agilely across the floor to escape the swing of its arm. Both rush up a steep wall in the heat of the chase. Yetchin recalls the information he just received, identifying the neck as the weak point. He throws the dagger, and thanks to the 20 luck points, the weapon's bleed effect is activated. The dagger flies directly toward the unsuspecting parasitized ghoul. The blade sinks deep into its throat, causing purple blood to gush out. The system confirms that Yetchin has destroyed the parasitized ghoul while he stands over its corpse. The monster's poisonous blood stains his hand as he grips the hilt of the dagger. However, the 20 constitution points activate poison resistance, completely neutralizing the danger. Yetchin shouts with joy for having taken down something by himself for the first time, while the system asks if he wishes to decompose the corpse. Without hesitation, he chooses to decompose, and the system notifies that the process was successful. From the decomposition, Yetchin receives a new passive skill, Toxic Evolution, which has the ability to reverse poison into a beneficial effect. He wonders if this skill will allow him to drink flawed potions, as if they were tonics, and decides to use the skill card immediately. The system confirms that the skill has been added and grants him 5 distributable attribute points. Another reward from the decomposition is a flawed potion that the system warns is extremely poisonous. Yetchin takes the potion confidently, believing that with Toxic Evolution, this deadly poison will turn into a beneficial effect. Without hesitation, he decides to test it and begins drinking the purple liquid. Immediately, the skill activates, transforming the toxin's lethal effect into a healing effect and granting him the lesser essence buff, which doubles all his stats for 10 minutes. Feeling the power overflow, he remembers that increasing intelligence would help him see more hidden information and decides to invest the 5 new points into that stat. The boy's status table updated with base intelligence increased to 25 and doubled to 50 thanks to the buff. Suddenly, a growl echoed from behind as Yetchin walked. He turned around, annoyed, wondering if he had missed any monsters. His gaze sharpened as he identified the source of the sound. In front of him was an entire horde of monsters with glowing purple eyes waiting. Insults from the past echoed in Yekching's head. Social burden, useless trash, he remembered. Every time he was called useless when facing his enemies, but now he was different and could face them with pride. Yetchin loudly declared his name and his identity as a scavenger, and then challenged the entire horde of monsters to attack. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the team of the man with spiky green hair was engaged in a fierce battle against the reanimated hunters. He used his shield to block a powerful attack from one of the transformed hunters. The green-haired leader struggled to defend himself, realizing with shock that this reanimated corpse was even stronger than when it was alive. He looked at the gigantic plant boss looming behind and shouted, ordering the entire team to retreat. But it was already too late. The entire team fell into chaos as they were surrounded by the monsters and the boss, the red-haired assassin, only managed to scream the leader's name before being pierced in the face by a reanimated hunter. Meanwhile, the strategist was also caught by horrific tentacles. Damn it, they keep coming. The leader roared, recognizing the enemy's terrifying power in the middle of the battle. He launched a powerful slash, unaware that Lu Shingan had already started to flee. Lu Shingan thought to himself that he had come for money and gear, and that dying here would be a waste. Suddenly, a flow of slowing magic enveloped the leader. He turned around furiously, shouting, "Chun, what the hell are you doing? We're teammates." Lu Shingan ziplit con li. But he had to slow them down so he himself could escape. As he ran up the escalator, he shouted, "When I get back, I'll light some incense sticks for you guys." "You damn bastard." The leader screamed in despair as the traitor moved away. Lu Shingan smugly calculated that he would invent some excuse for the team's annihilation, but he stopped dead in his tracks, seeing a figure ahead. Suddenly, he fell backward onto the ground from colliding with the obstacle. Yetchin, with glowing eyes, stood imposing in front of Lu Shingan, who lay on the floor. Lu Shingan was so horrified he couldn't speak, moving his hand to his mouth. "So it's you, trash," Yetchin said with contempt. "You betrayed your teammates to save your own life." Lu Shingan saw with terror a ghostly shadow enveloping a corpse right behind Yetchin. Lu Shingan, terrified, asked Yetchin what had happened. Realizing he couldn't let Yetchin leave alive, Lu Shingan decided he had to eliminate him. He lunged into the attack, uttering taunts and throwing a kick with the intention of pushing Yetchin to his death. However, the system, notified that his kick had failed miserably and had backfired. Lao Chun fell backward to the floor in pain and dazed, not understanding what was happening. Chun roared with rage that Lao Chun didn't even deserve to be called trash. His power erupted, and purple shadow arms emerged from the ground. Lao Chun was grabbed by those arms, screaming for help in vain. The system began the trash recycling process on Lao Chun's body. But the process failed. The system notified that it was non-recyclable trash. Chun commented coldly that not all trash could be recycled as Lao Chun's unconscious body fell to the floor. A notification appeared. The recycling skill had been upgraded, allowing him to take useless skills from the target if they consented, and Yetchin received a mage experience card. Yetchin realized that knocking the opponent unconscious counted as consent and thought it was convenient. He immediately used the card, obtaining fire control ability and an improved version of the fireball spell. Just at that moment, a horde of disgusting abyss ghouls appeared from the darkness. Yetchin calmly faced the monsters growling at the foot of the escalator. He tried to recreate the way Lao Chun had used to create a fireball. Unexpectedly, a terrifying explosion erupted from his hand, throwing Yetchin himself backward. The gigantic torrent of fire, a hellish explosion, rushed forward with terrible destructive power. Yetchin found himself amidst the debris after the horrific explosion he had caused. He realized with panic that the destructive power was so great it might have destroyed the monster corpses he needed to recycle. Suddenly, a small hooded ghoul wielding 2 daggers shot out from the darkness. Yetchin quickly regained his composure, his gaze becoming sharp. He slightly dodged the monster's lightning attack. The enemy passed by, brushing against him, while Yetchin continued moving to evade. His face showed no trace of fear, completely focused on the battle. He continued dodging another attack, causing the ghoul to lose its balance. A blue energy sword appeared in Yetchin's hand. He used the new sword to block the assassin ghoul's attack. Yetchin secretly realized that he hadn't learned any close combat skills. At the same time, a massive dark entity appeared, seeming to be the mastermind. It used dark energy to envelop the green-haired hunter, declaring it would turn him into its helper. The hunter's skill transformed into a skill card called Golden Shield. Yetchin immediately decided to use the newly acquired skill. A shimmering golden shield appeared, attached to his left arm. He raised the shield, cleanly blocking the attack of the assassin demon. Immediately after, Yetchin used the same shield to strike with force, launching the enemy through the air. The small demon fell, and Yetchin stood there with sword and shield ready for the next challenges. After defeating the enemy, Yetchin decided to recycle its body so it could rest in peace. From it, he received a new skill card, Dagger Mastery. Upon using it, Yetchin immediately felt the ordinary dagger in his hand become much more flexible. The scene changed to a dialogue between Yetchin and an abyss entity about the mission to find the Falcon hunting group. Yetchin recalled that entity's warnings. If he didn't find their bodies, the mission would fail, and he wouldn't receive the reward. Meanwhile, he also remembered that he had obtained the violent skill after successfully recycling. Yetchin affirmed to the entity that he knew the mission's conditions well. He reported that he had found the Falcon group, but they had all been recycled. The abyss entity seemed confused by the word recycled, and Yetchin only responded vaguely that he had disposed of them. Yucking made up a story that they had been dragged into the abyss by that person, referring to himself, but under another facade. Meanwhile, a new scenario opened in the interrogation room of the Abyss Oversight Committee. The foreman who survived the incident was interrogated about a non-existent person and about his level being reduced to 1. He screamed frantically that his skill had been recycled by that person and insisted it was the scavenger yucking. Even so, he didn't seem entirely sure of his accusation before the agents. The interrogators assumed he was hallucinating and dismissed his testimony despite the foreman's desperation. Returning to Yetchin, he had sold all the magic stones on the black market, but the money was barely enough to pay his debts. He began to worry that if he kept using his recycling skill in front of others, he would be reported to the supervisors. Yucking was aware of the danger. Someone who had awakened a hidden profession could be captured for investigation at any moment. Yetchin clenched his fist, determined to earn a lot of money while he was still free. He arrived in front of a new dungeon where a recruiter was announcing a double reward for the mission and requesting adventurers of rank B or higher. Yetchin approached to ask if he was eligible, and the recruiter asked about his rank. He confidently declared that he was a level 1 scavenger. Immediately, the crowd burst into laughter. A woman mocked him, calling him trash and telling him to get in line with the other scavengers. Yetchin thought to himself that his plan was for everyone to despise him, so he would be assigned to a support role and could secretly collect corpses without anyone noticing. Angry, the recruiter grabbed Yetchin by the shirt collar with the intention of throwing him out just at that moment. A white-haired woman appeared, recognized by the crowd as the prestigious young lady of the Lu family, who had awakened a profession chosen by the gods. People whispered her name, Lu Shingan, the rising star of the hunting team and the girl chosen by the gods. Lu Shingan looked at Yetchin and said coldly that it didn't matter if he was a level 1 rookie or not, as they were all just trash to make up the numbers. The recruiter immediately fawned over Lu Shingan and agreed to let Yetchin stay, making the latter sigh in relief, already used to playing the role of the useless one. Yetchin and Lu Shingan looked at each other in silence. He felt that the name Lu Shingan sounded very familiar, trying to search his memory for where he had met her. Yetchin suddenly remembered it had been 2 years ago when he saw Lu Shingan in a state of extreme panic. In the memory, Lu Shingan faced a giant monster helplessly as it was about to attack. At that moment, a younger Yetchin lunged to attack the monster, inflicting a critical point of damage. He defeated the monster to Lu Shingan's astonishment. The young woman asked in a daze how a scavenger like him could kill a magic beast. The Yetchin of the past shouted with joy upon receiving his first experience point, while Lu Shingan asked him if he was okay. Lu Shingan, with traces of blood still on her face, asked Yetchin in wonder why he used such a risky method to gain experience. Yetchin replied indifferently that it was all for money. The girl didn't believe him, thinking this method could cost him his life, but Yetchin was no longer paying attention, his eyes shining at the sight of the monster's magic stones. He replied angrily, saying that those who had changed professions like her could never understand the bitter life of those considered trash. Lu Shingan questioned his reckless action of lunging alone against the horde of magic beasts, wondering if he was trying to prove something. The girl suddenly shouted, stating that she also wanted to become stronger to be the first to conquer that place. After Yetchin asked about that place, Lu Shingan asked him to reveal his true purpose, and he only replied with one word: family. Yucking. He explained that he wanted to become stronger to protect his family. Moved by his determination, the girl asked for his name. He confidently introduced himself as Yucking. The girl also introduced herself, saying her name was Lu Shingan, and invited him to join her team after his profession change to conquer that place together. Lu Shingan extended her hand to an astonished Yetchin. They both shook hands in agreement. Yetchin was confident that by then he wouldn't be a burden, while Lu Shingan joked that his feat was only worth 0.5 points. Suddenly, 2 men in suits appeared, horrified to find their young lady, and immediately scolded Yetchin, calling him a scavenger. They hastily dragged Lu Shingan away despite her protests, saying the president was very angry. As she was being dragged, Lu Shingan threw an object to Yetchin and shouted for him to catch it. Yetchin caught the glowing magic stone in his hand. Lu Shingan turned and smiled mischievously, calling it his 0.5-point reward. Yetchin was left alone, clutching the magic stone, then turned and walked away in silence. In a flashback, a warrior with spiked hair slaps Yetchin's head, ordering him to move the crystals quickly and pointing out Lu Shingan's presence while Lu Shingan heads toward a spatial gate. Yetchin tells himself he will do his best not to be a burden to his teammates. Lu Shingan coldly orders everyone to prepare their gear and be ready to depart. The entire team responds in unison and prepares to enter the glowing purple gate. With eyes glowing with purple light, Yetchin resolves to work hard this time to earn money and return safely. He remembers the last time he fought to escape the abyss, he obtained the golden shield skill from Shield Warrior. He also obtained the dagger mastery card after defeating an assassin. The skills of a berserker are also among the spoils he obtained. Finally, he remembers the battle in which he obtained a boss skill. That is the super regeneration skill from the man-eating plant. Yetchin is confident in his balanced point distribution method, which allows him to have no weak points and a total stat count exceeding 100 points. Returning to the present, as he walks, a warrior in horned armor wonders what level would be equivalent to 100 points. Yetchin immediately activates the observer eye to analyze the opponent's stats. He thinks to himself that the warrior only has 12 strength points, while his 100 points are equivalent to the strength of 100 normal people. Upon entering the dungeon, Yetchin's first step creates a force so great that it cracks the stone floor. The force of Yetchin's step causes a shockwave that spreads through the hallway. At a distance, the other team members are startled, wondering if an earthquake just occurred. Ying calmly places a loose brick back into the wall, laughs, and blames the unstable underground structure. Suddenly, someone from the team with a torch exclaims that they have found a chest. The group gathers in front of the rank a chest, but the spy-care warrior complains that there is no assassin on the team to open it. Ying intervenes unexpectedly and offers to try opening the chest. The group of adventurers congregates around the chest, looking at it with curiosity. To everyone's surprise, Yetchin breaks the lock easily, as if it were child's play. The spy-care warrior questions him, but Yetchin lies, saying that scavengers often learn useful skills. After deciding they will split the loot later, the group continues moving, but Yetchin stops abruptly. He quickly stops the mage, warning her that there is something ahead. Yetchin throws a stone down the hallway to check. The stone hits an invisible wall of spikes, activating the deadly trap. When questioned again, Yetchin lies again, saying he has trap perception due to frequent encounters while collecting items. Lu Shingan observes Yetchin silently with an inquisitive gaze. Yetchin's lie succeeds thanks to his high intelligence rating, making the entire team trust him. The spy-care warrior grants him a low-level club as a reward, but Yetchin knows they still underestimate him. The group enters a large room and finds a single object, erroneously believing it is a reward room. The object is a stone steel and a chalice filled with blood, confirmed by the system as a reward room. The horned warrior cautiously lifts the steel, warning everyone not to lower their guard. As soon as he declares he has obtained the final treasure, the liquid in the chalice begins to boil. The system announces that the blood challenge begins as the blood from the chalice gushes into the air. A team member screams in terror, realizing it is not a reward room, but a trap. The blood energy transforms into ghastly skull-shaped monsters from the blood nightmare. Lu Shingan immediately enters a combat stance, ordering the entire team to prepare for battle. The adventurer team is surrounded by the horde of blood nightmare monsters. Yetchin thinks to himself that in order not to be exposed, he will only fight with 25% of his strength. He remembers that the weakening ring, which seemed useless, now turns out to be helpful. Meanwhile, the other team members begin to fight the monsters. Yetchin activates the spirit dash skill, lunging into the center of the encirclement. He moves like a ghost, shattering the blood monsters with a single sword slash. Lu Shingan exclaims in her mind in astonishment. Only one hit? The struck monsters explode into countless drops of blood. Facing another monster, Lu Shingan only feels amusement. Her eyes shine with sharpness, ready for battle. She also throws herself into the battle, skillfully dodging and attacking the horde of monsters. The horned warrior also shatters a monster and shouts in amazement as it disintegrates. He panics seeing the fragments regrouping. These monsters have the ability to mimic the form of the humans they face. The warrior does not hesitate to attack the blood copy of himself. The robed mage applauds, well done, but the monster appears again right in front of the warrior. He stands. Stunned, unable to believe his eyes, the blood copy swings its weapon, completely dominating the warrior. Knocked to the ground, the mage realizes in despair, cutting off its head is also useless. Is it immortal? The horned warrior lay helpless at the feet of his own blood clone. The clone brandished its crimson sword, ready to finish off its opponent. The mage's eyes were filled with horror and despair. Suddenly, Lu Shingan descended, landing forcefully on a block of ice, and shouted, "Could you be a little less useless?" She plunged her sword into the ground, immobilizing the wounded warrior. Lu Shingan looked at her companions with disdain, saying it was just a blood nightmare that even they couldn't handle. She concluded coldly, "Trash will always be trash." Meanwhile, the blood nightmare in its original form began to advance slowly. The mage shouted in alarm that it was too fast, that there wasn't even time to cast spells. Yetchin stepped forward, gathering a fireball in his hands and declaring he would vaporize it. He shouted, "Great explosive flame," and unleashed a terrifying explosion. The mage and the warrior were stunned, realizing it was rank S summoning magic cast instantly. Yetchin thought to himself, wondering if this was a game error. How could a level 1 player do this? When the smoke cleared, the blood nightmare was not destroyed, but had split in two. The two monsters pounced on Yetchin at a breakneck speed. Yetchin was thrown far by an attack. The monster launched a stunning skill at him. Immediately, Yetchin activated Fury mode, increasing his speed and strength by 100%. He lunged and threw a punch that shattered one blood nightmare. As the fragments of the blood nightmare merged automatically, they joined to form a giant humanoid monster that roared in front of him. Witnessing the scene, the team's robed mage exclaimed in horror about the monster. Yetchin was also stunned, realizing, "I've been cloned." He couldn't believe a king rank monster appeared in a rank B abyss. Feeling that something was completely wrong, Yetchin analyzed that the blood nightmare had the ability to mimic and grow stronger against powerful enemies, and that it had absorbed his attributes to evolve. Immediately, the king rank monster charged to attack. It delivered a devastating punch to the ground, forcing Yetchin to dodge with difficulty. He realized that if its attributes were equal to his, he couldn't win with brute force alone. Just then, Lu Shingan appeared, coldly telling him to move aside and calling him useless. She declared that such a powerful opponent must be handled by her. Lu Shingan faced the blood nightmare, her sword beginning to radiate an intense cold. She easily parried an attack from the monster, creating a dazzling collision. Immediately after, Lu Shingan leapt into the air, her sword wrapped in a blast of icy energy. She launched a powerful slash at the monster's head. A massive explosion of ice enveloped the blood nightmare. Yetchin exclaimed in amazement, "Frost domain control." However, the monster was not yet defeated. It broke the ice and roared. The blood nightmare charged frantically at Lu Shingan to counterattack. Lu Shingan looked worried as she faced the monster that had escaped the ice. The blood nightmare launched a fierce attack, but she blocked it with a blast of icy energy. Pushed back by the opponent's strength, Lu Shingan slid across the ground. She gritted her teeth, admitting that the situation was not good and that she was still too weak. In a flashback, agents warned her about the unstable energy levels of this abyss. Another memory surfaced, showing her bandaging her hand in preparation. She told herself her goal was to conquer the highest level of the final tower, but her growth rate was far behind that of her older brothers. She even felt that she could never catch up to them. Returning to the present, Lu Shingan gathered her strength, determined that if she couldn't easily crush this abyss, then she wouldn't be worthy of inheriting the Lu lineage. A massive blast of icy energy exploded from her, pushing back the blood nightmare. From a distance, Yetchin and the other companions could only watch her power in awe. Lu Shingan summoned a blue flag into her hand. She drove the ice flag into the ground, activating a skill that increased allies' speed by 50% within a 30-meter radius. The ground around the flag froze instantly. The wave of ice spread rapidly, enveloping and completely freezing the blood nightmare. With her own speed increased, Lu Shingan faced the immobile enemy. She explained that the frost domain was used specifically to counter liquid-type monsters, and that once frozen, they would be harmless. Lu Shingan charged, shouted the name of the technique Meteor Impact, and delivered a decisive slash to the monster. Standing at a distance, Yetchin thought about the legendary rank S profession, wondering who would be stronger between the blood nightmare and Lu Shingan. Lu Shingan realized with shock that her decisive attack had no effect. The ice barrier shattered, and the blood nightmare resurfaced in an even more terrifying form, looming before her. The monster charged at a terrifying speed, overwhelmed. Lu Shingan struggled to defend against the relentless attacks, thinking that her level S power was still inferior to that of her brothers. She remembered her past, always ridiculed by her family as weak and a disgrace. Regaining her spirit, Lu Shingan pushed herself, determined to become stronger even if she had to start from the lowest level dungeons. With a determined cry, she swore to surpass everyone and face all challenges by herself. Strengthened by her will, she charged directly at the blood nightmare. Yetchin was surprised by her sudden change, but the monster launched a surprise attack, terrifying Lu Shingan. A giant arm of blood descended directly upon her. Lu Shingan went flying, coughing blood and unconscious in the air. Yetchin stood stunned seeing Lu Shingan fall, while other adventurers screamed in panic that a level S hunter had failed and they must flee. The blood nightmare rose triumphantly after defeating its strongest opponent. Yetchin's expression changed from surprise to anger. Suddenly, a large explosion engulfed the blood nightmare. The remaining members of Lu Shingan's team watched in amazement as a strange attack headed toward the monster. The powerful attack struck the ground right in front of the blood nightmare, creating a violent shockwave. After being defeated, Lu Shingan landed firmly. She looked at the monster and thought with irritation about this brat. Meanwhile, Yetchin directly faced the blood nightmare. He activated his observer eye, his eyes glowing with a purple tint to search for the opponent's weaknesses. Yetchin analyzed that if this monster reached king level, it would become immune to all negative status effects. Realizing he couldn't hold back, he decided to release all his attributes, making his fist burn with fierce flames. Yetchin charged, but the blood nightmare instantly copied his power and evolved into a larger form with terrifying horns. Both clashed in a high-speed battle. After a devastating explosion, Yetchin was pushed back by the monster's power. From afar, the team of Lu Shingan exclaimed in amazement at his speed while she rushed to drink a recovery potion. The blood nightmare launched a powerful sweep, launching Jackie into the air. He quickly regained his balance, sliding along the wall to create distance. Yetchin told himself that his goal was to find the weakness of this king-level monster. He launched another explosive attack, but he realized it was useless since the monster could regenerate any destroyed part. Suddenly, Yetchin realized an important fact. This monster seemed to be controlled remotely. That idea flashed in his mind like lightning, opening a completely new path. He turned around and shouted, pointing out that the rock they had removed earlier was the cause of the blood nightmare's appearance. Hearing Yetchin shout, "Kick that rock over here," the horned helmet warrior immediately understood without hesitation. The warrior kicked the massive rock with all his might, following Yetchin's instructions. Yetchin realized that the solution was to decipher the ancient incantation on the rock to dispel the blood curse. The rock flew directly toward the blood nightmare, which was preparing to attack Yetchin. The monster opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the rock engraved into its flaming body. Immediately after, a system message appeared indicating that the blood nightmare had entered invincible mode. Seeing the monster suddenly stop, Lu Shingan wondered while Yetchin cursed his recklessness. Yetchin explained with irritation that it had entered invincible mode. In the midst of the tension, Lu Shingan turned toward Yetchin, feeling that he looked very familiar. Yetchin was stunned, not expecting that she hadn't recognized him until now. Lu Shingan began to remember their encounter in the abyss 2 years ago. She remembered that he was the scavenger who had taken the last 0.5 experience points she had lost from a monster. Finally remembering, Lu Shingan called him by the wrong name, which made Yetchin correct her with irritation. She smiled, expressing her surprise that he had managed to change professions. Yetchin crossed his arms, proudly declaring that he was now a level 1 scavenger. Lu Shingan thought about his perseverance, someone who always took risks to accumulate every experience point. He turned away with a forced smile, thinking that some things were too embarrassing to say. Lu Shingan drove her massive ice sword into the ground, proposing a plan to use her frost domain to freeze the monster for an instant. She tasked Yetchin with taking advantage of that brief moment to locate the rock inside it. Yetchin extended his fist toward Lu Shingan, proposing a cooperation and calling it a 0.5 point reward. Lu Shingan confidently accepted the cooperation proposal, warning Yetchin not to get in her way. Suddenly, the remaining members of Lu Shingan's team also spoke up, expressing their determination to join the battle. Lu Shingan agreed, and Yetchin decisively declared that the entire group would surely come out alive. Yetchin and Lu Shingan faced the blood nightmare together in its invincible state. Inside the monster's body, the stone slab emitted an ominous red glow. Yetchin calculated that the invincibility state would end after 5 seconds, and that the monster would then enter a frenzy for 30 seconds. He turned and shouted, encouraging everyone that those final 30 seconds were their chance to survive. The horned warrior muttered, repeating Yetchin's words, gradually regaining his fighting spirit. A system message confirmed that the moral boost had been successful, and the horned warrior roared with determination. Lu Shingan was enveloped in an aura, receiving a buff that increased spirit, reduced fatigue by 100%, and increased mana regeneration speed by 15%. She looked in surprise at her team, which was now full of vigor, shouting in unison the motto that they must survive. Lu Shingan thought to herself about Yetchin's scavenger profession. She concluded that this profession could not be underestimated, and then ordered the horned warrior to taunt the monster. The horned warrior lunged immediately, shouting loudly to attract the blood nightmare's attention. Provoked, the giant monster roared and launched a fierce attack toward the warrior. Lu Shingan quickly ordered the hooded mage to support the scavenger by aiming at the monster's newly grown tentacles. The mage immediately charged power, firing a powerful sphere of blue energy. The magic attack struck the blood nightmare, creating a dazzling explosion of light. Yetchin explained to Lu Shingan that the stone slab was the key, but if it was destroyed by fire, this challenge would never end. Yetchin looked thoughtfully at his hand, suggesting that the slab could be extracted manually. Lu Shingan was extremely astonished, not understanding how it could be extracted by hand. She realized with horror that he meant they had to enter the belly of the blood nightmare. Yetchin firmly corrected her, saying that to be exact, they had to go through its body. Lu Shingan stood stunned for a moment at this wild plan. She immediately regained her composure and ordered the archer to aim at the cave's ceiling to create rock steps. A member of her team immediately obeyed, raising his bow. The archer fired a glowing arrow upward. The arrow exploded, causing large rocks from the cave's ceiling to fall upon the blood nightmare. Lu Shingan declared she would freeze the lower part of the monster's body and leave the rest. To me, Yetchin shouted, running forward amidst the rain of rocks. He ran at full speed across the ground while Lu Shingan jumped over his head, stepping on the falling rocks. Yetchin quickly closed in, jumping directly toward the giant monster. He moved at a breakneck speed, dodging the blood nightmare's continuous attacks. Thanks to his super regeneration skill, Yetchin ignored minor wounds and kept advancing. At the same time, Lu Shingan firmly drove her frost flag into the ground, releasing a blast of cold air. The wave of ice spread, completely freezing the lower half of the blood nightmare's body. Seeing the monster immobilized, Lu Shingan shouted, pointing out the weak spot on the chest to Yetchin. Feeling he was still not fast enough, Yetchin activated a series of skills, increasing his speed and defense. Yetchin shot forward, shouting that this was his plan to annihilate the enemy. From the blood nightmare's perspective, a trail of purple light rushed directly toward it. The monster quickly transformed part of its body into a giant blade, which terrified Yetchin, and he raised his hand to block the devastating attack with a loud crash. Witnessing that scene, Lu Shingan and her companions could only stand paralyzed with horror. The extreme force of the impact sent Yetchin flying backward. However, in the air, Yetchin flashed a smug smile, thinking his plan to feign failure had succeeded. He bitterly admitted that, as expected, he should have continued maintaining an appearance of weakness. But he couldn't, and he gritted his teeth, showing his determination. Yetchin unexpectedly activated his recycling skill while still in the air. He focused on the recycling target, which was himself. A gigantic purple entity with powerful hands began to form from the chaotic energy, the blood. Nightmare stared in a daze at the incredible transformation occurring. Lu Shingan and the entire team were left speechless, wondering in amazement where that entity had come from. A system message appeared indicating that the recycling of a living being had failed while Yetchin struggled to resist. A shadow of Yetchin ordered that if he couldn't recycle it, then he should throw it with force. With a determined look, Yetchin roared, demanding to use all his strength. The gigantic purple entity created from the failed energy now faced the blood nightmare directly. A terrifying explosion enveloped the battlefield when Yetchin's attack struck the blood nightmare. With glowing purple eyes, Yetchin shot out from the epicenter with a stone slab extracted from the monster's core firmly gripped in his hand. He landed on the cracked ground as the blood nightmare's giant body began to disintegrate behind him. A system message appeared confirming that Yetchin had completed the blood challenge. The remains of the king-level monster shattered into blue light particles, disappearing completely, standing in the distance. Lu Shingan's teammates were stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Lu Shingan stared into the void, asking skeptically if they had really won. Would you like me to translate the next set of subtitles for you? Immediately after, the mage and the horned armor warrior cheered with joy as the level up notification appeared. The other team members are also enveloped in the golden light of the upgrade. Their stats soar. Lu Shingan is also surprised to discover that she has leveled up after the fierce battle. Unlike everyone else, Yetchin only receives a failure notification because he has reached the maximum level. Unexpectedly, a luxurious treasure chest appears out of nowhere, making the archer shout with excitement. Glowing item cards fly out of the chest, and Yetchin quickly grabs one. It is a powerful sword with an attack of plus 88, but it requires level 10. Yetchin is left speechless when the system informs him he is not at a sufficient level, realizing his max level is only 1. He looks desperately at the glowing equipment around him, all useless to him. Lu Shingan approaches, gives him all the item cards, and tells him he deserves to be the one to distribute them. Yetchin makes a request, saying he has something he needs from her. The scene changes to a group of people standing in front of a giant purple portal in the middle of a ruined city. Outside the abyss portal, a man in a suit calls headquarters for reinforcements. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the portal that won't be necessary as a group of people begins to appear. Lu Shingan steps out confidently, leading her team back to the real world. Her entourage bursts into tears of joy, shouting, "Young lady!" A reporter on the scene immediately reports that Miss Shingan has successfully cleared the abyss alone. Lu Shingan acts with pride, wondering what she couldn't do, while her teammates whisper to keep the secret. She thinks to herself that she is a rank S hunter after all. The scene flashes back to when Yetchin asked Lu Shingan about her corporation's financial situation. He offers to sell her all the loot at a special price of 500 magic crystals. Then Yetchin makes a more important request, that she be given all the credit for clearing this dungeon. Though a bit bewildered, Lu Shingan quickly accepts his offer. Yetchin tells the team to go ahead. He will leave secretly later. Turning around, Lu Shingan realizes his true intention is to have her owe him a great favor. Inside, the dungeon is now left in silence and emptiness. Yetchin sits alone in the room in front of a mysterious stone slab. He calmly extends his hand toward the slab. As his hand emits purple energy, a small, frightened dark spirit flies out of the slab. Yetchin looks at the small creature with a confident smile. He asks if it wants to be trampled like trash forever and then offers for it to become his power. With a confident smile, Yetchin extends his hand and absorbs the small dark entity into a sphere of purple energy. A system message appears confirming the successful recycling of the blood nightmare, creating a potion containing crimson energy. He receives a new skill card called Nightmare Body, which allows him to summon a copy by consuming life essence. Yetchin shouts excitedly as a red phantom envelopes the upper part of his body, showing off his new power. With an expectant expression, he proposes to cooperate with the new power he just obtained for the upcoming battles. The scene changes to a public outdoor area where Yetchin is standing on a balcony. Then he sits alone in a cafe, interacting with a transparent interface screen. He scrolls through the list of item cards he has obtained. Yetchin reasons that he gave all the high-level items to Lu Shingan to avoid the supervisor's attention. He continues, thinking that these low-level items wouldn't raise suspicion even if he sold them secretly. Leaning back, Yetchin dismisses that idea and thinks no one would buy this trash. Instead, he decides to click on the recycle icon on the screen. The system announces that a piece of equipment has been recycled into one basic point, making Yetchin shout in surprise. He wonders frantically if he has accidentally decomposed the item, just as a recycling tutorial appears. Yetchin is surprised to learn that trash equipment can be decomposed, and the system assigns him a task: repair the dagger. He examines his nearly broken dagger and reads the notice that repairing it will cost 5 basic points. Realizing he needs 4 more points, Yetchin begins to decompose 4 other low-level weapons. After the repair, Yetchin discovers with amazement that the dagger has not only been restored but also strengthened. With a calculating smile, he concludes that even trash equipment needs to be tempered, just as the system announces he has completed the tutorial. Yetchin, would you like me to translate more of these subtitles for you? reflects on the importance of magic flasks for conquering the abyss. Suddenly, a notification panel appears indicating that he has learned the item recycling skill. Sitting in a restaurant, he wonders about the random container requirement of the recipe. Yetchin decides to experiment and asks the waiter for some containers. With the paper cups on the table, the recycling process begins. After successfully recycling a cup, Yetchin discovers he has to play a minigame. The waiter looks at him confusedly, while Yetchin repeatedly exclaims, "Perfect." He wipes his sweat, looking satisfied at the result. For cups filled with blue magic potions, Yetchin picks up a cup that is transformed into a strangely shaped but still usable container. He takes a sip and immediately frowns at the horrible taste of stale fruit juice. However, a green energy envelopes Yetchin, completely restoring his mana and physique, feeling full of energy. He puts up his hood, confident he can conquer another abyss. Suddenly, a man, stout and bald with a scar on his face, blocks his path and calls him by name. Yetchin turns calmly to look at those who have called him. Surrounded by debt collectors, he hears the leader comment on his changed aura. The leader puts an arm on Yetchin's shoulder and sarcastically asks if he's found any treasure. Yetchin coldly announces that he has paid all his debts, causing the leader to signal his subordinates to retreat. The leader reminds him that his employment contract is still valid and blows smoke into his glass of water to provoke him. Seeing that, Yetchin is unfazed. The debt collector roars in anger, mocking his attitude. Ying decisively pushes away the debt collector's hand, spilling the glass of water he was holding. The debt collector grabs Ying by the shoulder, growls about the spilled milk tea, and threatens him with the consequences of a level 0 scavenger facing a rank B professional. Two henchmen step forward, cracking their knuckles and looking at Yetchin with contempt, saying they've always found him annoying. Yetchin remains calm, thinking that according to the rules, only law enforcement can use skills outside the abyss, and that he has deliberately chosen a camera-blind spot. The debt collector makes a humiliating demand, forcing Yetchin to pick up and eat every tapioca pearl from the floor and then lick the puddle of milk tea. He laughs out loud, mocking that it's a rare job opportunity by giving him this scavenger job. With a determined look, Yetchin looks up and answers firmly, "I refuse." Enraged by the resistance, the debt collector roars, "What nerve!" and lunges at him to attack. Suddenly the man stops, his expression changing from furious to terrified as he stammers the name Caesar. There appears a blond man with several scars on his face, introduced as Rodrigo Kaiser from the rank S-Hunter team. Blood oath, Caesar grabs the debt collector's tie and asks if he has gathered enough people, to which the other responds trembling that one is missing. Caesar's gaze turns icy as he asks where the last person is. He looks at Yetchin, who is walking away with his back turned, and calls out, "Hey kid," Caesar declares, "You're hired," which causes the debt collector to intervene frantically, saying that Yetchin is just a scavenger. Yetchin remains motionless, looking at the man who has just made him an unexpected offer. Caesar explains that he doesn't need someone strong, but a human shield to enter the abyss during the red moon when the monsters become extremely fierce. The words red moon immediately catch Yeking's attention. The red moon phenomenon drives abyss monsters mad. Rare monsters regenerate, but the rewards and the quality of magic crystals will also double. Thinking of the precious magic crystals, Yetchin clenches his fist, smiles, and accepts. "Fine, I'll participate." Kaiser smiles satisfied, praising Yetchin for being sensible. Then, Kaiser turns around and calls the other recruits. Yetchin suddenly hears a cry of surprise from behind. A white-haired foreman, survivor of the previous dungeon incident, points at him with a stunned expression. Yetchin turns coldly to face him. Without warning, he slaps the foreman's face and shouts at him to shut up. Thrown back, the foreman only manages to stammer, while Yetchin thinks he should think before he speaks. The foreman gasps after the slap, maintaining a safe distance from Yetchin. He shouts to confirm he isn't mistaken, but Yetchin responds calmly that it's thanks to him the foreman is alive since he borrowed everyone's strength. Rodrigo Quezada suddenly appears and asks if they know each other, to which Joshin immediately denies it. He even says, deliberately, that someone who killed his teammates can't have friends, making the foreman turn pale with fear. Yetchin then asks coldly how he managed to get out. "Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you?" The foreman furiously recounts that he had to sell all his possessions and pay a fine of 1,500,000 to avoid jail, losing all his levels and having to start over, and then threatens to report Yetchin. With eyes glowing purple, Yetchin warns that if he says one more word, he will turn him into scrap metal and recycle him. In the metro station of City C, a new expedition is about to begin. Inside the station, a massive red abyss gate rotates, and Rodrigo Caesar's group, including Yetchin, enters. A young man with green hair introduces himself as Zotan, a level 3 bard, and welcomes Yetchin to the Human Shield team. Yetchin introduces himself as a level 1 scavenger, then points to the foreman and invents a new identity, Shun Xingdian, a level 1 mage. Zotong gives Yetchin a friendly hug, saying they're all there to sell their lives for money, while Yetchin thinks this motley crew will blindly follow him. Zotong then offers himself as the leader of the small group, claiming he has the highest level. The other two members, Lao Su, a level 2 healer, and Lao San, a level 3 warrior, do not object. Rodrigo Quezada informs the entire group that besides the 6 core members of Blood Oath, there will be 5 temporary members, and Yetchin clearly understands their role is only as bait. Rodrigo Caesar explains the mission to the decoy team. Find a way to the boss room in a maze full of traps, he mocks them, saying he doesn't expect them to have combat skills, and they should only run if they encounter monsters. Caesar declares that as long as one person survives, that person will receive the entire reward, sowing distrust in the group. Lao San asks worriedly upon seeing the healer, Lao Su, coughing due to his weak health. Lao Su states he cannot back down because he has 4 daughters waiting for him at home. Lao Zhang also sighs, revealing he is taking the risk because he needs money to treat his gravely ill wife. Following Zhao Tong's orders, the 5 decoy team members enter the Abyss Gate together. Inside, Lao San and Lao Su talk about Yetchin, a new face in the world of decoys. Lao San comments that Yetchin's calm attitude is something he has never seen before. The whole team enters an ancient hall in front of a colossal door. Shivering from the cold, urges everyone to move forward. He inadvertently steps on a cracked slab, activating a mechanism. A gigantic swinging blade descends from the ceiling right over Zotong. Yetchin, with lightning speed, grabs the strap of Zotong's bag and jerks him out of the trapped path. The blade slams into the floor, while Zotong falls back and only manages to let out a cry of pain. Foreman 1 shouts at a dazed Zotong that he just stepped on a trap, while Yetchin thinks to himself that it doesn't understand how this guy has managed to survive until now. Zotan just laughs, thinking he was very lucky to escape alive, while Yetchin thinks he is too careless. Without a care in the world, Zotan waves cheerfully to move on and immediately steps on another trap. Zotong looks in horror at the strange bean-shaped objects falling from the ceiling. The white objects hit the stone floor with a heavy thump. Lao Su and Lao Zong, now both wearing eye patches, approach cautiously, wondering if they are living creatures. Suddenly, sharp black spines pierce the white shell, making both recoil in surprise. They shed their shells completely, transforming into a horde of level 5 demonized spiders, elite creatures capable of spitting poison. Zotan screams in panic, confessing that what he fears most are these kinds of disgusting insects. The foreman doesn't hesitate. He raises his hand forward and activates his fire skill. He shoots 2 powerful jets of flame, burning the pouncing spiders. Lao Zu realizes they are elite creatures. The foreman curses, and Lao Zong volunteers to go to the front line. Lao San bravely charges into the spider horde, using his sword and shield to stop their attack. While the whole team is in the middle of battle, Yetchin calmly heads toward a spider. He delivers a direct punch to the monster's mouth, but the notification system shows it caused no damage. Despite that, the punch sends the spider tumbling backward, and Yetchin watches with his hands in his pockets. The foreman looks at Yetchin with disdain, thinking to himself that he is just an arrogant skill thief. A system message appears asking Yetchin if he wishes to recycle the newly defeated demonized spider. He immediately accepts and receives notification that he has gained an attribute point. Recycling also produces a new item, an arcana card called Tempered Poison. Yetchin realizes that besides skill and profession cards, he can also obtain arcana cards to improve his equipment. Lao Sin shouts furiously, telling Yetchin to get out of the way if he doesn't want to be a hindrance. Ignoring the reprimand, Yetchin pulls out a normal dagger, deciding to test his new arcana card. Yetchin prepares to intervene when Zotong flees in panic from a demonized spider. In his panic, Zotong thinks to himself that despite being the highest level bard on the team, he has a terrifying secret, a demonic spider. Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you? It lunges to attack Zotong, who falls to the ground. He admits desperately that his profession has no combat capability and can only buff others. In a desperate situation, Zhao Tong decides to use an amulet to protect his own life first. He begins to chant loudly, casting a buff song with an air of confidence. Yetchin watches with a confused expression, wondering what this teammate is doing in the middle of the battle. System message appears indicating that the target buff was successful, and the demonized spider begins to transform. Zhao Tong is horrified to realize he has made a fatal mistake. Instead of buffing himself, he has buffed the monster. He stands paralyzed as the dark energy from the enhanced monster sweeps over him. The demonized spider is now much larger and fiercer, and it lunges directly toward Zhao Tong. Amidst the chaos, Yetchin remains calm, his eyes glowing with purple power. Lao San shouts in terror, realizing that not just one, but the entire spider horde has been buffed. He and Lao Su frantically order everyone to retreat immediately from the battlefield. Even the team's fire mage is harassed by a monster with no time to react. Yetchin moves as fast as a ghost, advancing step by step toward the monster horde. An enhanced spider lunges, aiming directly at the disadvantaged mage. Its two sharp legs descend, appearing as though they will end his teammate's life. But in an instant, a slash of purple light flashes, splitting the monster in half. Yetchin steps in front of the whole team, his body enveloped in a purple aura, leaving the survivors astonished. Two team members looked at Zutan in awe, erroneously believing he was the one who had attacked. The entire team cheered for Zoden as a powerful bard, while Yetchin silently analyzed that the physical damage buff had accidentally countered the spiders. Zodam himself was stunned, admitting he only intended to use the buff to escape. Facing the remaining pack of demonized spiders, Yetchin calculated calmly, knowing that abyss monsters wouldn't attack if they felt the target was too strong. He predicted their first strategy would be to flee. Just as predicted, the entire pack of monsters trembled in fear at Yetchin's invisible pressure. They began to retreat chaotically, completely losing their will to fight. Witnessing the scene, the two companions sighed in relief, but were also horrified by the danger of the dungeon. Yetchin thought about the challenges ahead and decided to recycle 27 unnecessary Arcana cards. The system announced he had received 54 basic points from the recycling. The fire mage suggested the whole team move forward and asked Zotong to light a torch. Zotong reluctantly took the torch to lead them, while Laozong warned him not to trigger any more traps. Yetchin silently mocked that warning, as it was Zotong who caused the previous mess. Suddenly, Yetchin's gaze was drawn to a mirror emitting a strange blue light at the end of the hall. A system message appeared indicating that a hidden rage zone had been found. Yetchin realized this was a new branch of the dungeon and considered splitting up to explore it alone. He decided to use a skill, summoning the Blood Nightmare. An identical copy of Yetchin was created from dark red blood energy. Yetchin ordered his clone to accompany the team while he would follow. The clone quickly joined the group, causing Zotong to ask in surprise where he had gone. Yetchin's clone went ahead, warning the group not to fall behind or they would die without knowing. Suddenly, a mirror at the end of the hall emitted a blinding light. Meanwhile, the real Yetchin crossed through a light portal, entering another area. He found himself on a cliff, observing a massive, newly discovered cave. Suddenly, a giant monstrous spider lunged from the ceiling right behind him. Yetchin immediately recognized the imminent danger. He agilely dodged the monster's celestial stomp. After landing safely, he did not hesitate at all. Yetchin charged at the giant spider, preparing for a direct confrontation. He raised his dagger, blocking the monster's sharp leg. The impact was extremely strong, but Yetchin's dagger stopped the attack. The monster was stunned, not expecting its attack to be blocked. Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you? Yetchin also realized that its physical defense was almost completely immune. The giant spider charged frantically to attack again. He was thrown backward by the force of the attack. Yetchin crashed into the rock wall, creating a large dent. He immediately activated a skill. His eyes glowed with the purple light of the Observer Eye. Information about the enemy appeared. Broodmother, a level 20 rare elite. Instead of being afraid, Yetchin curled his lips into a smile, thinking of the rare items he could recycle from her. The broodmother lunged to bite, but she grabbed a glowing object that Ying had thrown. The monster fired a stream of spider silk. Ying dodged the attack and flew into the air. He launched a fire move, Great Fire Explosion. A massive explosion enveloped the broodmother. However, the monster suffered no damage after the attack. It immediately counterattacked with a sharp strand of spider silk. Yetchin was thrown far away by the force of the blow. He realized that the monster was completely immune to fire. If that's the case, Yetchin decided to charge directly at the giant spider. He declared that he would kill her directly with his dagger. The broodmother opened her massive jaws to swallow him. Yetchin agilely dodged and landed directly on her head, delivering a fatal blow to her weak spot. The monster let out a gruesome roar of pain. Yetchin curled his lips. He had discovered that her weak point was poison. Ironically, that poison came from the very demonized spider she had spawned. Facing the giant monster, Yetchin remained calm. Suddenly, he realized he had an unexpected option. The broodmother frantically spat out countless cobwebs. Yetchin was tied up in a dense web of spider silk, his speed significantly reduced, immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the monster's sharp legs descended, cornering him. He activated the Fury skill. With a burst of strength, he tore apart the dense web that bound him. Immediately, Yetchin launched himself directly into the opening mouth of the broodmother. A terrifying explosion echoed, shattering the monster from within. The explosion continued to expand, causing the giant body of the queen's spider to fall to pieces. A message appeared indicating that the Fury card could be upgraded in two directions. Yetchin reflected, considering that the more stable option was usually Immortal Wrath, but he remembered the broodmother. With the high resistance he had just faced, he considered that the blood splatter option would significantly increase power despite having the side effect of draining blood. With confidence in his legendary regeneration, Yetchin chose blood splatter to pierce through all defenses. Before the corpse of the broodmother, the loot cards began to fly. Yetchin declared he would take them all and use his ability to collect them. He realized these were pieces of equipment he could take out of the abyss, and one in particular sold for 15,000. Deciding to keep the most valuable item, he used his ability to recycle the rest. After recycling the monster's corpse, he received 20 attribute points. Yetchin smiled smugly, wondering what skill he would obtain from his boss. The system announced that he had received the rare broodmother card, which allowed him to summon spider hatchlings that could evolve. Yetchin was stunned by the new card's capability, a type of invocation that could choose its own evolutionary direction. In another corner of the cave, bluish crystals emitted a dim light. Zhou Tong and Lao Sang exclaimed in amazement, realizing they had found an entire mine in the abyss. Lao Su was surprised to see the dense, rank magic crystals, believing each one was a fortune. As a precaution, he drove his Eye of Argo's staff into the ground. This item had the ability to mark the map, notifying other adventurers within a 60-meter radius. Would you like me to translate more of these IDs for you? The white-haired mage questioned angrily why Lao Su was reporting to top management, while Lao Su replied they wouldn't survive if caught misappropriating the treasure. Lao Su explained that their role as shields was to lead the way, and if they died, it would only be considered an accident. The white-haired mage gritted his teeth, indignant at the harsh reality. He unleashed his anger by kicking Sotan, who was tied up by vines, out of his way, calling him trash. With a malicious smile, he claimed that no one would care if someone like Sotan suddenly died. His eyes widened in horror. Enormous stone arms emerged from the ground, grabbing and lifting the screaming mage. In desperation, he blamed Yetchin for putting the entire team in this situation. Looking at the crystals in his hand, his greed resurfaced with thoughts of money. He dreamed of using the money to buy good equipment so he could join the main force of the scavenger groups. With a sinister smile, he decided to stealthily steal some crystals. At that instant, a system message appeared. The trap has been activated, a bright red laser beam passed right in front of the mage and Lao Sang. Its target was Lao Su. The beam pierced directly through his head. The mage screamed in horror as Lao Su's body fell to the ground. In a deep place, a magic mirror floated in the air, emitting a strange blue light. A small creature appeared, identified by the system as a demonized broodmother. Yetchin assessed that the newly summoned level 1 spider hatchling seemed weak and lacked combat capability. He realized it could evolve into a level 5 demonized spider with BP points, and for it to survive on the battlefield, he needed to upgrade it. With a determined expression, Yetchin decided to invest points to strengthen his summoned creature. The spider hatchling was perplexed as its body began to emit a purple aura. It evolved into a silk spider and learned a new tether skill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Shingan screamed in horror, seeing Lu's corpse on the ground. The fire mage defended himself frantically, saying it had only been an accident. Lu Shingan grabbed him furiously by the collar, shouting that the mage's greed had killed Lu. He cried out painfully that Lu was the pillar of the entire family, and that now everything was the mage's fault. The fire mage replied desperately, saying he only wanted to earn money and blamed his poor situation. He pushed Lu Shingan away, saying that in this world, only strength and wealth were worth anything. While he screamed frantically about luck, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. Rodrigo applauded, saying he liked the mage's perspective. He offered the mage a spot in Blood Oath, saying they still had a vacant position, both. Lu Shingan and the mage were stunned by the appearance and the sudden offer. A member of Blood Oath examined the corpse and informed Rodrigo that the victim was still warm. Rodrigo commented coldly that death was a common thing, and there was no shame in the weak trading their lives for money. He put an arm on the mage's shoulder, explaining that these magic crystals were worth an entire city, but he had forgotten to say one thing. Rodrigo whispered in a terrifying manner that to take these crystals, a price was required. He finished his sentence with a malicious smile, revealing that the price was a useless life. A gigantic jailer in blue armor, brandishing a battle axe, stood imposingly. The team of Lao Zong, Zotong, and Yetchin's copy faced a formidable enemy. A red-haired henchman explained the mission. Collect magic crystals from the walls, with the threat of death if they fled. Lao Zong exclaimed in horror, realizing this was a suicide mission. He remembered the sinister expression of Rodrigo, who had pushed them into this situation. A trembling hand reached out, about to touch the sharp crystals. Lu Shingan recoiled in terror, stammering that he couldn't do it. He broke down in tears, confessing he had only joined because of gambling debts and didn't want to die. Rodrigo watched from afar, clicking his tongue and despising Lu Zhang's uselessness. The fire mage realized that he was no match for Rodrigo at all. He ran forward hastily, reiterating Rodrigo's recruitment offer and asking to join Blood Oath. Rodrigo pretended not to remember, but a masked henchman confirmed the mage's words. Rodrigo signaled the mage to come closer, and he obediently bowed his head. "Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you?" The mage shouted fervently that he was willing to sacrifice his life for Rodrigo. In response, Rodrigo kicked him and mocked him, saying a teammate killer like him would never have a place on his elite team. The mage lay on the ground, looking resentfully at Rodrigo as he declared that he wouldn't make it out alive anyway. Rodrigo revealed his cruel plan: turn everyone into corpses and then have necromancers control them to collect the crystals. Zotong gritted his teeth in anger while Yetchin's copy silently collected a dark soul. Unable to take it anymore, Zotong growled in rage. But Yetchin's copy put a hand on his shoulder, calmly advising him not to act rashly, which left Zotong stunned. Yetchin's copy told Tun, leave it to me, wait there. On the other side, Rodrigo wondered if the deadly trap would be useless against Yetchin or if it had simply stopped working after activating once. The copy thought to himself that with his luck stat, he might not be affected by the trap. He calmly broke off a piece of sharp crystal with his hand. Rodrigo realized in amazement that the trap was still working, but Yetchin's luck stat was too high, exceeding 60 points. He convinced himself that a level 1 scavenger couldn't have such a high luck stat, concluding the trap must be broken. The red-haired henchman agreed, saying this had already happened twice. He picked up a piece of crystal and said, "Look, nothing happened." Immediately, a red laser beam descended from the sky and pierced the henchman's head. He fell to the ground in a state of shock to his companions. Rodrigo finally accepted the truth, assuming Yetchin must have a rare class characteristic that boosted the luck stat. He asked Yetchin if he had invested all his points into a useless stat like luck, but the copy simply replied that he had distributed the points evenly. Rodrigo smiled sinisterly, revealing that the original plan was to turn everyone into corpses, but now he only needed one corpse with a high luck stat. He ordered his henchmen, "Don't let anyone escape." Lu Shingan panicked, realizing the enemy was a member of Blood Oath, and thought a group of pawns like them had no chance of winning. Another team member, the white-haired man, gritted his teeth and decided to flee. He ran out at full speed, trying to escape. Yetchin's copy naively asked why he was running, but Lu Shingan shouted that they had just lost someone. The copy smiled significantly and said, "No, we aren't short on people." Meanwhile, two of Rodrigo's henchmen were on guard when one asked the other if he heard something. Immediately after, a horde of fierce spider hatchlings charged at the armored jailer. The creatures in the cave screamed in terror as they were attacked by the spider horde. Yetchin's copy calmly explained to an astonished Zotong that he had tamed some spiders along the way. Meanwhile, the real Yetchin watched from afar, his eyes glowing with a purple light. He identified an enemy as a level 20 necromancer, then a level 17 berserker, and 2 level 18 hunters. Finally, a level 19 paladin, Yetchin, silently assessed that his spider army could handle these henchmen. However, Yetchin's skills could not identify Rodrigo Caesar, who recognized the copy's ability to control monsters. Yetchin immediately realized that Rodrigo's stats might be even higher than his own. However, Rodrigo mocked him, saying these low-level creatures weren't worth mentioning, and ordered his henchmen to wipe everyone out. Yetchin's copy immediately changed plans, telling his companions to run in the direction the old mage Lu Shingan had gone. He muttered dismissively about the copy's stupid sacrifice, but still turned around and fled. The group began to flee, while Yetchin's copy remained alone to face the enemy. Seeing Sotan hesitate, the copy seriously urged him to flee if he didn't want to die. Moved by his companion's sacrifice, Sotan decided he would never forget it. He put all his strength into his legs and began to run at full speed. Just at that moment, his luck stat of 1 seemed to trigger a trap. The ground beneath Sotan and Lu Shangan's feet suddenly collapsed, sending them both into an abyss. The paladin, furious, turned and shouted, "What the hell are you doing, idiot?" Sotan could only mutter an apology, ashamed of the streak of bad luck that had followed him since entering the abyss. Without patience, the paladin swung his glowing hammer and charged at a nearby monster. "Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you?" He confidently declared that he would clear out this scum hammer by hammer. The monster was instantly hit by a devastating blow that sent its teeth flying. It frantically spat a sticky substance to counterattack, but the paladin raised his shield in time to block it. Annoyed, he wiped the sticky substance off his face. Just then, the paladin realized with amazement that a shadow was approaching at an incredible speed. Yetchin took the opportunity and lunged directly with a dagger in hand. Yetchin's punch was blocked by the shield, and the paladin mocked, "With your level, you want to face a level 19? Dream on." The paladin stood firm, his sharp eyes fixed on Yetchin's reflection in the blade of his weapon. He roared and used his shield to launch Yetchin away. Launched into the air, Yetchin calmly analyzed that his spiders were not enough to resist an organized group like Blood Oath. The paladin continued with a powerful hammer sweep, but Yetchin agilely dodged it. Even so, his legs were injured by the shockwave, causing a slight groan of pain. Despite the injury, Yetchin maintained his fighting spirit, his eyes full of determination. Immediately, arrows from the Blood Oath hunters flew, forcing Yetchin to move constantly to dodge them. 2. Hunters were surprised to see that their target was still alive and discussed adjusting the speed of the next shot. One hunter drew his bow, the arrow in his hand, accumulating energy, preparing for the finishing shot. But just before the arrow was fired, a mysterious spark flashed on the bowstring. Yetchin used his golden shield to stop the approaching arrow. The energy arrow shattered on impact. One of the enemy hunters exclaimed in surprise upon seeing that his attack had been blocked. Yetchin counterattacked immediately, put his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Great fire explosion!" A massive fire explosion erupted, enveloping both hunters. Standing in the middle of the fire, Yetchin made the enemy admit he was a formidable opponent. Elsewhere, an armored berserker was massacring a red alien monster. Zotan was pushed back by the pressure of the battle. After finishing off the monster, the berserker turned with blank, white eyes. He headed directly toward Zotan, who pleaded terrified for his life, saying he hadn't attacked him. Lao Sang saw the scene with a determined expression. He shouted. He pushed Zutan and charged to stand in the berserker's way. Lao Sang turned and scolded Zodong, blaming him for the team's inability to escape. A white-haired man ordered everyone to get up and fight, while another armored warrior with red eyes charged into battle. The white-haired commander looked at the battlefield with cold eyes. Lao Zong struggled to endure the extremely strong attack of the red-eyed warrior. His shield began to crack with a devastating blow. The warrior broke the shield and launched Lao Zong through the air. Lao Sang coughed blood, gravely injured after the impact. The armored warrior landed menacingly while So Tong watched from afar. Despite everything, Lao Zong managed to get up, smiling defiantly at the enemy with a shattered shield in hand. Completely overwhelmed, Lao Zong thought desperately that he shouldn't have come to the abyss since he would die anyway. He croaked a challenge, believing death would erase all his debts, and shouted for the enemy to kill him. The armored warrior looked down in silence, apparently considering Lao Sang's offer. Without hesitation, he swung his giant weapon downward with the intent to finish off the warrior. But suddenly, the warrior's body stopped in mid-air, enveloped by purple energy. He realized with amazement that he couldn't move and that the culprit was Sotan. In the distance, Sotan sighed. Relieved when his effect skill finally hit the mark, he hurriedly shouted to his teammates to attack. However, Lao Sang was also immobilized by the same skill and shouted furiously at Sotan from afar. Yetchin observed the chaos and wondered what on earth the cannon fodder team was doing. Meanwhile, the necromancer mocked him, saying that no matter how hidden his skills were, they wouldn't withstand continuous and exhausting battles. Yetchin also realized that summoning the clone and the spiders had consumed a large amount of his mana. Suddenly, a cup of blue water radiating magic energy appeared in Yeking's hand. He calmly drank the cup, which made the necromancer ask in surprise what it was. Would you like me to translate more of this series for you? The necromancer quickly regained his confidence, believing it was too late to recover mana. He boasted that the necromancer was a rank S profession and that the creatures they controlled would fight relentlessly. Yetchin sipped from the cup and muttered, controlling corpses. Immediately, a huge explosion of magic energy erupted from his body. His mana had fully recovered. Yetchin declared that the dead should rest in peace while unleashing a powerful purification skill. The necromancer's undead henchmen screamed in pain as the purple energy enveloped them, and they disintegrated. Seeing his army vanish in an instant, the necromancer screamed in terror. What sorcery did you use? Ignoring the necromancer's pleas, Yetchin launched a punch charged with dark energy. The punch connected, knocking out the necromancer instantly. Suddenly Rodrigo, Caesar, appeared, effortlessly grabbing the head of the defeated necromancer. He looked at Yetchin, and said his tricks were quite interesting, which was why he hadn't noticed him since the tavern. Yetchin replied coldly, saying that trading lives for crystals, especially treating them like cannon fodder, had offended him. Rodrigo mocked him, saying Yetchin was ridiculous for thinking he could escape being cannon fodder just by having some potential, and reminded him that this world was only for the cruel. A masked man who had pleaded for his life claimed to be just a worker. Meanwhile, Sotan was paralyzed next to a defeated armored enemy. Rodrigo looked down and declared that meat shields like them wouldn't get out of the abyss alive with him. Hearing this, the gravely injured Lao Zong shouted, urging everyone not to listen to him and to take up their weapons to fight, but Zutan confessed trembling that he was just support, incapable of even killing a monster. Rodrigo watched the scene with delight, declaring that one of the two factions would be annihilated. Yetchin laughed, saying he didn't understand his point of view. All he knew was that everyone had the right to enter the abyss and come out alive, while his body ignited with a purple aura. Rodrigo mocked that innocence and charged with glowing eyes. Yetchin raised his hand to block Rodrigo's punch, creating a loud shockwave. Despite blocking the attack, the overwhelming force sent him flying backward. Lying in the crater he had created, Yetchin thought that Rodrigo was the strongest being he had ever faced. His eyes shone with determination, with no intention of giving up. Rodrigo. Caesar roared, charging at a terrifying speed. King jumped agilely, dodging the punch that shattered the ground of his opponent. Rodrigo declared smugly that everything was trash before his power. From afar, he shouted, Pointing at Sotong's hesitation, a giant armored warrior roared, "Too weak," and swung his weapon. Zotong went flying, falling to the ground. He looked up dazed, a dark liquid falling from the corners of his eyes. The armored enemy approached with red eyes, full of murderous intent. Just then, Lu Shingan ran out to block the fatal blow aimed at his companion. "Do something, kid," Lu Shingan shouted as he struggled to resist. The armored warrior swung his flaming sword, putting Lu Shingan in a difficult position. While enduring the pain, Lu Shingan desperately shouted once more. His companion's urgency made Zotong recall a painful memory from the past. He had explained that he wanted to be captain just so he wouldn't have to fight himself. He admitted he wasn't strong and was only trying to hide his incompetence. Returning to the present, Zotong knelt before the enemy, trembling and pleading for his life. The memory of a former captain returned, who questioned his role on the team. The former captain scolded Zotong for being unable to cast the buff on the correct target and dismissed him bluntly. The humiliations of rookie, get out, still echoed in his mind. The memory ended with the image of Zotong sitting alone on the steps, lonely and defeated. In a flashback, a former masked captain asked Zotong about his profession. Zotong timidly replied that he was a level 3 bard. The captain coldly told him to follow him. "Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you?" Returning to the present, Yetchin struck the ground with force, using the shockwave to launch Rodrigo Quezada toward the abyss. Caesar fell, crashing heavily against the ground below. With glowing eyes, Caesar explained that his skill was a supreme technique of the martial artist Song Longjin, causing continuous internal damage. He boasted that this move could paralyze even a master mage. Yetchin was surprised by his opponent's speed, realizing he needed to create distance. But just as he was about to flee, Kaiser appeared right behind him and mocked. "Do you think you can run?" Despite the dangerous situation, Yetchin analyzed his opponent's skill, thinking that he truly desired it. He was especially interested in the adverse effect the skill could cause from a distance. Zotong watched the battle in horror, startled to hear Caesar pronounce his name. Rodrigo Caesar launched a devastating blow, sending Yetchin flying backward. Yetchin lay motionless on the ground, apparently defeated as Zotong approached. Zotong told Yetchin it was useless to try to get rid of weakness and incompetence, admitting that he himself craved power more than anyone. Lying on the ground, Yetchin whispered that he too was disappointed by his own incompetence. Zotong's memories returned, remembering when he was overwhelmed by a monster and screamed that it was useless. But now his eyes grew firm, telling himself he wouldn't run because weakness wasn't what was scary. In the flashback, he was squeezed by tentacles and realized that the scariest thing was letting his heart become weak as well, a thought that left him stunned. In a flashback, Yetchin flatly refused to give up. He attacked the giant fish monster frantically, even though the system kept reporting it caused no damage. Finally, after much effort, a critical hit of his managed to inflict 1 point of damage. Standing over the monster's corpse, Yetchin realized he had succeeded by daring to take the first step. Returning to the present, he decisively stated that his whole life he had been preparing to be a king, even if he was just a useless scavenger. Zotong was completely stunned by Yetchin's ambitious declaration. He told himself that if he didn't become stronger he would die, and fleeing from combat was no longer an option. With a new determination, Zotong yearned to become a strong person. Faced with the armored warrior's mockery about his level, Zotong remained motionless. Suddenly, he threw his sword away, to the disbelief of his opponent. The armored warrior only managed to emit an "eh" of bewilderment. A microphone glowing in purple suddenly appeared in Zotong's hand. He shouted loudly, activating the skill poetry, grand dispersion, releasing a powerful burst of energy, the berserker. Nearby was also surprised by this unexpected power. From afar, Rodrigo Quezada also noticed the anomaly and wondered what had happened. Yetchin smiled as the enhancement energy arrows enveloped him, declaring he had found the best support. The system confirmed his stats had increased by 15%, and Yetchin immediately summoned the Blood Nightmare. A horrific mass of dark red blood with white eyes appeared from the earth. It quickly lunged and latched onto the berserker. Yetchin looked directly ahead, his eyes glowing as he unleashed his new power. The Blood Nightmare enveloped the berserker, completely immobilizing him. Trapped. The berserker screamed in despair as he witnessed the scene. Zutan screamed in terror. Suddenly, he fell silent, looking confusedly at a blood tentacle extending toward him. Meanwhile, Rodrigo Caesar mocked the approaching Yetchin, Hadai, launching a powerful punch toward Yetchin. Yetchin thought to himself that thanks to his abundant mana, his body's regeneration speed was very fast. He activated his skill, Fury Mode, Blood Splatter. Yetchin used his dagger to block Rodrigo's punch, creating a loud shockwave. He agilely dodged the attack and swung his dagger, leaving a trail of purple light. Rodrigo looked in amazement at a cut piece of armor, unable to believe that old dagger could penetrate his defense. Yetchin realized the defense-ignoring skill Blood Splatter was very useful, but the blood loss effect still persisted. He decided he had to end this battle as soon as possible and lunged forward. On the contrary, Rodrigo Caesar smiled with enthusiasm. How interesting. Would you like me to translate the next batch of subtitles for you? Yetchin swung his dagger to attack Rodrigo once more. Rodrigo blocked it easily with his bare hands, boasting, "After 20 years of training, how could I lose to a brat like you in skill?" He counterattacked with a devastating blow, roaring, "Now feel the difference in power between us." During the combat, Rodrigo also explained the advancement paths of warriors. Yetchin was launched backward, spitting blood at the overwhelming power of his opponent. The confrontation between Yetchin and Rodrigo Quezada exploded violently when their fists clashed. Yetchin was completely dominated, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he endured his opponent's terrifying power. Rodrigo roared, explaining that he hated fighting styles that relied on weak skills and that he had invested all his points into destructive power. He launched his final move. A sure death strike, Celestial Destroyer Fist. The punch created a terrifying shockwave, leveling the surrounding ground. Yetchin was thrown and crashed heavily against the floor. Rodrigo mocked Yetchin's stupidity for daring to face him directly, confident that no one could match his power. Cornered, Yetchin made a bold decision. Invest all points in his strength. A system message appeared confirming that 176 potential points had been added to strength, causing Yetchin's body to transform, becoming significantly more muscular to Rodrigo's surprise. Rodrigo stood stunned at the sudden change. Jackie felt his strength and muscle mass increase instantly. Despite his astonishment, Rodrigo roared a challenge and lunged forward, enveloped in an aura of dark energy. Yetchin analyzed calmly, though he didn't fully understand the warrior's skills. But he believed that investing 300 potential points at once was enough to launch a decisive blow. Rodrigo was horrified to see Yetchin launch a direct punch toward him. Their fists collided, creating a blinding explosion of energy. Yetchin's raw but powerful punch completely overwhelmed his opponent. Rodrigo was launched backward, unable to resist. He looked with horror at his bloody hand, unable to believe that a skill-less punch could defeat him. Jotan exclaimed in horror at Yetchin's terrifying power. Without giving his opponent time to react, Yetchin descended, aiming directly at Rodrigo Caesar, who lay on the ground. The devastating blow shattered the ground, plunging Rodrigo into shock. Yetchin stood firm, declaring that the battle must end quickly without giving Rodrigo the chance to be amazed. In Rodrigo's eyes, only wonder and disbelief remained. Memories brought back a voice ordering. From today, you can join the cannon fodder team, Caesar. Before the scatter team, a blonde-haired recruit, while cleaning his weapon, bitterly remembered the Lionheart Hunter rule. The weak only serve to clean the shoes of the strong. He told himself he must prove his worth to become an official member, but another voice mocked that he would always be cannon fodder. In a battle, he and another companion faced a giant horn monster. With a determined look, the young hunter thought he only needed to prove he wasn't incompetent so he could escape the ranks of the recruits. He promised himself he would prove his worth and then bravely charged at the monster. After the battle, he looked at his hands and felt sure that this hadn't been so difficult. But in reality, he still faced a monster's overwhelming power. The monster launched a massive energy attack, sweeping away everything in its path. The blonde-haired hunter could only scream tragically before being completely defeated. In a laboratory, a scientist reported on his mortal injuries: broken jaw, 8 fractured ribs, damaged heart, and internal organs. He floated in a tank filled with a green healing solution. The scientist explained that Abyss technology would implant monster cells into his body, and his DNA coincidentally matched. With a sinister smile, the scientist announced the bad news. He would become a hybrid. In a flashback, a voice declared that the recruit had proven worthy to join Lionheart as an official member. A large armored entity sat on a throne, ordering him to put on the badge and become his loyal dog. Returning to the present, Rodrigo Caesar roared, asking for the whereabouts of his companions. A parasitic entity inside him replied that those useless people were already dead. Rodrigo realized with horror that this world was a place that devoured people. He remembered the warning that if he couldn't prove his worth, he would be treated like trash. Rodrigo's power skyrocketed, and the system announced that his stats had improved significantly as he charged toward Yetchin. Would you like me to translate the next part of this battle for you? Yetchin maintained a calm expression, observing his opponent. He was surprised to realize that his body had recovered. Taking the opportunity, Yetchin launched a powerful punch to Rodrigo's face. He continued flying into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow from above. Rodrigo explained that his power came from absorbing energy from magic stones that became incredibly powerful under the blood moon. Thanks to the implanted monster organs, he could absorb the power of these magic stones. He declared that he could temporarily reach a power that even surpassed the boss level of the abyss. Immediately, the system recognized Rodrigo Queezer as a newly appeared boss once he completed his transformation. At the same time, Yetchin's fury mode ended, leaving him in a state of exhaustion for 30 seconds. While Sotong asked worriedly, Rodrigo roared, saying that all he had to do was give up his human dignity. Yetchin turned to look at the powerful enemy with a determined expression. Rodrigo charged, shouting at Yetchin to give up his human body and become a monster without moral ties. Yetchin dodged the rocks thrown by Rodrigo Caesar at a terrifying speed. Charging directly toward the enemy, he silently accepted the price of this power. But immediately after, Yetchin's face showed extreme exhaustion. Rodrigo Caesar, in his demonic form, threw him easily with a flick of his hand. Witnessing the scene, Zotong exclaimed in horror in his mind, too strong. He thought desperately that even Yetchin was no match and could be killed in a single blow. Rodrigo mocked him, thinking Yetchin's body had unconsciously submitted to his overwhelming power. He roared that to become strong he had to accept this ugly appearance, and then burst into wild laughter. Suddenly, his red eyes gleamed with malice as he remembered something. He approached Zutan, who was stammering that he was the last cannon fodder shield to witness the tragedy. Rodrigo roared, charging to give Zutan a heroic death. Zotan hurried to raise his hand to signal him to stop, saying he had a few last words to say. "You talk too much, trash bard," Rodrigo snapped, grabbing Zotan by the neck. He lifted Zotan and asked for his last words, unaware of a dark entity emerging from the ground. Jotong said calmly that his desire was to survive and leave the abyss. He continued, speaking as tentacles of black blood surged from the ground. "Besides, perhaps I'm not the only cannon fodder shield to witness this tragedy." Jotong finished his sentence. Rodrigo turned in surprise, seeing a dark and red entity forming behind him. Yetchin had stood up, his body enveloped in dark energy, revealing that thanks to Zhao Tong buying him time, he had managed to use a drink to dispel his exhaustion state. Yetchin revealed that he had used the blood nightmare to come into contact with Rodrigo's body and collect information. Rodrigo Caesar realized with horror that the one he had just killed was only a copy and wondered when the real Yetchin had been there. Yetchin explained calmly that all power has a price, like the fact that his fury skill cost him 30 seconds of exhaustion. He mocked Rodrigo, saying the abyss would make him pay the price for greedily seeking power from it. Provoked, Rodrigo roared in denial, claiming it was entirely his own power as Yetchin approached. With a mad roar, Rodrigo prepared to charge. He roared savagely and launched his massive arm forward. Rodrigo's grotesque arm descended, aiming to crush Yetchin in front of the giant enemy. Yetchin stood firm, unfazed. Rodrigo roared one last cry of fury before attacking. He charged at a terrifying speed, determined to finish off his opponent. Yetchin jumped slightly, dodged the attack, and launched a punch at Rodrigo's head. Rodrigo staggered from the blow while Yetchin landed safely. Yetchin secretly realized that the change in Rodrigo's body shape had reduced his speed. He dodged expertly the clumsy and slow attacks from Rodrigo. After launching a punch, Yetchin realized he needed a weapon to inflict real damage. From a distance, Jitan shouted Jikin's name to catch his attention. Jotan gathered his strength and threw a throwing knife toward his companion, shouting for him to catch it. Yetchin turned, catching the sharp throwing knife, flying toward him just in time. Would you like me to translate the next sequence of this battle for you? Rodrigo Caesar charged forward, shattering Yetchin's golden shield. Yetchin agilely dodged, using Rodrigo's back as a springboard to jump. He landed behind the monster's back and swung his dagger, inflicting a deep cut. Rodrigo staggered from the attack, while Yetchin landed softly. The monster roared in surprise. Are those all fatal blows? Yetchin responded coldly, saying he hadn't even used all his strength. Humiliated, Rodrigo screamed in rage, claiming to be a superior existence. Yetchin glided past him at incredible speed, easily dodging all attacks. He appeared right behind Rodrigo, mocking his supposed superior existence. With a flaming fist, Yetchin declared that in his eyes, Rodrigo was just a monster. Rodrigo screamed in pain as flames enveloped his body. The monster's eyes glowed deep red, signaling a transformation. Rodrigo roared deafeningly, his body mutating into an even more grotesque form. Yetchin watched calmly, realizing Rodrigo had fully mutated and there was no turning back. The monster whispered sinisterly, asking Yetchin if he heard the call of the abyss. Suddenly, Rodrigo screamed in panic, begging them not to drag him down. He shouted frantically that he wasn't a meat shield and didn't deserve to die. Yotan noticed that Rodrigo had completely lost his mind and urged Yetchin to seize the opportunity. Yetchin narrowed his eyes, deciding to act. Amidst the dark energy, Rodrigo let out a maniacal laugh. Yetchin revealed to an astonished Jadhong that his body had been swapped with the Blood Nightmare. While Jadhong rejoiced that he was still alive, Yetchin received a challenge: defeat Quasar without killing him to earn a rare reward. He considered Quasar's situation and decided to attempt this difficult task. In a brief flashback, Yetchin's Blood Nightmare clone told Zutan to find a way to draw the enemy's attention for 5 seconds. Returning to the present, Yetchin declared that it wasn't necessary to kill Rodrigo. He explained calmly that monsters belonged to the abyss and could not leave it. Those who renounce their humanity and fall into the abyss will be welcomed by the abyss itself. That is the law. In another space, Rodrigo wandered, wondering what had driven him mad. He told himself that if he survived this chaos, he would have a great fortune. Suddenly, a white-haired adventurer exclaimed upon finding a treasure. The person shouted with joy about wealth, freedom, and a new identity. But as the adventurer laughed triumphantly, a demonized Rodrigo appeared right behind him. The scene shifted to a bar. Luxurious, Zutan prostrated himself at Yetchin's feet, begging him to call him boss and promising to follow him forever. Yetchin looked uncomfortable, but Zotong insisted he was determined to follow Yetchin for life. Yetchin thought to himself that at that moment he was only trying to look cool and had no deep intentions, but Zotong vehemently claimed it was thanks to his encouragement that he found his own worth. Yetchin asked about Zotong's future plans, who repeated a compliment that Yetchin didn't remember. With an expression full of determination, Zotan declared he wanted to become the support king. Yetchin thought to himself that with agility and luck stats of only 1, letting Zotan continue fighting on the front lines would only harm him. Jotong, unknowingly, enthusiastically proposed forming a team where he would support from the back while Yetchin fought at the front. Receiving a reality check, Jotong asked stunned, "Boss, what are you talking about?" Yetchin explained it. Frankly, that a support who needs to be protected is not a qualified support, and he didn't want Sotan to keep risking his life. Sotan was left speechless by the relentless rejection. Yetchin gave him 1,000 magic stones, saying it was enough for Jadhong to live for a long time, and asked him to promise never to enter the abyss again. So, Tong lowered his head, admitting Yetchin was right and doing it for his own good. But then he jerked his head up, declaring that even if he died, he couldn't accept living a life despised by others. Yetchin curled his lips, secretly admiring Sotong's convincing expression, before replying, "If you can't protect yourself, how can you protect others?" He summoned a glowing sword and asked Sotong. The microphone only occupied one of his hands, so what was the other hand for? Would you like me to translate more IDs from this story for you? Yetchin placed Laoli's sword in front of an astonished Zotong. He explained that the Bard class could use magic artifacts to cast both enhancement and attack spells. Yetchin said that if Tun couldn't wield the sword before for Laoli, then now he must strive his hardest to repay that kindness. Filled with new motivation, Tun firmly gripped the sword hilt and said he no longer needed those magic stones. Yetchin smiled and told him to give them to the families of Lao Li and Lao Su because in the future they would earn much more. Tun responded cheerfully in unison, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, elsewhere, 3 high commanders observed an unstable red energy portal. A purple-haired female official reported that after the Red Blood Moon incident, S-rank teams were sent and discovered the bodies of Blood Oath members, including the leader Caesar, who had been corrupted. The director listened and asked about the identity of another body that had just been identified. The official presented a file, revealing it was Chun Shindian, a notorious killer of companions during Abyss invasions. The official reported that Chun Shindian's body was found along with high-quality equipment, speculating he died in combat against a mutated captain, and considered this an unexpected factor. The director asked if that was the only factor, and she confirmed that indeed, it had only been him. Elsewhere, 2 high officials discussed the plan's failure. One suggested that Rodrigo Caesar was just a pawn, and they could find another to replace him. The scene shifts to the Shunfin People's Hospital. Inside, a man who looked like Yetchin was standing in the hallway. An older man in a patient gown collapsed to the floor, desperately begging for forgiveness and saying he had no other options left. He desperately held up an ancient and elaborate key. The key suddenly exploded, releasing an intense burst of dark purple energy. The dark energy blew up a corner of the hospital building. In the streets below, people screamed and fled in panic as the purple energy spread. A man looked at the sky in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. A gigantic abyss portal had opened in the middle of the city, causing terrified people to call for the authorities. In a painful memory, a boy tried to protect his sister from a horned monster in the middle of a sea of fire. The boy shouted to his sister to run, while another monster with sharp claws pursued them through the rubble. The boy shouted in pain as he was stabbed by the monster's limb. He was grabbed by the monster, his face revealing clear anguish. The little sister could only scream her brother's name helplessly as he was about to be devoured by a monstrous mouth. Yetchin let out a gasp in his bed. He sat up abruptly, panting and drenched in sweat after waking. Yetchin slumped exhausted onto the bed, annoyed that the nightmare was repeating itself. Lying in bed, Yetchin suddenly remembered an important matter for that day. He quickly headed to a roadside flower shop. Inside, he greeted Miss Shang and asked for a bouquet, as usual. She immediately guessed he was going to visit his sister. Miss Shang expressed her sympathy for his sister's situation, while Yetchin praised her new hairstyle. He thought to himself about how a muscular man had stopped him on the street to cut his hair. Miss Shang offered to help Yetchin take out the flowers, and he accepted cheerfully. Suddenly, 2 large armored vehicles approached at full speed and stopped in the street. Yetchin noticed many vehicles heading toward the hospital and wondered if something was happening. The 2 words hospital paralyzed him with worry. Without hesitating a second, Yetchin unleashed his speed, running like lightning toward the hospital. He used his gear to swing between tall buildings, rapidly approaching his target. Yetchin landed in the middle of the cordon-off road, facing a horrific scene. He realized with horror that a gigantic abyss portal was opening right there. He landed on the roof of a patrol car, right in front of a police officer on duty. The officer tried to ask him to step back because the area was cordoned off, but Yetchin simply walked right past, leaving the officer barely able to let out a shout. The policeman could only watch helplessly as Yetchin headed directly toward the portal. Another colleague approached, furiously asking why he had let a stranger through. The first officer explained that the person who just passed was not someone they could mess with. Standing before the dark portal, Yetchin silently promised his sister that this time, her brother would not let her down. Yetchin realized that the entire hospital had been abyssalized, moved to another dimension. He entered a room that had been cleared, speculating that a previous team had already taken care of the monsters. "Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs for you?" On the ground, he picked up a magic flask, an expensive item that not just anyone could possess. It was a high-efficiency magic flask capable of restoring 85% of energy and reducing consumption for 30 seconds. Considering he had to search for Tun alone, he decided to save the potion to prepare for the imminent, exhausting battle. Yetchin reached a large hall and found himself at a crossroads. He activated exploration vision to examine the two paths ahead of him. The system warned that both passages were one way, but he detected traces of the previous team and decided to take the other path to increase his rescue chances. Holding a glowing axe as a torch, he ventured into the darkness, ready to search the entire place if necessary. Sensing danger, Yetchin told himself he must act fast since ordinary people could not survive long here. He ran along an immaculate red carpet, a sign that no one had stepped on that path. Looking back, the entrance had been swallowed by darkness, forming a point of no return. Yetchin pulled out a magic item capable of mapping labyrinths. He used the item called Eye of Argos and ordered the map to be opened. However, the system reported that it could not display the map outside of this area. Suddenly, he understood that this was a rule abyss where navigation systems were useless, forcing others to use engraved markings to signal the way. Entering a new room, Yetchin unsheathed his dagger cautiously upon seeing strange tentacles hanging from the ceiling. Suspecting it was a trap room, he listened intently. But he did not detect any mechanical sound of traps. It was the eerie silence of the room that made him realize something was wrong, just as a sneaky shadow appeared behind him. A monster shaped like a reaper wielding a giant scythe appeared imposingly in front of Yetchin. The Abyss Reaper swung its giant scythe, enveloped in fiery red energy, and lunged directly toward Yetchin. Yetchin agilely dodged the blow. The scythe drove deep into the floor right beside him. He counterattacked immediately, jumping into the air and swinging his dagger directly at the monster. However, a notification appeared indicating the attack had been completely nullified. Yetchin retreated, exclaiming in astonishment as he realized the opponent possessed immunity to physical damage. The monster roared with a deafening crash, creating waves of red energy that propagated everywhere. Yetchin took the attack, bleeding from his nose and ears while the system reported he had been affected by the deafness status, drastically reducing his perception. He muttered, admitting he had almost underestimated the danger of the abyss. With a stinging pain, Yetchin suddenly realized he was facing a rule monster, and memories of an encounter from 3 years ago flooded his mind. In the memory, a younger Yetchin was sitting on the floor of a dark cave with a box full of salvaged items beside him. He was startled upon detecting something in the darkness. It turned out to be a pile of broken stone statues, making him sigh in relief, thinking they were harmless. He turned around, muttering that he thought he would have to fight monsters, unaware that the statues behind his back had transformed into shadows with glowing eyes. Yetchin focused on a crystal inside the box, telling himself he couldn't waste even a single piece. He was surprised to find an object that looked like a crystal crown. Suddenly, the stone statues revealed themselves with bloodshot eyes and creepy smiles. Yetchin turned and was frightened to see they had moved from their original position. A veteran adventurer suddenly appeared, shouting at him not to turn around or blink because they were weeping stone statues. The person urged Yetchin to stare at the monsters and not at him, and he hurried to obey. The adventurer explained that abyss monsters followed certain rules, and that weeping stone statues petrified and locked onto their target when stared at. In the memory from 3 years ago, a veteran adventurer warned Yetchin that if they stopped looking at them, the weeping stone statues would lunge to kill them immediately. Yetchin asked anxiously what to do, and the man instructed him to follow him, backing away slowly and without blinking under any circumstances. Both began to retreat cautiously, keeping their gaze fixed on the motionless statues at the end of the hall. Unfortunately, Yetchin tripped over a piece of rock on the ground. He fell on his back, dropping the box he was carrying and breaking the rule of not looking away. Immediately, the statues came to life, their eyes glowing with ghostly smiles as they began to move. The monsters lunged toward the two at an incredible speed. The experienced adventurer quickly grabbed a nearby stone block. He threw it toward the statues to block their path while Yetchin remained dazed on the ground. Yetchin could only look on in horror at what was happening. The adventurer scolded him, saying he had been very lucky because if he had attacked those statues, he would have died instantly. He added that even if they were only weak scavengers, in terms of experience, they were second to none. Would you like me to continue translating the next set of IDs? Back in the present, Yetchin remembered those words, and his gaze became firm as he faced the Abyss Reaper. He deduced that if this monster was immune to physical damage, magic might be its weakness. Yetchin launched the Great Flame Explosion attack aimed directly at the enemy. However, the attack was reflected and a blast of green energy enveloped Yetchin. He staggered from the heat, wondering why he couldn't control the fire magic normally. As the Abyss Reaper raised its scythe, Yetchin thought with regret that fire was the only magic he knew. Still, he did not flinch, his eyes glowing with determination. Yetchin pulled out a card featuring a fierce phantom wolf. Yetchin retreated agilely, dodging the powerful scythe strike from the Abyss Reaper. He analyzed the situation, realizing that this demon was immune to physical damage, but its attacks were purely physical, a strange combination of rules. The Abyss Reaper, with its glowing red eyes, continued to swing its weapon relentlessly. Yetchin jumped high, escaping the lethal horizontal sweep of the scythe once more. The giant scythe passed narrowly by, demonstrating the monster's terrifying speed. Suddenly, Yetchin stopped the Abyss Reaper's attack with his own hands. His eyes glowed with purple light as he realized he could successfully resist its blow. Yetchin finally understood the rule. The demon only became corporeal when performing an offensive action. He looked directly at his opponent and declared that as long as the scythe wasn't withdrawn, it had lost the protection of the rule. Now, physical attack is precisely your weakness, roared Yetchin and lunged, enveloped in purple energy. Upon being attacked, the Abyss Reaper roared, its body enveloped in a chaotic flow of red energy. Yetchin moved forward cautiously, observing the condensing cloud of red energy. The energy spiraled, signaling that an ominous transformation was occurring within. From there, the Abyss Reaper emerged with a new form, much more muscular and large. A second form, interesting, thought Yetchin, facing an enemy that had become stronger. The monster immediately launched a new attack, firing countless tentacles of red energy toward Yetchin. Affected by the roar, Yetchin's hearing and vision were reduced, and he considered canceling his blood clone to save his life. But he quickly discarded that idea, since the recently used skill required a cooldown and his mana was not enough for continuous summoning. The Abyss Reaper moved at an incredible speed, appeared right in front, and launched a devastating blow against Yetchin. Being knocked down, Yetchin was surprised to realize he couldn't react in time and only avoided a critical hit through pure luck. Admitting this was an assassin that couldn't be defeated with superior stats alone. Yetchin activated a skill to regenerate his body. Once his wounds were healed, he decided to bolster his health so as not to be knocked down in a single blow. The Abyss Reaper, to his surprise, showed distress, a tear rolling down its somber face. Yetchin realized the monster was a spirit. Even the weak light of his healing magic made it hesitate. "I get it," exclaimed Yetchin, a small flame sprouting in the palm of his hand. The monster looked at the flame with complacency, seemingly not considering it a threat. Immediately, the flame in Yetchin's hand exploded into a ball of blazing fire. His entire body was enveloped in a sea of raging flames. The heat and blinding light caused the Abyss Reaper to recoil in fear. Yetchin smiled, thinking that things had finally gotten interesting. From the monster's perspective, Yetchin was now a figure of fire slowly approaching. He deduced that the monster was the soul of someone who had died in a fire, which is why his fire skills were cursed. To close the distance, he activated the Spirit Touch skill. "If I can't throw a fireball, then I'll become one," roared Yetchin and lunged, shouting the name of his technique. Great Flame Explosion. A terrifying explosion submerged the entire area in a sea of fire. The Abyss Reaper was completely. The system announced the monster had been defeated, but Yetchin's health had also fallen below 1/10. With his arms severely burned and paralyzed, he accepted the price of victory and waited for his recovery skill to recharge. Seeing the monster's corpse burning, he shouted hastily, "Hey, don't turn into ashes yet. I still have to recycle you." Yetchin quickly used his recycling skill on the burning corpse of the Abyss Reaper. The result was a new divine artifact card called Soul Reaper, with the ability to summon a demonic spirit for an area attack. He realized it was a type of soul-binding card completely different from anything he had seen before. "Yetchin, would you like me to translate the next batch of subtitles for you?" He analyzed that this divine artifact was extremely powerful, but also incredibly dangerous. If he failed to kill the target, he himself would suffer a deadly counterattack. Just at that moment, the seal on the great gate broke, and his regeneration skill had also recovered. He immediately activated the skill, letting the green healing energy envelop his body. After fully recovering, Yetchin affirmed, "Xiaoso, your brother's coming." Meanwhile, in a gruesome basement, an orc butcher was dismembering corpses. He roughly threw something into a wooden bucket. Yetchin's sister, Xiaozhou, was hiding in fear. The butcher trampled on an object on the floor, startling the girl. He immediately discovered Xiaozhou's hiding place. The girl cowered behind the sacks as the butcher approached. He kicked the sacks, throwing the girl, Jessie, also fell face down onto the cold stone floor. The girl stood up with difficulty, hugged her teddy bear, and bravely declared she wouldn't allow anyone to bully her brother. Suddenly, a giant spiked boot was about to stomp on her, but Xiaozhou extended her hand to stop it. The attacker was an even larger armored orc that roared menacingly. The armored orc roared a long, aggressive series of sounds in the dark room. Little Jessie Oso faced the monster's gigantic silhouette in despair. Jessie Oso murmured her brother's name, calling for help. Immediately, the armored orc lunged fiercely at the girl. Suddenly, another orc butcher was sliced in half in an instant. An unknown swordsman used his greatsword to finish off the monster. Jisho was startled, terrified by the sound of the battle that had just ended. The one who saved her was a muscular hunter with a face full of scars, known as the dual swordsman Wuming. Realizing he was a hunter, Jessia Osu exclaimed with joy. However, Wuming turned away coldly and left, ignoring the girl's call. Without giving up, Jessia Oso crawled quickly, hugged his legs, and pleaded to go with him. Wuming shot her a look, warning her that staying might mean living, but following him would mean certain death. Jessie Oso clenched her fists, telling herself she must survive to reunite with her brother and keep her promise. A flashback from 7 years ago appeared when a doctor informed young Yetchin that his sister had suffered severe neurological damage. Young Yetchin asked, dazed, unable to believe his sister wouldn't be able to stand up again. The doctor confirmed the damage was theoretically irreversible, which made Yetchin cling to the faint hope in the word theoretically. The boy quickly asked about the chances of a cure, and the doctor revealed he had heard of miracles occurring in the abyss. He further explained that if the cause of the illness came from the abyss, then the cure might also be found there. Yetchin realized the abyss was the only hope to cure his sister. However, the doctor extinguished that hope, saying only those with transferred professions could enter the abyss, and reminded him of the enormous treatment cost of 8 million per day. Yetchin bowed his head, promised to do everything possible to earn money, and begged the doctor to take care of his sister. Leaving the clinic, Yetchin promised the doctor he would soon get enough money for the hospital expenses. As the boy walked down the hall, 2 hospital employees began talking about him. One recounted the tragedy of Yucking's family. His parents passed away, his sister was left crippled, and he was left alone. The other, hearing it, couldn't help but feel pity for the boy's situation. Leaving the gossip behind, Yetchin cheerfully entered the room and called his sister's name, Xiaozhu. Yi Xiaozhu, lying in bed, asked worriedly where her brother had been. He sat down and explained that he had just seen a doctor and that he was going to a place called the Abyss. Hearing the name, Jessia so immediately asked if that place was safe. Despite having bandages on his face, Jessin smiled confidently and said it was. He lied, saying the Abyss wasn't dangerous and that he only had to follow the others. As he prepared to leave, he remembered something. Yetchin pulled out a teddy bear and said it would look after his sister in his absence. Yetchin begged her brother not to go, reminding him that he was her only living relative. But Yetchin stood firm, stating it was the only way to earn enough money to cure his sister's legs. Yekeso declared she would rather stay in a wheelchair her whole life than see her brother go to a place full of monsters. Finally, the 2 siblings intertwined their fingers and promised each other that Yetchin would never put himself in danger. The scene returns to the present. Yeshua lies on the dungeon floor, thinking to herself that she couldn't die, so her brother wouldn't have to risk himself for her. With a determined look, the girl resolved that not even her brother could die. Wuming, who had just saved her, looked down and commented on her tenacious clinging to life. Wuming seemed intrigued and said that if the monsters were going to harm Jisho, he wouldn't protect her. Jisho simply replied calmly that fortunately her wheelchair was intact. She declared she didn't care if he lived or died. that she would manage on her own and follow him from afar. The man introduced himself as Gumming, a dual swordsman. Meanwhile, Yetchin explored another dungeon, reflecting on the limits of healing potions in the abyss. He recalled one of the fundamental rules: a body cannot be healed beyond its state upon entering. That meant that pre-existing injuries before entering the abyss could not be fully cured. Yetchin thought bitterly that if it weren't for this rule, he would have found a cure for Yi Chao so long ago. Suddenly the gaze of Yetchin stopped upon noticing an unusual scene. He saw the corpses of many warriors, concluding they had been eliminated by higher-level monsters. However, there was no trace of any monster, which led him to speculate that a survivor had escaped. His gaze suddenly stopped, amazed by what he saw next before him, and lay the corpse of a giant monster split in half by a single blow, and the observing eye detected no trace of magic. Yetchin noticed that most of the victims were the fast and intelligent type, which reinforced his hypothesis that the attacker used only pure physical strength. He smiled mischievously, realizing that someone stronger than everyone else existed, and he knew who it was. The scene returns to Gumming walking ahead, followed by Jessie Oso in her wheelchair. Suddenly, Wuming stopped abruptly. He sensed an imminent threat as flashes of light sparkled in the air. Gumming swung his sword, unleashing a powerful energy slash that also pushed Jessie Oso back. Jessie Oso was thrown back by the force of the slash, screaming comically. The energy converged again in Gumming's body, creating points of light on his chest and shoulders. His eyes sharpened as he concentrated all his strength. Gumi turned toward Yusho, so sitting on the ground, and asked, "Are we going?" To which she replied worriedly, "It hurts." The girl's innocent question momentarily bewildered Wuming, evoking an old memory. 4 years ago, in a king-level abyssal dungeon, a huge tomb overlord grabbed a mercenary's head. The monster easily crushed the unfortunate mercenary's head. The figure of a young Gumming faced the monster and its minions alone. At that time, he was still a mercenary, wielding a shining sword and ready to fight. His employer, a wealthy old man, shouted furiously, scolding the mercenaries for their hesitation. Wuming thoughtfully recalled his status as a criminal, only able to join private hunting groups full of reckless madmen. He explained that these people specialized in accepting near-suicidal missions in exchange for double pay. The desperate employer shouted, increasing the reward for killing the tomb overlord to 200,000 credits. Wuming reflected on the gambling nature of this profession, while another companion excitedly announced that the reward had risen to 250,000. Tempted by the money, a bandaged mercenary lunged forward, followed by others who also rushed recklessly into battle. The tomb overlord narrowed its eyes, observing the approaching mercenaries. It roared with an earth-shaking force, a burst of fire erupting around its body. A muscular mercenary grabbed the monster's leg, frantically shouting about the huge reward. At the same time, 2 other assassins in robes emerged from behind, preparing to launch an attack. The tomb overlord roared again, its eyes burning with fury. It swung its arm, throwing easily the mercenaries who lunged like moths to a flame. Undeterred, Gumming grit his teeth and directly faced the giant monster. The boss raised its colossal fist, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. The punch descended with terrifying force, sending another mercenary flying like a fallen leaf. As the monster stood amidst a sea of flames, the cowardly employer cowered in fear. "Save me. You'll only get paid if I get out of here alive," he shouted in a panic. "Would you like me to translate the next part of this flashback for you?" He continued shouting, "Remember, it was I who bought your lives." Wuming ignored the pleas and bravely lunged in a battle against the tomb overlord. He shouted with effort, putting all his strength into resisting the monster's attack. Wuming's gigantic blade clashed head-on with the boss's hand, creating a violent tremor. He cried out in pain as the impact caused blood to spurt from the corners of his mouth. After the life-and-death battle, Wuming stood by the treasure chest with the loot floating above it. Suddenly, the employer pushed him, ran frantically toward the treasure, and shouted, "Get away. Let me open the chest." Wuming, injured, coldly made a new demand, "My pay double it." The employer responded with disdain, "You're about to die. Do you need money to spend in the afterlife?" He threw open the lid of the chest, laughing wildly. "I'm going to be rich." It wasn't in vain to buy information about this hidden dungeon. However, A violent flame unexpectedly erupted from the chest, devouring him. The employer's expression distorted in absolute terror in the final moment of his life. The employer looked in astonishment at the empty chest, unable to believe his eyes. He burst into inconsolable tears and despair, lamenting the effort he had invested. While he wept pitifully, Gumming simply observed from behind. Suddenly, the employer's body disintegrated into a whirlwind of sand under the effect of a magic spell. Gumming realized with horror that it was a curse as he saw sand leaking from his own eyes. He wondered with horror if he too had been affected by that deadly curse. In a moment of critical danger, Wuming pulled out the dead kingdom treasure, staking his hope of survival on it. This immortal relic had the ability to transform its bearer into an immortal creature, but they would suffer mortal damage from divine magic and healing. The price of this transformation was the loss of the ability to feel pain and any emotional change. Gumming accepted his fate, thinking thoughtfully that he had become someone who could not die. Lu Shingan asked in amazement, seeing that his blood had turned to sand, worried about the curse he suffered. Wuming simply remained silent. His lifeless eyes showed no reaction. Ignored, Lu Shingan shouted with frustration and helplessness as he turned around and walked away. The scene shifts to the present. The weapons of defeated monsters are already scattered across the bloody ground. A horde of fierce blue-skinned orcs growls and lunges forward. Yetchin threw himself into the center of the circle, thinking about how rushed he had been in distributing his 200 stat points evenly. Still, he gripped his dagger. With a determined expression, Yetchin moved at lightning speed, knowing full well that if he misjudged the situation, he could pay with his life. He knew that although the abyss monsters weren't too strong, the endless battles were truly exhausting. Yetchin launched an aerial attack, slashing a blue-skinned monster. He landed on the ground, facing a horde of monsters surrounding him. With a frantic dagger cry, he lunged forward, but a warning appeared indicating his mana was below 5%. He realized with irritation that he had run out of mana and could no longer use skills. When a monster swung its weapon, he decided to face it directly. He put all his strength into his fist. In that case, I'll have to rely on pure stats to fight, he thought, and launched a devastating punch at the enemy. Looking at the growling shadows in the distance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This never ends." Yetchin told himself that after fighting through 4 consecutive rooms, his body was fatigued and his mana was only at half, while all small potions had been exhausted. He knew he had to save the large potions for the most crucial moments. His punch impacted directly on the monster's face with terrifying force. Its face deformed horribly from the impact. The monster's skull began to crack, and then its head exploded into pieces. Yucking landed as the monster's body dissolved into dark energy. He quickly placed his hand on the remains to recycle it. From there, he obtained a new card. It was the Soul Reaper artifact, a weapon with a major side effect, but which could also restore health in an instant. Just then, another group of fully armed monsters charged. "Would you like me to translate the next IDs as Yetchin tests out his new Soul Reaper card?" Yucking launched a series of high-speed slashes, tearing the Abyssal Ripper to pieces. Immediately after, the Soul Reaper artifact activated its effect, completely restoring health and mana. He sighed in relief, thinking he had saved mana potions and didn't have to abuse the legendary regeneration skill. Suddenly, a strange noise alerted Yetchin, who wondered if someone was nearby. He looked down and discovered a pair of glasses on the ground right at his feet. Yetchin turned immediately toward a large wooden barrel and asked who was there. A hand suddenly shot out from behind the barrel, grabbing his leg while a terrified voice pleaded not to kill him. A man poked his head out cautiously, nervously asking if he had seen his glasses. After retrieving his glasses from Yetchin, the man cheerfully introduced himself as Dr. Song King Shan, a physician and researcher. Song King Shan explained that his area had been suddenly invaded by countless monsters similar to those Yetchin had just eliminated. Terrified, he fled to a strange room and had no choice but to hide inside a barrel. Yetchin asked coldly if he had seen any other survivors. Song King Shan vehemently stated that no one could have survived in this abyss hospital, especially the disabled. Infuriated by the callous attitude of a doctor, Yetchin grabbed Song King Shan by the collar to interrogate him, but he only made the excuse that he had to prioritize his own life. Song King then tried to calm the situation, asking flatteringly if Yetchin had come to rescue him. He confidently assumed Yetchin had been sent by Lionheart and promised a considerable reward if they got him out of there safe and sound. The name Lionheart made Yetchin freeze, reminding him of an enemy named Kaiser. In a flashback, a system message appeared confirming he had defeated Kaiser and received 150 attribute points. The memories continued, showing so too confirming that the lion badge the enemy had dropped was the symbol of the Lionheart Hunter group. Yetchin reflected on Lionheart, an elite hunter group that only accepted the strongest. He muttered that the requirement to join these powerful hunter groups was ridiculous. Suddenly Song King Shan called out to him in panic, pointing out that the exit must be in the opposite direction. The man explained that Yetchin had just left the infirmary and advised him not to bother saving the unfortunate souls there. Yetchin replied calmly that he was going in that direction because his sister was there, Song Qing. Sam was stunned, realizing that Yetchin was not from Lionheart, nor had he come to save him. Yetchin coldly stated that he only collected trash, he didn't save it. With his eyes glowing purple, he said he had no interest in saving something so useless. A massive purple energy gate suddenly appeared in the hallway, emitting a dark aura. Song King Shan hastily warned that the place had become a deep labyrinth, and that Yetchin would surely get lost. He offered to guide Yetchin to find his sister in exchange for Yetchin taking him out of there as well. Seeing Yetchin's silence, Song King Shan interpreted it as consent and pointed enthusiastically toward the portal. Yetchin moved toward the door where the image of a white-haired girl awaited him, symbolizing his goal. He stepped into the chaotic purple energy without hesitation. Walking beside Yetchin, Song King Shan tried to start a conversation and asked which group he belonged to. Yetchin replied briefly that he had come alone. Song King Shan was skeptical and laughed at the idea of an independent hunter in these times. He spoke at length about the major hunter groups and offered to introduce him to some good ones after they got out. Yetchin lost his patience, ordered him to shut up, and just guide him after telling him his sister's name, Yi Chao Su, Song. King Shan went silent upon hearing the name Yi Chao Su. In a flashback, the files of 2 teenage test subjects were reviewed. A short, fat recruiter assured his colleague that the families of these 2 children, including Jesse So, had no influence. He revealed that Jesse Aso's brother was risking his life in the abyss, while the other, Lin Chugu, was an unemployed ex-convict. A researcher with glasses wondered how he had convinced people with no social background like those. The recruiter smiled mischievously, explaining he only needed to exploit their desire to not be a burden. He delved into Inshu's pain, suggesting that even his father was distancing himself and considered him a burden. Then, he shifted his attention to Jikasu. He manipulated her by telling her about her brother's sacrifices and asking if she wanted her brother to be safe. With a determined expression, Jikasu hugged her teddy bear and agreed. The recruiter made her an attractive offer of a new treatment that could cure her illness and prevent them from being a burden to society. Lin Chugu immediately offered to be the first, while Yi Chao Su also wished to participate so she could fend for herself. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see what happens to the test subjects? The recruiter, with satisfaction, handed them an agreement to sign later. He and the researcher stood in front of a camera, mocking the children's gullibility and calling them useful trash for a greater purpose. The recruiter flattered a masked man called the director, praising that his research would benefit society. The researcher revealed that the true goal was to create abyss embryos worth billions, and the director ordered them to begin. Experiment number 1 was carried out as a purple liquid was injected into a blood bag. Inside the chamber, a hand began to dissolve into the solution. The director shouted in panic as the test subject screamed in agony. The researcher with glasses cursed in shock. A female employee reported that the abyss cells were rejecting the host. Inside the chamber, the test subject's body completely dissolved when the stem cell injection failed. The director himself coldly assured that it was just one body and they had a backup plan. Just then, the female employee reported in panic that someone was causing a disturbance outside. Through the surveillance screen, they saw a man in a patient's suit shouting, demanding his daughter. The annoyed director ordered the man to be brought in, and the duck-headed recruiter enthusiastically agreed. The recruiter met the guards beating the patient and ordered them to take him inside. While being escorted, the father was informed that his daughter was with the director. In a laboratory, the director welcomed the man and confirmed that his daughter was right there. The desperate father asks for his daughter, Joan Jan, and the director points to a tank containing only a skeleton. With a forced smile, the director apologizes for the incident and promises compensation as agreed. His expression turns sinister as he adds that they still need to recover the body for study. Filled with rage, the father lunges forward, screaming about their inhumanity while the guards hold him back. The director cruelly responds that a cripple should contribute his body to society and be grateful for the compensation. The father weeps inconsolably, stating he doesn't want money, only his daughter back alive, losing patience. The director orders the insolent patient to be expelled. As he is dragged away, the father curses that he will send them all to hell while a voice orders him to be thrown into the abyss. The flashback ends as the director turns around and asks about Yi Xiaozhu's status. In a flashback, a voice reports that no energy is detected from Jesse Ozu floating in the experimentation chamber, suggesting more observation is needed. The subordinate asks the director if the girl's brother could cause trouble. The director dismisses it, scoffing that a low-level scavenger like Yetchin couldn't cause any trouble. Returning to the present, Yetchin looks directly at Song Qingshan and asks if he knows his sister, Song King. Shan laughs nervously, stammering that he doesn't know Yi Xiaozhu. The doctor thinks to himself, not understanding how Yi Xiaozhu's brother, an anonymous scavenger, could be so strong. In his desperation, Song Qingshan confesses in his mind that he pushed Yi Xiaozhu in the monster nest and then fled alone, trembling, Song King. Shan continues guiding under Yetchin's silent gaze. When Song Qingshan stops, Yetchin asks coldly if he has forgotten the way. Song Qingshan rushes to invent an excuse, saying he was only worried about Yi Xiaozhu's safety and blaming the monsters that appeared in the hospital ward. He calms himself, thinking that if Yi Xiaozhu is dead, he can blame the abyss monsters. Yetchin continues walking, his sharp eyes scanning the dark corridor stretching before him. Suddenly, Yetchin grabs Song Qingshan by the neck, making him scream in terror. He throws Song Qingshan aside with force, just as a massive two-handed sword slashes the spot where Yetchin was. He recognizes that this aura does not belong to a monster, while Song Qingshan is stunned, not understanding what is happening. An unknown swordsman lands, and Yetchin apologizes for having mistaken him for a monster. The scarred man introduces himself as Gumming, sent by the Lionheart group to rescue Director Song. While Yetchin understands the situation, Song Qingshan screams at the rescuer who almost killed him. Yetchin secretly deduces, recognizing that this massive sword belongs to the powerful individual from the Lionheart group he had heard about. Wu Ming introduces himself as a nameless mercenary who does not hesitate to sacrifice his companions for a high reward, while Yetchin realizes secretly the danger of this type of mercenary. Song Qingshan rushes to ask for rescue. Song Qingshan whispers to Yetchin that he feels a murderous aura from the newcomer's sword and believes he has no intention of rescuing anyone. Yetchin dismisses Song Qingshan's fear, stating he feels no murderous aura and begins to question Gumming. He explains that he is here because his sister is in a room right behind Gumming. Gumming responds coldly that he has seen a girl there before. Yetchin is stunned, hurriedly asking where his sister is, while Sun Qinzian panics for fear that his lie will be discovered. Wu Ming simply says, "Here," and throws an object toward Yetchin. Yetchin is confused as he catches a teddy bear and doesn't understand where it came from. Gumming announces cruelly that the girl was very cute, but unfortunately she didn't survive. Yetchin is left speechless, unable to believe what he just heard. On the contrary, Song Qingshan secretly rejoices, thinking he is safe because the only witness has died. Gumming relates that he told the girl he wouldn't protect her, but still promised to deliver a message if he met her brother. He repeats So's message, saying she hoped he could wait at the main gate so her brother could see her safe without having to risk entering. Yetchin's eyes shine with a cold and furious look. He roars, asking why Wu Ming stood idly by while watching his sister in danger, and then lunges to attack. Wu Ming responds calmly that a mercenary's duty is only to fulfill the contract, and that he doesn't care about anything else. He easily blocks Yetchin's attack and reveals that he carries a curse that causes all his companions to die. As their weapons clash, Wu Ming adds that in a sense, the girl's death was also his own fault. In a fit of rage, Yetchin lunges at Wu Ming, shouting for his sister's whereabouts. When their weapons clash, Wu Ming offers to show him the way if Yetchin leaves Director Sun, but he flatly refuses. From behind, Sun King Shan speaks in fear, reminding them that he is still here. Wu Ming declares coldly that he has no compassion and would not hesitate to finish off his former companions. With superior strength, Wu Ming easily pushes Yetchin's hand away from his massive sword. Yetchin provokes him by asking what Wu Ming will do without his weapon in hand. He launches a direct punch at Wu Ming, who maintains a calm expression. Suddenly, a dagger emitting purple energy appears in Yetchin's hand as he prepares to attack. He approaches quickly and uses the energy dagger to attack Gumming. A message appears, indicating that the disarm skill has been activated, neutralizing the opponent's weapon for 8 seconds. Taking the opportunity, Yetchin launches an uppercut that hits Wu Ming's face. He continues to mock him, doubting the swordsman's skill with his massive sword. Wu Ming stands his ground, explaining that experienced warriors can use their own bodies as weapons, and admitting he hasn't used his full strength yet. He gripped the great sword again, now shrouded in a dark aura, and warned that Yetchin wouldn't be able to resist it. The sword ignited with orange flames as Wu Ming prepared to use the rock breaker / skill. Yetchin analyzed calmly, considering that the great sword, though powerful, was slow and could be interrupted. Gumming launched a terrifying slash, creating trails of dark energy that swept across the great hall. Yetchin realized with amazement that the attack speed was much higher than he had predicted. To dodge, he jumped upward and simultaneously summoned a horde of spiders from the broodmother card to block the blow. Gumming was surprised. "You also have summoning skills?" A summoned spider lunged, shooting webs at Gumming. Gumming was immediately enveloped and bound by countless white threads. However, with just one effort, he broke all the bonds. "It would be ridiculous if you intended to stop me with those monsters," mocked Gumming as he jumped into the air. He swung his sword and unleashed the rock breaker slash, a destructive attack from above. "If you think you can beat me with those tricks, you've underestimated me," replied Yetchin, charging in a dark aura. Yetchin thought to himself that the punch he had just thrown had been almost completely absorbed by Wu Ming's greatsword. Otherwise, it could have pierced his body. Wu Ming assessed, "You're not one of those useless level zeros." He admitted Yetchin's strength exceeded his expectations, but Yetchin was also sure his combat skills were not inferior. "I ask you one last time, where's my sister?" growled Yetchin, his patience exhausted. A flashback appeared. Wu Ming remembered the girl in the wheelchair who asked him if he was stronger than her brother. Yi Xiaoso had spoken proudly of her scavenger brother who always fought to change his destiny, someone she deeply admired. When Gumming considered scavenger to be a weak profession, Jessia, shouted angrily that he was lying. The girl's words, full of faith about a true warrior, made Gumming really want to meet that brother. Returning to the present, Wu Ming looked into Yetchin's eyes and recognized the brave gaze his sister had described. From Wu Ming's perspective, Yetchin was there, using the last potion to recover. "Would you like me to translate the final clash between Yetchin and Wu Ming for you?" Yetchin analyzed in silence, noting that Wu Ming's health bar was not very high and that he was classified as a two-handed swordsman. He decided to stack buffs and launch a critical strike at his weak point to defeat Wu Ming in 3 moves. Yetchin analyzed his opponent, noting that Wu Ming wore no armor and only wielded a greatsword. He reasoned that Wu Ming followed an all-out attack combat style without worrying about defense. Gumming charged. He swung a massive greatsword downward, forcing Yetchin to dodge. Immediately, Yetchin counterattacked, charging toward Gumming with dark energy concentrated in his hand. Gumming's eyes glowed with an intense fire as he prepared to defend himself. He swung his greatsword, which glowed a deep red, to block Yetchin's attack. Yetchin was surprised by his opponent's astonishing reaction speed. To match the speed, he activated a skill card and speed boost. With the increased speed, Yetchin managed to land a critical blow on Wu Ming's back, causing a serious wound. However, Wu Ming's wound did not bleed, but instead glowed strangely. Yetchin noticed the anomaly when Wu Ming showed no intention of dodging and seemed unharmed. Wu Ming turned. His face showed no sign of pain. The wound on his shoulder began to glow and heal itself. Yetchin was astonished, not understanding what was happening. Wu Ming roared. A burst of blue energy enveloped him and dissipated all his wounds. Completely recovered, Gumming continued swinging his sword to attack. Yetchin was thrown back by the force of the blow. In the air, he concentrated all his energy into one last attack. A massive energy explosion erupted, completely engulfing Gumming's position. Yetchin stood on guard, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. Wuming revealed calmly, "I possess a trait that makes me immune to normal attacks." Yetchin was stunned. A thought crossed his mind. Immortality? Wuming explained that the abyss is full of existences beyond comprehension, from professions and skills to equipment. He continued talking about an even more unique existence. Curses, a divine punishment in exchange for power. In an illusion of the past, Tomb Overlord mocked Wuming, saying that the gods had noticed him only for amusement. The monster laughed out loud, stating that, in any case, Wuming had obtained the power he craved. But it also revealed the price. Didn't they tell you they would also take away what is most precious to you? Back to reality, Jackie realized in shock. No, an undead trait. From afar, Song King's son confirmed that the rumors about abyss monsters transmitting traits were true, and the infinite regeneration capacity of the undead was one of them. Before Yetchin's eyes, a completely intact hand emerged from the rubble where Gumming had just been defeated. Gumming remembered the moment he touched eternity just before the threshold of death, and then revived. Memories of being avoided by his teammates, considered a bad luck omen, flooded his mind. Completely reborn from a pool of dark liquid, Wuming declared, "I have paid the price of eternity." He stood in the midst of the swirling sand of the past, accepting his fate. "I died, but I continue to live forever." The gaze of Wuming in the present became firm and full of murderous intent. A system notification appeared regarding his skill, Wish of Death, which doubled damage dealt and received when his health was low, just as he charged to attack. Yetchin grit his teeth, thinking that the combination of this skill and the curse of immortality was truly a cheat. Wuming launched a powerful punch, activating a skill in the form of a viscous and repulsive substance. The strange liquid from the attack splashed, taking the form of screaming faces. Yetchin jumped agilely, dodging the dark energy that Gumming sprayed from the ground. He landed on the opposite side, a purple aura enveloping his body as both stood on guard. Using his new weapon, Ying questioned, "Is an undead trait really invincible?" Wuming responded confidently that in this confrontation, his victory was already decided. Ying brandished the giant scythe, and a system card appeared announcing he had received a divine weapon. The image of the Abyssal Reaper appeared, representing the terrifying power of the weapon. Wuming was stunned to realize it was a legendary-level divine weapon. The Reaper's ghost swung the giant scythe, slashing directly toward Wuming. The attack hit its mark, causing a massive shock to the immortal swordsman's shoulder. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see if the divine weapon can overcome Wuming's immortality? Wuming analyzed the blow, realizing it wasn't a physical weapon, but a pure skill effect. Yetchin explained that the Reap Harvest skill would activate immediately because Wuming's body was already dead. He continued, reasoning that the reason the immortal could live forever was thanks to mana, so that was Wuming's true health bar. Wuming admitted that Yetchin had guessed correctly, amazed by Yetchin's ability to analyze information. Yetchin stated that the Abyss operated under rules and that every seemingly unsolvable puzzle had a way to be broken. He pointed out that Wuming's sacrificial fighting style was actually a deliberate trap to hide his true weakness. Wuming countered, saying that Yetchin must also have a fatal weakness among the 6 basic attributes. But Yetchin mocked him, revealing he was a hexagonal warrior with evenly distributed stats. He thought to himself that he must attack before Wuming recovered to end the battle quickly. Gumming struggled to defend himself, his interior. Shocked by Yetchin's speed and strength, which exceeded all standards, he roared, declaring that he already mastered both abnormal technique and brute force. Yetchin and Gumming lunged at each other in a fierce exchange. Yetchin confidently explained his strategy. Physical attacks won't kill you, but the constant depletion of your mana will slow your regeneration. If this continues, you'll run out of mana and die. Provoked, Wuming roared in anger and swung his sword to attack. But Yetchin was prepared. He raised the divine Weapon Soul Reaver. A phantom of the Abyssal Ripper was summoned, lunging directly toward Gumming. Even as an arm was disintegrating, Gumming mocked, "Can your energy keep up the pace?" Yetchin replied defiantly, "If it's a battle of attrition, I have a slight advantage." Gumming suddenly realized, all puzzles have a solution. Your weakness isn't in combat, but elsewhere. Suddenly, he was surprised to see a small teddy bear fall, and Yetchin also froze when it dropped. Exploiting Yetchin's moment of carelessness, Gumming immediately charged. He launched a devastating punch, throwing Yetchin a distance away. Gumming coldly declared, "I have no mercy for those who get in my way. Even if they are teammates, I won't hesitate to send them to hell." He grabbed Yucking's face. "But you're different, Yucking. You still have the morals of a human being. Even knowing the person you protect is a piece of trash, you still try to stop me. So, what will you choose between your sister's life and Song King Shan?" Wu-Ming delivered the fatal psychological blow. Yetchin was stunned, a ray of hope shining in his eyes. "Wait, a choice? Chao So isn't dead?" Wu-Ming confirmed, "When I said the girl was dead, this bear is just proof that I know where she is." He mocked, "This bear is proof that I know where she is. That girl doesn't die so easily, just like you." Yetchin was extremely confused, asking, "What are you talking about?" The scene changed abruptly to a few hours earlier. In a ruined great hall, Gumming faced a fierce and gigantic orc monster in a dark dungeon. Jessia Oso is captured by two giant orcs. Wu-Ming coldly tells the crying girl that he won't save her because it's not his mission. Memories of her brother Yetchin flood her mind, remembering his promise to earn enough money to cure her legs. Desperate to not be a burden, Yeshua so sobs, asking for power, even if only for a moment. Purple energy suddenly erupts from her eyes. The nearby orc boss witnesses this scene with extreme horror. A terrifying image is reflected in his eyes as sweat pours down in buckets. A system message appears indicating that Yeshua so has unlocked a new skill, Shapeshifter, as she begins to transform. Immediately, in her new form, she waves her hand and throws the two orcs who had captured her. At the same time, Wu-Ming lunges to finish off the orc boss with a decisive slash. He stands still on the battlefield after defeating the enemy. Wu-Ming's face maintains a calm expression as he observes the situation. He reasons that the girl is probably a victim affected by the temptation of the abyss, which caused her to awaken her ability. The eyes of the giant teddy bear fill with tears, indicating the girl's mind is still there. The giant creature roars, facing Gumming, who is on guard. Gumming remembers that those whose cells have been altered by the abyss usually lose their sanity and become monsters. However, the girl in monster form realizes days that she is taller and can walk. Gumming is stunned and asks in disbelief, "You haven't gone crazy? Say your name." "Yeah, Yeshao So," she answers stuttering, and Wu-Ming confirms that it is indeed her. "Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin reacts to his sister's transformation?" Looking at her reflection, Yeshao So exclaims in horror, "Damn, I've turned into a teddy bear," leaving Gumi speechless. Jessie Oso panics over her monstrous form, fearing to meet her brother, and Gumi responds coldly that it is her ability, so he doesn't know. Gumi says that if she doesn't want to go, he will continue his mission alone. Jessie hands him a small teddy bear, asking him to deliver a message that she needs time to prepare mentally, which leaves Gumi stunned. As Wu-Ming's bandaged hand reaches out, she says hopefully, "If only I could see him again." Wu-Ming takes the bear with determination, promising that he will tell her brother personally. Returning to the present, Wu-Ming faces Yetchin, saying that despite having the advantage, he wants to see the young man's true strength, while Yetchin sees no reason for them to interfere with each other. Yetchin is stunned to hear that his sister isn't dead and asks Gumming in disbelief. Wu-Ming points to the doctor trembling behind, revealing that Song King Shan is responsible for Yi Xiao So's dangerous situation. He states that it is thanks to Song King Shan that this abyss has appeared. A flashback begins, showing a quiet residential neighborhood. In the laboratory, a distressed father announces his final plan: use a key to release the full power of the abyss. He grips the strange key that emits a dark purple energy, filled with hatred. He swears he will make Song King Shan pay for his daughter's pain, and that he be imprisoned forever in the abyss. Wu-Ming appears to be telling the story, asking the father if he is aware of the consequences, and receives the answer that it is nothing. Another memory arises. Ying remembers hearing a callous researcher disregard the lives of patients for mere profit. Ying realizes with amazement that this means Xiao So was also treated as a worthless test subject. Song King Shan frantically denies it, saying that Yi Xiao Su participated voluntarily in the experiment and offering compensation to appease Yetchin. Yetchin laughs bitterly and with fury upon hearing the word compensation. His rage explodes. Yetchin roars, "That sounds easy for you," and launches a devastating punch at the face of Son Goku. He stands over the fallen body of Son Goku, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with anger. Beaten to deformity, Son Goku stubbornly asks what is valuable about a cripple. He argues that he was only maximizing the girl's value for the advancement of scientific research. A giant purple energy hand suddenly appears and grabs Song Ching Shan. Yetchin grits his teeth, stating that Xiao So is the only family he has left after the disaster of that year. Sensing the murderous aura, Song Ching Shan hurriedly babbles that he didn't mean that. The giant energy hand descends, aiming directly at Yetchin. It smashes the floor, leaving Song Ching Shan lying in the middle of the rubble. Yetchin grabs Song Ching San by the neck and lifts him up, saying with contempt that even hell wouldn't want him. He looks toward a spatial portal where Wu Ming is waiting. "He's yours," declares Yetchin, and throws Song Ching San directly into the purple energy vortex. Song Ching San flies helplessly toward Gumming, who is waiting. Gumming looks at Yetchin through the portal, confirming that their agreement has been established. Yetchin firmly states that he only wants to ensure his sister's safety and that nothing else matters. Wu Ming grabs Song King Shan, saying that a mercenary's task is to fulfill his assignments and that this was also the father's wish. He asks with coldness how one can pay double for a life, leaving Song King Shan speechless. Looking at Yetchin, Wu Ming says that next time there will be a real duel. Yetchin is enveloped by purple energy and teleports to another location. When the light dissipates, he faces a small, battered, monstrous teddy bear. With tears rolling down her cloth face, she timidly asks, "Brother?" Yetchin looks at his sister with tenderness, apologizing for being late. In her monster form, Yetchin, it is I, is blaming herself for always being a burden to her brother. Yetchin stood before her, gently assuring her that everything was fine and she was safe. Jessie Oso said sadly that there was still a monster here, referring to herself. Yetchin immediately denied it, vehemently stating that if anyone was a monster, it would be him. She explained through tears that in order to stand up from her wheelchair and not be a burden, she had become something strange. Yetchin listened in silence, with eyes full of understanding and compassion. He comforted his sister, saying there are those with human forms, but hearts worse than monsters, and there are also those with monster forms, but a heart like his adorable little sister. Xiao So looked at her monster hands, sadly accepting her current form. Yetchin smiled with confidence, stating that his job was to deal with monsters, and he knew who the real monsters were. "Would you like me to translate the final scene of the siblings' escape?" He sighed in relief, in secret, with complex emotions reflected in his eyes. Jessie So looked at her brother and commented that he seemed very strong. Surprised, she asked if he had killed all the monsters nearby, but Jessie quickly denied it. She boasted excitedly about having killed them herself with a single blow, which surprised Jessie given her sister's power level. Suddenly, Yekawisu's bare hand began to glow and disintegrate. The entire monster form disappeared, revealing Yekawisu's human body floating in the air. She looked at her body dazed, realizing with amazement that she had returned to normal. Yetchin explained that the transformation consumed mana and that this was not a monster, but a skill of the shapeshifter profession. He congratulated his sister on becoming a shapeshifter, which made her ask happily if she could be like her brother. Jessie rejected it immediately, determined to never put her in danger by returning her to her wheelchair. Joshua So then asked her brother if he had met someone who looked a bit like him. Joshua So cheerfully related the mysterious man's words. He said he wanted to meet you because you both have something in common. She quoted that you are also hard to kill like him. Yetchin secretly thought that someone like that definitely wasn't for him, while a dark aura enveloped the two siblings. The scene changed to a deserted alley, then to Yetchin's room, where he slept soundly. The next morning he was awakened by a phone call, and a furious voice sounded, scolding him for having missed work for several days. The caller continued interrogating, saying his boss had heard that he had voluntarily followed the blood-sworn guy. Yetchin explained tiredly that he needed money urgently, so he had to find a job that gave him quick cash. The man on the other end of the line asked if he was still doing the scavenger job, and Yetchin confirmed it. The man's voice softened, and he advised Yetchin to be careful since he still had to take care of his sister. After hanging up, Jikin looked at his phone with a serious expression. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement at the screen. There was a notification of having received a massive sum of 2,400,000 from Lu Shingan. He quickly opened the attached message. Lu Shingan wrote to him saying she had sold everything and not to forget to thank her, which made Yetchin feel euphoric. The scene flashed back to the previous night. Yetchin had calculated that selling the loot under Lu Shingan's name was the best way. In a secret place in the city, he began to act. He had summoned countless pieces of high-quality equipment he had obtained. Lu Shingan in sportswear asked in surprise where he had gone to get so many good things. Yetchin replied indifferently that he had only gone to pick up trash, which made Lu Shingan not believe him and ask him to tell the truth. He only smiled and explained that with his current level, these high-quality items were no different from picked-up trash. Lu Shingan laughed, mocking Yetchin for still being a level 1 scavenger. Yetchin replied that he had matured, pointing out at the same time that his physique had changed, which surprised her. She reflected that perhaps the scavenger profession couldn't level up, but could become stronger in another way. Yetchin mocked himself, saying that becoming stronger by picking up trash was completely logical. Lu Shingan then proposed that he participate in the hunter exam to legalize the objects found in the abyss. Yetchin asked if having a certificate meant he could legally enter the abyss, and she confirmed it, warning him that he could be imprisoned if caught. She explained that his exam would consist of convincing the examiner that a level 1 player deserved to become a hunter and that she believed in his abilities. Lu Shingan offered to be his guarantor to ensure his success, which left him stunned. In a flashback, she ordered her subordinates to simply say that she had found the equipment. Lu Shingan told herself that since Yetchin had helped her so much, she owed him a favor. Returning home, Yetchin also thought he owed her a favor and then noticed something on the floor. He wondered with curiosity if it was a package that had been delivered. It turned out to be an event box bought by Yishao, as she knew her brother didn't have a kitchen. Yetchin was surprised to see his sister get up early, but Yekawusu said happily that she didn't want to stay in bed all day. He asked about the status of his sister's legs, and she reported happily that her body had changed and she could move them a little. Joshua smiled and stood up from her wheelchair to demonstrate her words. Yetchin was left stunned, his mouth still full of food, unable to believe the miraculous overnight recovery. She explained that since she was afraid of transforming into a bear and destroying the house, she had carefully concentrated the magic in her knees. Yishao affirmed decisively that she knew her limits and would try to control her power so she could stand on her own soon. Yetchin advised his sister not to rush and then opened the door to leave. Yishao asked in surprise where her brother was going on the weekend. Yetchin only replied that he had things to do. He lied, saying he had to go to work, and closed the door. The door closed, leaving Yishao alone in the room. She narrowed her eyes with suspicion, wondering secretly if her brother was going to see his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yetchin arrived at a skyscraper where a crowd was gathering. There were many hunters with fierce appearances present. Yetchin thought to himself that he didn't expect this job to be so competitive. Suddenly a voice echoed, asking him if he had come for the hunter exam and if he wanted to join a team. Yetchin turned in surprise and recognized an old acquaintance, Zhou Tong. Yo Tong was also no less surprised, asking why Yetchin was there and wondering if he didn't already have a hunter's license. Yetchin explained that he now had enough money to take the exam, but Yo Tong still vaguely remembered that he already had a license a long time ago. As they went up the stairs together, Zhu Tong said he had followed Yetchin's advice and practiced hand-to-hand combat, but still found it hard to join a team. Zhu Tong believed that if Yetchin got the license, he would definitely become an official main damage unit, and Yetchin also agreed with that plan. Suddenly, two burly thugs blocked their way and shouted at them to leave. A man with reddish-brown hair, smoking, seemed annoyed at having to wait in line. His subordinates began to push their way through, boasting that their boss had a profession chosen by the gods and threatening anyone who stood in their way. Yetchin thought about professions chosen by the gods, and so Tan explained that Lu Shingan was a typical example with S-rank development potential. So, Tong added that these professions were like receiving blessings from the gods, but Yetchin only shrugged, considering it luck, and decided to register after the other guy. The arrogant leader slammed his hand on the table, shouting at the staff to quickly issue him the license. The registration clerk looked up with a cold expression and calmly asked what kind of license the arrogant hunter wanted. He confidently declared he was one chosen by the gods and would only register for the almighty license. The surrounding crowd whispered in amazement, thinking that with such special status, this was completely possible. His two subordinates turned and scolded the crowd, boasting that their boss was a top-tier talent. Suddenly, a purple-haired woman intervened, expressing doubts about the title of top-tier talent. The leader noticed her immediately, made a proposal, and invited her to form a team with him. The purple-haired woman flatly and angrily rejected his offer. He was undeterred and continued harassing her with an obscene comment about her profession chosen by the gods. Immediately, the purple-haired girl became enraged and unleashed a terrifying explosion that sent the leader flying into the air. The leader screamed in pain while being engulfed in flames. His two subordinates panicked and put out the fire, unable to believe a newcomer had such power, but they still tried to save face by saying their boss was much more terrifying. Yetchin observed from afar, realizing that this instant explosion proved the girl was no newcomer. The surrounding crowd rejoiced, laughing at the one chosen by the gods who now lay defeated on the ground. The leader grit his teeth in fury, cursing the woman who had attacked him. He stood up clumsily, pulled out a curved sword, and roared that he would make her pay for humiliating him. But as soon as he charged, his arm holding the sword was stopped by another hand. The leader turned in surprise and realized that Yetchin was holding his hand tightly, and he began to scream as a sudden terror overcame him when he felt a terrifying dark aura emanating from behind Yetchin. Yetchin calmly warned him that there were supervisors nearby, making the trembling hunter only able to nod timidly. Just then, a supervisor appeared along with two giant guards in iron armor, declaring in a stern voice that using skills in public was prohibited. Yetchin quickly put his arm around the hunter, trying to calm the situation by saying it was just hot and everyone was a bit irritated. The purple-haired woman explained to the supervisor that the hunter had harassed her, but she was still warned that she would be arrested if she repeated it. The supervisor asked about her profession and the type of license she wanted to apply for. She confidently replied she was a fire elementalist requesting a magic damage license. Due to her previous action, the supervisor asked her to place her hand on a crystal to check her power. The purple-haired woman placed her hand on the floating blue crystal. The crystal suddenly emitted intense electrical discharges, causing the supervisor to exclaim in surprise at the unusual power index. She explained that there had recently been many high-skill hunters causing trouble without registering, so they had to tighten security measures. The purple-haired woman fell into confusion, realizing she had revealed her true strength. She quickly laughed awkwardly, saying the equipment must have malfunctioned, and asked to try again. This time, the crystal only emitted a soft light, and she innocently said it was working correctly again. Immediately after, she raised her hand cheerfully in celebration of passing the exam. From afar, Yetchin observed and thought secretly that this woman was very strange, acting like two completely different people. He turned to Sotong and told him about a plan, saying that the person they wouldn't investigate was. When the supervisor called the next participant, Yetchin stepped forward confidently to Sotong's cheers. At the registration counter, Yetchin declared that he wanted to apply for the almighty license. The supervisor looked at him, narrowing her eyes, and said that only those chosen by the gods dared to apply for this type of license, and asked him about his profession. Yetchin responded calmly that he was a level 1 scavenger. Immediately, the other hunters burst out laughing, but Zhutong loudly defended his friend while Yetchin explained his reason to the supervisor. The supervisor admitted it was theoretically allowed, but warned him about the exam for those applying for the almighty license. The purple-haired woman behind them was surprised to hear there was an exam and also wondered about the scavenger profession. The supervisor chuckled and explained that while others needed to cooperate to complete missions, those applying for the almighty license would have to take the exam alone. The crowd mutters that even an easy mission is difficult for one person, believing the challenger is digging his own grave with a high difficulty test. Yetchin asks calmly if only conquering the abyss grants certification, but the supervisor warns that this is an exam for veteran hunters and that his actions are equivalent to suicide. Based on his confident attitude, she says that he is either a fool or a hidden master and asks him to place his hand on the stone. When Yetchin touches the blue stone without any reaction, the supervisor silently concludes that he is indeed a fool. The surrounding crowd laughs out loud, thinking So Tung's brother is just a Joe for trying to enter the abyss without magic, making So Tung shout angrily for them to shut up. Despite the uproar, Yetchin ignores it and takes the key, which surprises everyone given his stubbornness. The supervisor declares they will not be responsible if he wants to kill himself, and informs him that he cannot use the key here, because teleports are prohibited. When Yetchin is about to respond, Zhu Tong runs up hastily, calling him and demanding to go with him. A magnificent dungeon gate appears and a voice echoes, wishing the participants a safe return. Just as they prepare to enter, a voice shouts, stopping them and asking why a piece of trash can challenge a high-level dungeon. The arrogant hunter and his two subordinates step forward, demanding the same key so he can also try his luck. The supervisor coldly refuses, explaining that each difficulty only has one key, and if he wants to try, he must reserve it for the next time. The leader puts an arm on Yetchin's shoulder, offering to go together, but not as teammates. The supervisor immediately proposes a solution. He can participate as a competitor since the rules do not prohibit it. She clears her throat to get both of their attention. Standing between Yetchin and the hunter, she clearly explains the rules. The only winner is the one who comes out with the boss's loot. She warns them not to expect to cooperate secretly, as the dungeon difficulty will increase exponentially with more people, becoming a nightmare level. The supervisor continues explaining seriously. An illustration shows that when two people enter together, the difficulty skyrockets. That is why they only allow one person to enter at a time. She concludes that even for the corporation that controls the abyss, these unusual situations can create infinite possibilities, such as the special strengthening of monsters inside. The supervisor warns about potential risks, asking if both still want to continue challenging the dungeon. Yetchin thinks to himself that the special advantages of elite monsters are just an increase in HP, immunity, or a special wipe mechanism he has seen before. The subordinate with the red mohawk boasts a chest full of loot, bragging that these dungeons are too easy for him. Yetchin comments that only high-level equipment can provide such incredible stats. That is the advantage of a pay-to-win hunter. At the supervisor's question, Yetchin replies indifferently that he doesn't care, as the only goal is to obtain hunter certification. However, a different thought crosses his mind. If the nightmare-level dungeon has rare monsters, he will get interesting corpses, Zhu Tong warns him worriedly, fearing that the random negative effects in the dungeon are something he cannot dispel. In front of the dungeon door, the arrogant hunter declares they are rivals and that they won't save Yetchin if he gets into trouble. He smirks, thinking Yetchin has been sensible to let him open the door. Self-proclaimed the Hand of God, he uses a special key, causing the abyss to immediately increase to nightmare level. A series of notifications appear. The number of monsters increases by 300%, HP increases by 150%, and damage increases by 70%. The Nightmare Land effect also increases the number of affected monsters by 300%. Upon reading the 75% reduction effect on all healing, the hunter screams in terror, not understanding where these unfavorable effects come from. He panics because the prepared potions become useless, while Yetchin calmly analyzes that his own healing ability will also be affected. Yetchin realizes that the consequences of using his fury skill now will be greater, and he must use it carefully. The hunter is desperate because he bought a large backpack just to store potions that are now useless. However, he quickly regains his confidence, declaring that his armor will destroy all monsters. Fully equipped, he pompously declares that he will enter first. A new notification appears. Legendary Challenge. A legendary monster with no fixed defense will appear in the dungeon. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin handles the nightmare difficulty? The supervisor outside is stunned, unable to believe that the hunter is lucky enough to trigger a mutation with a probability of only 0.01. In the waiting room, different groups of hunters stand in front of their respective dungeon gates. A 4-person team enters the easy level gate with enthusiasm, determined to give their best, leaving only Zhu Tong behind. He looks worriedly toward the fiery gate where Yetchin entered, silently wishing for his brother to return safe and sound. The nightmare level gate emits an intense burst of energy, announcing a severe challenge inside. Yetchin and the arrogant hunter face a vast hall guarded by 2 giant statues. The hunter immediately mocks, saying these statues are ridiculous and that this space has nothing special about it. Yetchin calmly announces that this is the boss room, which leaves the other completely astonished. While he is still stunned, the ground begins to tremble violently. The two giant statues come to life, and a system notification panel appears warning of immortal enemies that are extremely fast and extremely strong. Yetchin analyzes that these nightmare-level monsters have up to 4 attributes, and quickly plans to summon spiders to distract them. He identifies them as the Knights of Purity with weaknesses on their backs, and prepares to execute his strategy. Suddenly, the arrogant hunter lunges forward, shouting that he won't let anyone steal the boss loot from him. He lunges directly toward a knight, confidently declaring that he will show his true power. He proclaims himself the Shredder King. Witnessing the scene, Yetchin can only think that the other guy is definitely dead. The Shredder King jumps to attack, but the knight easily raises his gigantic stone hammer to block the blow. A powerful counterattack sends the arrogant hunter flying. As he is hit, he only manages to let out a cry of shock before being launched. The knight then fires a beam of destructive energy from his chest, creating a terrifying explosion. Lying in a hole, the Shredder King cannot believe the opponent's power, while Yetchin realizes the other's armor saved his life. The gaze of Yetchin sharpened as he analyzed the situation. One of the Knights of Purity swung his massive stone hammer. Yetchin stepped back, thinking his plan was ruined when a monster shifted its target toward him. He jumped into the air to dodge the powerful attack. Immediately, the knight swung his weapon again toward Yetchin while he was in midair. He launched a horizontal sweep with a trail of crimson energy, forcing Yetchin to keep dodging. Landing safely, Yetchin realized that the knight's attacks caused permanent bleeding, meaning even a small scratch could be fatal. The Shredder King shouted furiously, complaining about why he had also been hit even though the monster was aiming at Yetchin. Yetchin shouted back annoyedly that the knight didn't care about that and told him to hide in a corner if he didn't want to be hit. Being called a burden, the Shredder King became enraged and charged at the two bosses to prove his worth. Meanwhile, the other knight launched a flurry of purple energy attacks toward Yetchin. Yetchin observed and deduced that this attack seemed to easily penetrate defenses, making it the nemesis of tanks. He activated the Spirita's skill, leaving a trail of blue light and dodging the attack gracefully. Seeing this, the Shredder King roared, telling Yetchin to watch him demonstrate, and ran past him. Yetchin observed calmly, thinking that at least this guy would help relieve the pressure, but to win, the whole team had to coordinate their roles correctly. The Shredder King was immediately hit in the head by the stone hammer. Yetchin commented coldly that for a tank whose defense was broken, it was natural to be defeated in a single blow. While the Shredder King was on his knees groaning in pain, Yetchin thought the guy should have fulfilled his role better. Suddenly, one of the Knights of Purity began to emit a powerful green aura. A system message appeared explaining the taunt skill, and the green aura enveloped Yetchin, revealing that it was he who had used it. Yetchin assessed that they couldn't focus on just one monster, but had to deal with the other one, which was larger. Immediately, he had to dodge a devastating stomp from one of the Knights of Purity. Yetchin's attacks only inflicted 1 point of damage, and the system announced that the enemy's iron defense reduced damage taken by 95. He realized with amazement that his dagger attack was completely useless. Meanwhile, the arrogant hunter also failed to inflict damage and wondered why this monster was different from the ones he had faced before. The other knight raised his huge stone sword, preparing for a devastating attack. Yetchin realized with horror that both bosses were acting at the same time. The arrogant hunter turned to mock Yetchin, saying he only knew how to increase his defense points without having any attack power. He was about to boast about his skills, but stopped when the shadow of the massive sword enveloped him. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin survives this dual boss attack? Being scolded by Yetchin like an idiot for getting distracted in the middle of the battle, the hunter broke into a cold sweat upon realizing his mistake. He was mercilessly launched into the distance by the knight's powerful attack. A piece of his armor shattered upon colliding with the stone floor. The hunter already lay defeated in a crater in the ground, completely beaten under Yetchin's gaze. He pointed out that the heavy armor did not suit his fighting style, and an information panel revealed his name was Gus Ansi, a corporate boss who only knew how to pay to level up. As the second knight attacked, Yetchin shouted at Gazanch to move aside. He angrily scolded Gazanch, saying the Abyss was a place where people fought to survive with blood and sweat, not a place for fun. Realizing his slashes were useless, Yetchin decided to resort to the most primitive method, brute force. He enveloped his body in a blue aura and charged directly toward the knight like a bullet. Yetchin clenched his fists, confident that just the increase in his strength stats would be enough to inflict damage. He launched a devastating punch to the Knight of Purity's face, declaring that this was the bare-handed fighting tactic of the poor. Witnessing the scene, Gus and shouted in surprise, unable to believe someone could hurt a heavy-armored monster with bare hands. Yetchin continued by launching a powerful kick, making the knight stagger back. Without giving the opponent time to recover, he immediately charged toward the second knight. He landed a precise punch to the back of the knight's neck, activating a critical hit on his weak point and causing a stun effect. Yetchin realized his luck stat had come into play, helping the hit inflict a status effect. Meanwhile, the first knight had recovered and swung his massive stone hammer. Yetchin dodged the devastating attack while thinking that Yetchin had been crushed. Gazant shouted in horror, but in reality, it was then that Yetchin activated his skill, summoning a red shadowy entity. The shadowy entity enveloped Yetchin while he calmly said that this was normal. He thought to himself that Guzanch was too weak to count on and that he had to control the battle himself. "Get out of the way," Yetchin shouted as he ran past Guzanchi, who was now cheering for him enthusiastically. He jumped into the air, directly facing the knight's attack. His eyes glowed with a blue light, while messages about critical hits on weak points appeared continuously. He moved like a ghost between the two giants, continuously landing precise blows. Yetchin jumped high into the air, preparing for another attack from above. The knight swung his weapon, creating two crossing energy blasts, but Yetchin slid to dodge them. He landed and continued approaching, launching another powerful punch at the monster. Gazanch was surprised to see Yetchin dodging all the armored parts and attacking only the weak points, admitting the boy's technique was sharper than the best experts he had hired. Confused, he asked how a rookie like Yetchin could use such advanced techniques. Yetchin thought to himself that despite having recently changed professions, his years of combat experience had skyrocketed his skills, and his current physical development had amplified his instincts hundreds of times. Gazanch thought Yetchin was overcomplicating things since, according to him, strength simply came from having better equipment. Yetchin refuted this, saying equipment only changed with level, while powerful monster shadows appeared behind him. The system revealed two of the knight's skills: Fury, which increases speed and attack strength, and Thorns, which returns all melee damage. Yetchin confidently stated that his ultimate equipment was this constantly strengthening body. He realized it was a mechanic monster, explaining that the Thorn skill could only be countered by ranged damage. Gusanji arrogantly declared that this was his moment to shine, revealing that he could also use magic and that Yetchin could only depend on him. He began accumulating lightning energy, boasting that he could cast powerful magic like a lightning arrow. As soon as Gusanji shouted, "Taste my lightning arrow," Yetchin zoomed past him. To Gusanji's surprise, Yetchin launched an attack that caused a huge fire explosion directly on the knight's chest. Gusanji was left speechless, sweating profusely as he witnessed the scene. Yetchin silently analyzed that when the Thorn skill was activated, the knight's elemental resistance would decrease, creating an opportunity for a critical hit. He shouted, "Great fire explosion, here goes another," and jumped back as a second explosion tore through the monster's upper body. Guzanch shouted in amazement, seeing the knight stagger from the destructive power. He couldn't believe his eyes, recognizing it as level 3 fire magic, an instant great fire explosion without chanting. Guzanch shouted in disbelief, since those who changed to physical professions generally couldn't learn elemental magic. Without hesitation, Yetchin charged directly toward the remaining knight, who was swinging a massive stone hammer. Yetchin dodged the hammer blow from the Knight of Purity. The stone monster activated the Thorn skill. "Would you like me to translate the final part of the battle for you?" The system announced that this skill would return all damage. Guzanch shouted in surprise, not expecting Yetchin to use the monster's counterattack skill to strike back. Yetchin faced the remaining knight, a giant shadow looming before him. He realized that his dash skill was still on cooldown. Decided to endure the blow, Yetchin activated the Golden Shield skill. The ground cracked under the power of the attack. The knight's stone hammer created a deep hole in the floor of the ring. surviving the impact, Ying silently analyzed the formidable power of his opponent. The knight continued charging with increasing speed. Yetchin realized the boss's hidden mechanism. The more he dodged, the easier it was to be hit. Understanding he had to face it directly, he prepared his weapon for combat. Wu Sanqi shouted in terror, thinking Yetchin was committing suicide. But instead of charging, Yetchin summoned a fireball in the palm of his hand. A large explosion engulfed the Knight of Purity in a sea of flames. Surprised by the magic, the monster roared in amazement. Yetchin jumped over the enemy's disintegrating body. He responded to Gazanch's words, stating he had no intention of committing suicide. Yetchin told himself he had to be faster than him. He slipped through the Knight of Purity's devastating blows, determined to become stronger. Witnessing the scene, Gazanch shouted in surprise, "Another new skill." A system announcement appeared indicating that living beings could not be recycled. The Knight of Purity launched a powerful energy attack. Unexpectedly, the monster was hit by a stream of purple energy, making it roar in confusion. Yetchin's shadow was reflected in the monster's giant eye as he charged. He had activated the Carnage Fury skill, becoming unstoppable but at the cost of his own life force. With a furious roar, Yetchin unleashed his full power attack. His fist struck the monster's eye directly, inflicting a critical hit. He followed up with a blow that broke the armor on its chest. Another critical hit. An announcement appeared stating he still had enough HP to survive for 20 seconds, and Yetchin believed that time was enough. The Knight of Purity was pushed back in pain by the violent attack. However, the monster immediately used its instant self-healing skill. Yetchin grit his teeth, realizing his attack burst had only taken 70 of its life, and the longer the battle lasted, the stronger the boss would become. He encouraged himself, knowing that if he stopped, gave up, or hesitated, he would die. Yetchin decided to bet all, activating the Fury State for a second time and putting all his remaining HP into the final 7 seconds. As the boss prepared to counterattack, an announcement indicated the double bleeding damage effect had cut the Fury time, and Yetchin was determined to end the fight with a single blow. Both charged at each other, their fists colliding and creating a terrifying explosion. With eyes glowing with dark energy, Yetchin charged, completely dominating the Knight of Purity. He faced the giant stone monster in one final tense moment. With a jump, Yetchin unleashed the finishing blow, shattering the Knight of Purity's head. Witnessing the scene, Yuzanj shouted in terror, unable to believe Yetchin's overwhelming strength was real. Standing on the rubble, Yetchin made Gazanji shudder with regret for ever having considered challenging him. A system notice confirms the victory, and Yetchin, with only 10 of his health remaining, hurriedly drinks a healing potion. The empty cups fall noisily to the ground of the desolate battlefield. Standing up, Yetchin laughs out loud, mocking himself for almost dying once again. He turns to look at the remains of the Knight of Purity, muttering that it is time for a recycling feast. Yetchin declares the start of the recycling campaign, releasing a surge of purple energy and countless reaching demonic arms. The ghostly arms grab the remains of the Knight of Purity, dragging them into a vortex of dark energy. Gus Sanchez notices the arms in horror and screams as he sees the knight's remains being devoured by a vacuum. He tries to rationalize that it is a strange summoning skill, while Yetchin urges the process to continue. Seeing Yetchin drinking calmly while watching the gruesome scene, Yuzanj concludes that he is more terrifying than the monsters. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see what rewards Yetchin gains from recycling the boss? The system announces that the recycling was successful, leaving behind 2 glowing skill cards. Yetchin receives 2 new cards, a signature sword skill from the Knight of Purity and a taunt skill. He analyzes the new defensive skill, recognizing its value even if it doesn't fit his current playstyle, and decides to keep it. Guzanjai is still dazed, muttering that 2 giant bosses have been devoured without a trace. Absolute terror is reflected on Guzanjai's face. Thrown by the shockwave of the decomposition process, Yuzanji looks at the energy vortex in horror. In front of Yetchin, a giant monster head-shaped altar emerges, and the system announces a legendary reward event. Yetchin realizes it's the blacksmith's altar, while Gazanji exclaims in amazement that it's one of the rarest events in the abyss. Gazanji cannot believe Yetchin's luck in activating this event. Yetchin silently reasons that the accumulated difficulty of the battle and his own luck have made the impossible possible. He confidently states that the higher the risk, the greater the reward, and decides to try with his old dagger. Ryuzan screams in terror, urging Yetchin to use his strongest equipment, but he only replies that he only has level 1 weapons. Hearing this, Yuzanches is speechless, realizing Yetchin is only level 1 and has fought without high-level equipment. Yetchin makes a firm decision, saying he has no choice but to upgrade this dagger. The system analyzes the weapon and presents an astounding success rate, 200%. Yetchin is also surprised, wondering if the rate can exceed 100%. The system suggests transforming the weapon into a longsword, and Yetchin immediately confirms the upgrade. After a flash of light, 2 new legendary swords appear, but the final system announcement is trash. Yetchin smiles with satisfaction, thinking, secretly, that the quality and appearance of these swords are definitely legendary. An information panel appears, revealing that the first sword is called Trash Sword, a unique legendary item, but ostentatious and useless. The second sword is another trash sword, a copy with identical stats. Yetchin takes the pair of sword with a look of delight, while Guzanch stands behind, speechless. Guzanch laughs mockingly, saying its stats are truly trash, and that Yetchin's luck also has limits. Yucking calmly slaps a sword over his shoulder and responds, "To you it's trash, but to me it's perfect." Yetchin looks at the stunned Guzanch and asks sarcastically, "Haven't you ever seen divine-level equipment before?" Immediately after, he throws one of the swords forward, and the weapon flies through the air. Yetchin reaches out, activates his skill, and shouts, "Recycle." The flying sword is immediately enveloped in a surge of dark energy and begins to disintegrate. He explains his logic. Weapons can be recycled infinitely. Isn't this the divine-level equipment that only I can use? Yusanchi is left speechless, wondering if this person's skill is using trash weapons to become stronger. A true god of trash. She doesn't care. He turns to the blacksmith's altar and declares that even this is just trash he can take with him. He gives an order, and massive shadowy arms emerge, grabbing the entire altar to recycle it. A surge of purple energy swirls and devours the altar, and the system announces that the recycling was successful. Yetchin receives a new card that allows him to summon the blacksmith's altar at any time. He thinks with satisfaction that now he can improve his trash swords, and that even if he fails, he only needs to recycle to make another. Yetchin raises both swords, declaring it's time to test the new weapons, which makes Gyuzenjai think in terror that he's going to use twin swords. Yusen mutters about the huge disadvantages of using 2 strange weapons, and secretly rejoices that this might be his chance to turn the situation around. Yetchin opens the control panel, and the system confirms that his attack speed and accuracy will be reduced by 50%. But then another window appears, asking if he wants to use 10 basic points to upgrade his dual sword proficiency to rank. Yetchin realizes that basic points aren't just used for repairs, but can also upgrade skill mastery, and he quickly calculates the cost to maximize the upgrade. With a determined expression, he shouts that he will raise it directly to the max, causing extreme terror in Gusanki standing behind him. Guzanch trembles completely, unable to believe what is happening. Reflected in his eyes are countless system notices showing how Yetchin's dual sword mastery skyrockets through ranks C, B, and A. Yetchin confidently declares that his dual sword skill starts directly at rank S. Once the challenge is over, Yetchin and Gus Sanchez find themselves in a large empty hall in front of a massive door. Yetchin says calmly that a new door will appear because they have completed all the challenges. However, Wu Sanji declares in terror that he has made a decision and will withdraw this round. He complains that if he had known this abyss was so difficult, he wouldn't have risked it. As dark energy begins to seep in from behind, Gyuzenj continues, muttering that he still has plenty of money to spend and no reason to risk his life here. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy explodes, and the system issues an extreme danger warning, activating Yetchin's combat mode. Would you like me to translate the encounter with the final boss of the Nightmare Dungeon? He immediately recognizes that something is wrong with this energy mist. When the energy tentacles lunged at Guzanch, Yetchin shouted, warning him to move away quickly. He quickly grabbed Guzanch and threw him aside to avoid the deadly attack. Guzanch cried out in pain from his injured arm, while Yetchin blamed himself for being one step too slow. Yetchin deduced that the two knights were just the appetizer and that the real boss was what they were protecting. The torrent of dark energy began to swirl violently, condensing into a central mass. Yetchin stood firm, facing the massive energy whirlwind forming before him. When the silhouette of an enemy appeared inside, Yetchin prepared his two swords, which emitted a purple glow, and lunged into the air, unleashing a powerful spinning slash against the mass of dark energy. Yetchin continued to attack, creating purple trails that sliced through the chaotic energy curtain. After landing, he noticed the energy core was solidifying and warned that something was about to break out. From the darkness emerged the Dark Elf King Dammaster, along with a table listing his terrifying skills. Yetchin was thrown back by an extremely powerful attack. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf King Dammaster diverted his attack toward a terrified Gazanch. Yetchin decided to use his two swords to increase his attack frequency and draw all of the boss's attention. He lunged forward, using his twin swords to block the deadly attack aimed at Guzanki. Yetchin shouted provocatively and launched a series of consecutive slashes at the monster. However, a system notification appeared indicating that his attack was ineffective since Dammaster was in a target lock state. The boss remained unharmed, continuing to swing his weapon with great power. Yetchin stood stunned, realizing his attack had no effect as Dammaster was still fixed on Gazanzi. Before anyone could react, Dammaster's weapon struck Gazanzi, who was screaming in despair. Elsewhere, two high-ranking officials observed the battle through an energy circle. One reported that a life signal had disappeared, leaving only one person. The other laughed, assuming the level 1 rookie had surely died in a level 30 dungeon on legendary difficulty. They discussed that the death was worth it for having found the legendary monster, and that they could charge a rescue fee if the other survived. The other nodded, saying everyone coveted the legendary runes that only these creatures possessed. Back on the battlefield, Dammaster absorbed the life energy he had just taken and grew stronger. His eyes turned a bright red, signaling a new power. Once the previous target died, the boss's attention immediately turned to Yetchin. Yetchin smiled with disdain, thinking to himself that although he had attracted the boss, he was now even harder to face. He reached his hand toward Guzanji's corpse and apologized, as he needed to borrow it for a bit. Dark energy enveloped the corpse, and Yetchin immediately learned a new skill, two-handed sword parry. A series of notifications appeared. Yetchin had learned Whirlwind Slash, Disarm, and Meteor Strike. Equipped with his two swords, he roared defiantly, "Come and get me." The Dark Elf King Dammaster narrowed his glowing red eyes, ready to respond. The monster swung his gigantic dark weapon with terrifying speed. Yetchin was stunned by his opponent's agility. He grit his teeth, using the newly learned parry skill to block the devastating slash. Dammaster was pushed back slightly after the heavy impact, but he quickly regained the offensive, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yetchin. Yetchin seized the opportunity, jumped high, and shouted Meteor Strike. However, a system notification appeared. Dammaster was immune to sneak attacks from the target he was focusing on. Undeterred, Yetchin launched another technique, Whirlwind Slash. Dammaster turned calmly, as if he had anticipated the attack. Yetchin realized with amazement that not even his tricks could deceive this monster. Dammaster roared, his body exploding with red dark energy. Yetchin was thrown by a potent sweep. He felt uneasy because his recovery capacity had diminished, while Dammaster had already begun to cast the gravity vortex. What? Joshin was alarmed, feeling a strange force of attraction. He felt helpless as his body was dragged toward the energy sphere, thinking, "I'm being sucked in." Filaments of dark energy trapped Yetchin, dragging him into a terrible impact. A large explosion occurred, and Yetchin took the full impact of the attack. Yetchin realized that his diminished recovery capacity was deteriorating his physique, and at this rate, death was inevitable. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see if Yetchin can find a way to counter Dammaster's gravity vortex? Although it only had 10% effectiveness, he decided to use a recovery card to gain more time. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance. The Dark Elf King Dammaster appeared suddenly right behind, brandishing his dark greatsword, a gigantic slash, charged with bright, red energy, swept across the battlefield. Yetchin was thrown by the force of the attack. He quickly jumped into the air to dodge the deadly sword blow, but Damaster was already prepared and began charging his gravity vortex skill. Yetchin was held back by the force of attraction, unable to escape while the ground beneath his feet shattered. An anti-magic strike interrupted the super regeneration skill he was trying to cast. The entire arena trembled, leaving deep craters and Damaster standing imposingly among the rubble. Amidst the dust and smoke, a system notification confirmed that Yetchin's recovery skill had been interrupted. With only 1 HP remaining, Yetchin rose from the rubble, bitterly admitting that battle always teaches hard lessons. He looked directly at Damaster, silently thanking him for showing him the unpredictability of the abyss. With a bold decision, Yetchin activated the recycle skill. The dark purple energy did not target the enemy, but instead enveloped his own sword. All the energy from the failed recycling was transferred back into Yetchin's body. He roared once more, ready for a counterattack. Yetchin lunged, performing a powerful thrust, and received a notification that his meteor strike mastery had increased. Damaster remained unfazed, tensing his muscles and accumulating energy, preparing for the next confrontation. Yetchin dodged the Dark Elf King's attack and simultaneously received a notification that his emergency dodge mastery had increased. He roared with determination, declaring that he never stopped learning and growing in battle. He lunged forward, facing the Dark Elf King directly in a clash of sparks. With a powerful sword strike, his spinning slash mastery continued to increase. He fully trusted his body, watching it become notably stronger with every blow. His speed became faster and faster, and the multi-blade strike skill also improved. The Dark Elf King narrowed his single eye, apparently preparing for a counterattack. Enveloped in dark energy, Yetchin continued his torrential attack. He jumped into the air, blocking the enemy's energy blasts and increasing his two-handed sword parry mastery. The Dark Elf King showed amazement at seeing his attack blocked. Yetchin lunged from above like a shadow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He concentrated all his strength into the decisive slash. His sword shattered upon colliding with the Elf King's defense. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Elf King launched a devastating punch, sending Yetchin flying. Although he was launched through the air, he managed to dodge the monster's next energy attack. Yetchin looked at the two broken sword hilts in his hands, realizing their durability could not withstand his power. But he was unfazed, declaring that as long as trash could be recycled, there was no problem. With the power of the scavenger, he ordered them to be reforged, releasing an immense stream of energy. Dark energy and purple currents began to reform the blades of the broken hilts. Yetchin stood firm with the newly forged swords in his hands, now more powerful and terrifying than before. Yetchin's eyes glowed with a powerful purple light. He confidently faced the gigantic Dark Elf King Damaster. Damaster's pupils contracted, reflecting a beam of terrifying energy. The boss roared with a thundering sound that shook the sky and the earth as both lunged at each other. After an exchange of blows, Damaster fell to his knees, revealing his health bar for the first time. Yetchin stood tall, calmly commenting, "Oh, your health bar has appeared." With an arrogant smile, he declared, "Damaster, now you're no longer fearsome." A system notification echoed, indicating that Damaster's fury had reached its peak. The boss's gigantic weapon dealt a blow that made the earth tremble. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, a group of victorious adventurers emerged from a teleportation portal. The green-haired warrior thanked his companions, especially praising the purple-haired mage for dealing 90% of the damage herself. "Would you like me to translate the encounter between these victorious adventurers and Yetchin?" However, the mage responded with disdain, "You are all so useless that there is no hope for you." At the same time, a group of high-ranking officials approached the abyss portal where Yetchin was fighting, wondering about the chaotic situation. An official with dark glasses reported, "The last life signal has disappeared. No one in the abyss has survived." A gray-haired commander coldly declared that it was a normal incident, not an accident. Another official ordered the cleanup team, "Clean this abyss before nightfall and recover the item from the legendary monster." Hearing that there were no survivors, a Deju Tong questioned an armored guard, shouting in despair, demanding that they at least try to rescue those inside. A mossy green-haired official mocked, "Rescue that penniless trash?" He continued sarcastically, suggesting that only the rich deserve to be saved, while Sutton shouted furiously that his boss would definitely return alive. An armored assistant coldly grabbed Sutton, ordering that the dead contestants be buried like trash. Meanwhile, a blonde official ordered the cleanup team to prepare to enter the abyss. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the flaming portal. No need. A figure emerged slowly from the ashes, stepping onto the cold ground. Yetchin appeared enveloped in dark energy, his purple eyes glowing intensely, and asked, "Getting the item means passing the test, right?" Yotong burst into tears of joy, shouting at the chief assistant, "I told you he'd make it." The entire hall fell silent, everyone staring in amazement at Yetchin, the sole survivor. With his face full of wounds, Yetchin held up a golden rune stone and repeated his question. The examiner stammered in extreme disbelief. "Impossible. How is someone alive? Are you the level 1 scavenger?" Suddenly she stopped, as if realizing something even more horrible. Her gaze fixed on the object in Yetchin's hand. "This golden rune stone. How did you get it?" Yetchin threw the stone at her decisively. "Take it. My mission is accomplished." The examiner trembled as she explained that such a stone only dropped from the legendary monster, then asked in horror if he had killed it. Yetchin confirmed with a fierce expression, "Yes, I have slaughtered every last corner of the abyss. Not a single monster remains alive." The examiner couldn't believe her ears, telling herself that this must be a farce. She flatly stated that a level 1 scavenger could not have killed the legendary monster and return alive. A mossy green-haired official mocked, offering another theory. Yetchin was a companion killer who had stolen someone else's credit. The examiner joined in immediately, accusing Yetchin of having killed Gusanki, the one chosen by the gods, to usurp the credit. Zhu Tong shouted furiously, defending his brother and stating that Yetchin had survived by his own strength. But the examiner only laughed with disdain, arguing the useless scavenger couldn't have such power and that he had surely betrayed Gazanch. Sutton shouted furiously, demanding they investigate the body of the Chosen One to prove Yetchin's innocence. However, Yetchin declared indifferently that they wouldn't find any corpse. Just then, a bald commander ran out of the gate in a panic, confirming that the abyss was completely empty, without a single monster corpse. The official who had accused Yetchin was left speechless, babbling about whether it was a system error. Yetchin replied coldly, pointing out that without evidence, they also had no basis to accuse him according to the very rules they had established. The supervisor grit her teeth to contain her anger, realizing she had been cornered. Yetchin smiled defiantly, reached out his hand, and asked directly if he had passed the test. The annoyed official had to admit it grudgingly. He congratulated Yetchin on receiving the hunter certificate and a rare, omnipotent license. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above as Lu Shingan appeared, saying sarcastically that Yetchin must be very satisfied. Yetchin looked up, suspecting things weren't so simple. The committee agents were stunned, realizing the presence of the heiress of the Lu family. The official hurried over, asking servilely why a figure of her caliber was there. Lu Shingan ignored him and declared that with the golden rune stone, Yetchin could form his own hunting team. She turned to ask Yetchin if he had mentioned her name upon arrival, and he replied bluntly, "No." Yetchin realized with horror that he had forgotten, which made Lu Shingan scold him furiously, calling him an idiot with burning eyes. She explained the importance of the upcoming registration to form a hunting team. The official hurried to clarify that he had planned to save that valuable item for someone stronger, considering giving it to a scavenger a waste. Zhu Tong snatched the microphone, roaring to question why it was a waste and accusing the official of trying to steal it by force. The incident ignited the discontent of other hunters, who spoke out unanimously against the unfair rules and the organizers' fraud. The official grabbed Yetchin, shouting that only a B rank was eligible to form a hunting team and that everyone would consider him a thief. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Yetchin reacts to being called a thief by the official? Another official raised his phone, mocking that with his previous D-rank strength score, the elders would laugh at him. Suddenly, he froze when his subordinate reported that the energy stone was detecting massive fluctuations, with indices skyrocketing to S rank and about to reach the limit. An energy explosion occurred unexpectedly, making the official and his agents exclaim in amazement. "What?" The official looked up with a dazed expression, not understanding what was happening. Yetchin appeared confused, asking why everyone had approached him so suddenly. The official looked at the golden talisman with consternation, thinking the measuring device must be broken because the numbers kept rising. At that moment, Yetchin spoke, saying he had heard enough insults and only wanted to get his certificate in peace, while a purple aura began to emanate. Feeling a terrifying pressure, the official asked tremblingly if Yetchin would dare to attack even the supervisors. Yetchin replied coldly that he was simply recovering what belonged to him. He released a powerful whirlwind of dark energy from the palm of his hand. The bands of purple energy shot directly toward the golden talisman, terrifying the official. The energy enveloped the object and pulled it back to Yetchin's hand with ease. Refusing to accept the truth, the white-haired official demanded to use another measuring crystal, believing the previous device was defective. But when a new crystal was brought out, it also glowed intensely immediately, signaling that it was about to explode. With his eyes glowing with energy, Yetchin challenged, "Do you still have doubts about my value?" The crystal exploded immediately, throwing the officials through the air while a horrified voice confirmed the final index was S+. Yetchin looked at the defeated men and advised them to find a better measurement method so as not to embarrass themselves further. The official babbled in extreme disbelief, unable to believe that Yetchin had hidden his true strength. Just then, Lu Shingan appeared and took Yetchin's arm, further confusing the official about the true identity of a scavenger who had a relationship with the heiress of the Lu family. Lu Shingan commented that if Yetchin had better equipment, the supervisors would have treated him more fairly. Yetchin replied that it was easier to convince them by force than to use his reputation. Zotong was extremely excited to recognize Lu Shingan, and Yetchin introduced him as his friend who had also come for the test. When Lu Shingan asked if they had met before, Zotong excitedly reminded her that he had been the artist at her birthday party. Lu Shingan bluntly called that party a disaster ruined by a horrible rap performance, leaving Jouton speechless. Changing the subject, Lu Shingan suggested celebrating the approval of Yetchin's certificate at his house. Yetchin shouted in horror at the idea, while Yetchin worried about his humble rented house, and Zotong remained depressed. Lu Shingan asked confusedly what was wrong. Seeing her concern, Yetchin hurried to assure her that there was no problem at all. He promised himself never to let her discover his true situation. Yetchin faked confidence, promised a big party, and invited Zhao Tun to perform, who accepted immediately. Lu Shingan set the party for tomorrow night and promised to bring gifts. She said goodbye cheerfully to Yetchin. After waving goodbye to Lu Shingan's car as it drove away, Yetchin and Zotong stood on the street. Yetchin flashed simile. But then he realized with horror that he needed to change his appearance immediately. The scene changed to a modest residential alley at night. As soon as he got home, his sister Yesha Osu asked him in surprise since she thought he was on a date. He awkwardly admitted it, which made Yesha Osu ask him sarcastically if he had had a date with an elf in the abyss. Yesha Osu became furious because her brother had lied again to go to a dangerous place, while Yetchin hurried to clarify that he was still alive and kicking. Yetchin dismissed it, saying there were just some scratches. Enraged by his stubbornness, Jishao So turned away with a frown. Jiqing entered the bathroom and turned on the shower on the floor. The water washed away the blood from his wounds. Yetchin's bare back was covered in scars and new wounds, testimony to the fierce battle he had just fought. He felt secretly lucky that Xiaoshu didn't see his pitiful state, as the old and new wounds had become an incurable part of his body. Realizing that natural recovery would take months, Jiqin decided to summon the system interface. In a flashback, Damaster's corpse lay there, dropping precious items. The system announced Yetchin's victory over the Dark Elf King. Proud to have defeated the powerful boss without being injured, he immediately used the recycle skill. Would you like me to translate the reincarnation process to see how Yetchin uses it to heal his wounds? He obtained Damaster's signature skill, Gravity Vortex. Extremely satisfied, Yetchin also received 100 attribute points, bringing the total available points to 140. Excited, he ordered the system to distribute all points evenly, as was his character-building custom. However, he realized he couldn't add more points because all stats had reached the limit of 512. The system confirmed his attributes had reached the limit. Another message explained that the reincarnation condition was met, allowing him to return to level 0 to awaken a second time and break the limit. Yetchin Reflected on having to go back to the starting point to become stronger, he weighed the decision. He had overlooked it before due to the risk in the abyss, but now in a safe place, it might be the right time to attempt reincarnation. The memory of the official's malicious slander flashed in his mind, reinforcing his determination that he needed absolute power. Yetchin reflected, feeling that the goal of protecting his family was still too far away. With a determined look, he told himself he couldn't accept limits and must overcome this barrier. Rodrigo, Ying, decided to become stronger than ever and activated the reincarnation process. Outside, Yi Chao-su was startled by her brother's ghastly scream. A system message appeared. Reincarnation successful. Growth limit raised to rank 5, making Yetchin surprised he didn't have to start from scratch. He realized in amazement that all his wounds and scars had healed, but Yi Chao-su interrogated him furiously about the blood on his clothes. Upon being discovered, Yetchin was speechless, unable to talk. Jessie outshouted in anger and disappointment. An unexpected explosion occurred outside the building. Jessie had transformed into a giant plush monster. She coughed and said she could transform back later. At the equipment auction house in the Divine Wind City, Yetchin, in elegant attire, understood this was the best place to sell high-quality items from the abyss. A guard blocked his path, informing him that people without permission could not enter. Yetchin explained to a manager that he was a collector who wanted to appraise and auction equipment, but he was suspected by the other. The manager arrogantly asked what rank he was to have such confidence. Yetchin thought to himself that even if he reached rank 5, it wouldn't change this person's impression, then replied calmly that he was currently rank 1. Thinking he was a nobody causing trouble, the manager tried to push Yetchin outside. Yetchin pulled out a flaming dagger, offering to have it appraised first before saying more. The manager laughed with disdain, calling it trash equipment, but still agreed to take a look to get rid of him. Yetchin responded to his contempt with a computer image showing a round 0. The auction house manager contemptuously threw Yetchin's dagger to the ground, telling him to throw in the trash. However, he stopped abruptly, realizing something was wrong with the weapon's edge. He quickly picked up the dagger and used an inspection magnifying glass to examine it carefully again. Through the lens, he shouted in horror upon discovering it was unique equipment. The information appeared, presenting the Void Rift dagger with damage of 421 and the ability to teleport. The manager was ecstatic, unable to believe he had been wrong about seeing a treasure. Yetchin only smiled slightly. Upon hearing the confession that an extremely rare item had almost been missed. The story went back half an hour. In a makeshift basement, Yetchin sighed, calculating housing for himself and his sister after the house was damaged. He checked his finances and was horrified to realize he only had 200 yuan left after paying for repairs. In his desperation, he decided to find a way to sell the equipment he had collected to earn money. Yetchin analyzed that normal equipment, even high quality, would be difficult to sell at a good price on the market. He concluded that in the eyes of the rich, it was nothing more than trash and would only sell for a few 100,000 yuan. Suddenly his gaze stopped on something unexpected in his inventory. It was the symbol of the forge altar. He wondered if he could use the abyss facilities outside and decided to try summoning it. Yetchin looked up with an expression of extreme wonder. The forge altar object came out of the system screen and materialized right in front of him in a cloud of smoke. A giant, flaming forge table appeared, and the system announced that the equipment enhancement function had been unlocked. With the new power in his hands, Yetchin smiled confidently, ready to create a masterpiece that would change his destiny. Yetchin reflects on the potential of improving equipment, where the value can increase tenfold after each level. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin uses the forge altar to create his first masterpiece? He decides to experiment with a cheap longsword valued at about 10,000 yuan and invests 30 attribute points into the forging process. However, his attempt fails miserably, and the sword breaks into a useless piece. Undeterred, Yetchin places a bigger bet on an epic-level glove valued at 100,000 yuan, hoping that a high-quality item will guarantee success. But the result is even worse. The expensive glove also breaks, leaving only another piece of junk. Yetchin cries bitterly as his 100,000 yuan vanishes into nothingness with a single sound. He begins to suspect that the problem lies not in the materials, but in the forge bench itself, as the system reports it as an unidentified object. An idea crosses his mind, wondering why a forge bench would have such a suffix. Yetchin decides to use the observer's eye to inspect the true nature of the forge bench. Immediately, a burst of blue energy explodes from the altar, revealing its true form. It is identified as the Trash Forge altar, a unique object with a peculiar mechanism. The higher the quality of the materials, the higher the failure rate. Yetchin laughs awkwardly, wondering if some god of trash has cursed him, since all the rewards he receives are extremely strange. The altar glows intensely. A magic hammer appears, reaffirming its peculiar rule. Only trash has a high success rate. But then he realizes that if he can only forge trash equipment, this is precisely its extraordinary special point. With a confident smile, he decides to test it immediately, throwing in a trash-level longsword. The item card for the useless sword glows green, ready for transformation. Yetchin strikes the trash sword against the altar with a decisive movement. The forging process succeeds, transforming the worthless sword into Eclipse, a unique longsword with damage up to 422. He is completely stunned, realizing that the Trash Forge altar is a treasure, a true treasure that he was lucky enough to find. Yetchin confidently declares to the trash in his inventory that it's like having a money-making machine. He shouts, excitedly, "Let's start printing," and then swings the hammer to start the mass forging process, the first. Object born is the unique Bound Nocturnal, with 397 damage and the ability to inflict sonic damage. There appears another notification of successful forging. Next is the unique Staff True Word, with 400 damage, capable of adding magic damage to physical attacks. A series of consecutive success notifications appear, indicating that Yetchin is creating countless powerful objects. After exhausting all materials, Yetchin sits down to rest, calculating that he has forged dozens of unique items. Suddenly a notification appears indicating he has reached Scavenger Level 1, realizing he can level up simply by forging items. With his new hunter license, Yetchin smiles, planning to turn this huge inventory of equipment into cash. In a luxurious office, Yetchin, dressed in an elegant suit, sits across from a man who appears to be the manager of the auction house. The manager smiles and asks about the origin of the equipment. Yetchin responds calmly that he is a level 1 collector, thinking secretly that telling the truth would only cause him more trouble. The manager immediately flatters him, saying that this powerful collection is a testament to his strength. Yetchin smiles ironically, hinting that he has much more and promising a substantial commission. He releases a burst of purple energy, shooting countless golden item cards at the astonished manager. The manager is stunned, babbling a nonsensical phrase at the incredible scene. Completely overwhelmed, he shouts for the highest VIP room to be prepared and for platinum membership to be processed. Yetchin is escorted by 2 armor guards through a magnificent lobby. Holding the golden card in his hand, he wonders, is platinum VIP membership just this? While walking through the lobby, Yetchin is unexpectedly bumped by a man from behind. The burly man turns around, aggressively scolding Yetchin for not watching where he was going. Yetchin apologizes politely, but the other man secretly evaluates Yetchin's mediocre attire and thinks he doesn't belong here. The man asks Yetchin to reveal his hunter guild and becomes even more contemptuous when he hears he is just a freelance hunter. He presumptuously shows his badge, introducing himself as Lang Xiaofeng, alias Raging Sword of the A+ ranked Tattoos Guild. Yetchin thinks of the Tattoos Guild's reputation, a group of fight fanatics for whom he used to clean battlefields, and decides it's better not to cause trouble. Once again, he apologizes to try to end the argument. However, Lang Xiaofeng becomes even more enraged, grabs Yetchin by the collar, and insults him for sneaking into the high-ranking members' hallway. Yetchin remains calm, reminding Lang Xiaofeng that this is World Guild territory and that using force will have consequences. Lang Xiaofeng laughs with disdain, thinking someone like Yetchin has no right to share the same path as him. He calls loudly for the guards, asking them to verify his identity and kick Yetchin out. The auction house manager appears, with the security team, asking the gentleman to leave, which makes Lang Xiaofeng feel pleased. However, the manager respectfully asks Yetchin why he used the regular members' entrance instead of the platinum entrance. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see Lang Xiaofeng's reaction to Yetchin's platinum status? Lang Xiaofeng shouts in shock, unable to believe his ears, and the manager immediately orders the guards to restrain him while Lang Xiaofeng is brought under control and questions incessantly. The manager bows deeply to apologize to Yetchin, who ignores the matter with indifference. Lang Xiaofeng roars about his status as a high-ranking member of Tattoos, but the guards warn him that they will cancel his membership if he continues causing trouble. The manager turns to flatter Yetchin, saying he can also enter this way, but fears that low-level items might not please him. Yetchin responds critically that his perception is different from that of ordinary people and that he might find treasures in the trash. The manager laughs out loud, praises him, and then personally invites Yetchin to follow him inside. Inside a luxurious auction hall, a VIP event is about to begin. Rich guests excitedly discuss a batch of unique equipment that has just appeared, speculating about its origin from a mysterious collector. A man laments that small individuals like himself cannot compete with the financial power of the large hunter guilds. Meanwhile, Yetchin calmly observed the notices that his items had sold for millions, realizing it was an effective way to earn money. On stage, the auctioneer explained the rules of the blind auction. All items had not been inspected and could not be returned. He announced loudly that the blind auction was officially beginning. The first item presented was a magnificent, unidentified ring with a starting price of 500,000. Yetchin used his sharp eye and noticed that the ring had something interesting about it. He observed that no one was bidding, assuming everyone thought the first item was just a trap. Intending to liven up the atmosphere, Yetchin decided to participate a little. From his platinum VIP box, he confidently bid 1 million, immediately drawing all eyes below. Lang Xiaofeng mocked Yetchin's action with disdain, while the auctioneer enthusiastically encouraged the bidding to continue. The crowd began to whisper, thinking a platinum VIP wouldn't bid that much if it weren't a bargain. Influenced by Yetchin, the man from before also timidly raised the price to 1.1 million. Immediately others joined in, quickly raising the price to 1.4 million. Unfazed, Yetchin quietly offered a shocking bid of 2.5 million. Convinced by Yetchin's action that the ring was a treasure, an enraged Lang Xiaofeng decided to participate as well. He slammed the table and shouted a price of 3 million, sure that he would be the winner. With a mocking smile, Yetchin calmly responded with an offer of 4 million, while the 79 million balance in his account indicated he was just playing. Pressed once again by Yetchin, Lang Xiaofeng roared in anger while his subordinates tried to dissuade him, saying that 4 million for an anonymous ring was too expensive. Lang Xiaofeng dismissed it, believing that since his opponent had a high status and also wanted the ring, it was definitely a top-tier item and he couldn't let Yetchin get it. Ignoring the advice, he shouted a new price, 5 million. The other bidders whispered in amazement, thinking that amount was enough to buy unique equipment and could ruin a small hunter guild. Lang Xiaofeng arrogantly pointed at the VIP room, mocking that Yetchin was just a freelance hunter who couldn't compare to someone with a large guild behind him. From above, Yetchin only responded with a mocking and confident smile. Then he calmly offered an insane figure, 10 million. Lang Xiaofeng was left speechless, unable to believe a freelance hunter could spend a sum sufficient to found a medium-sized guild. Furious, he ran to the stage demanding that Yetchin's account balance be verified, believing it was disruptive conduct and that he should be expelled. The auctioneer confirmed the validity of the bid, leaving Lang Xiaofeng stunned as he realized he had provoked a true undercover tycoon. Humiliated, Lang Xiaofeng grit his teeth, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of someone he despised. He reminded himself of his identity, Lang Xiaofeng of the A+ rank Tattoos Hunter Guild, a representative of the high-level hunter elite. With his pride wounded, he decided he couldn't allow a freelance hunter to trample him. Struggling to utter every word, Lang Xiaofeng with difficulty raised the price to 10.5 million. Yetchin stood up, reached his hand forward, and shouted an insane figure, completely ending the battle, 100 million. The enormous sum made Lang Xiaofeng fall backward, completely defeated. Yetchin sat down quietly, mocking that he could throw money out the window today, because tomorrow he would create another unique piece of equipment. The auctioneer began the countdown for the 100 million bid. Spectacularly deceived, Lang Xiaofeng now believed Yetchin was so determined because the ring was truly a unique treasure. Lang Xiaofeng convinced himself that this must be a heaven-defying treasure. Otherwise, no one would bid 100 million. The auctioneer began the final countdown for the 100 million bid. Suddenly Lang Xiaofeng shouted an incredible offer, 200 million. The crowd of spectators was stunned by the enormous sum, enough to ruin a medium-sized guild, and realized the bidder was Lang Xiaofeng from Tattoos. Lang Xiaofeng turned to provoke Yetchin, challenging him to keep bidding to prove the financial strength of a large guild. Yetchin calmly shrugged his shoulders, yielding the treasure to his opponent. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see the moment Lang Xiaofeng discovers the treasure he just bought for 200 million? Believing he had won, Lang Xiaofeng laughed arrogantly, thinking that Yetchin was not at his level to face him. Lang Xiaofeng's companions worriedly questioned spending 200 million on a ring, but he confidently dismissed it, ensuring his analysis couldn't be wrong. The auctioneer solemnly announced Lang Xiaofeng as the winner to everyone's applause. From above, Yetchin reasoned that truly rare items like the Trash Forge altar often looked ordinary, unlike this ring. He already knew the item information, a trash-grade iron ring with flowers with an additional attack of +1. With his eyes glowing purple, Yetchin felt confident that his sharp eye had seen the inspection result beforehand. Below the stage, Lang Xiaofeng raised the ring enthusiastically, asking for it to be transformed into a divine artifact to show what everyone had missed. The ring inspection process began. The first result appeared, calling it an ordinary-looking iron ring. Lang Xiaofeng's smile froze upon reading the word iron. He realized in horror that he had bought a worthless iron ring. Losing his cool, Lang Xiaofeng shouted, blaming Yetchin for making him lose his judgment, and demanded a refund. He desperately begged the auctioneer, saying the 200 million bid was just a joke and hoped it would be considered an error. The auctioneer sternly announced the rules, warning that if Lang Xiaofeng did not pay, his Tattoos Guild would be severely punished and he himself would be sent to a forced labor camp. He announced he would send people to escort Lang Xiaofeng to the guild to pay, despite the loser's desperate screams. Among the crowd, a customer cursed under his breath, blaming that guy, named Yi, who was watching from the VIP room above. That customer told the person next to him in horror that this platinum VIP was terrifying, capable of destroying an entire hunter guild without shedding a drop of blood. The auctioneer quickly regained his spirits, cheerfully announcing that the auction would continue with the next item. A necklace called Savage Transformation was presented, with the ability to be immune to control effects and to heal itself upon transforming. Yetchin recognized that this necklace would fit his sister Yesha OSU perfectly and decided to buy it as a gift. With a confident smile, Yetchin made an initial bid of 1 yuan. The previous customer muttered again with concern, thinking that Mr. Platinum was about to harvest another victim and remembering the rumors about Lang Xiaofeng, who was tricked into buying trash for 200 million. The auctioneer on stage began to panic, thinking that no fool would dare to raise the bid since everyone believed this platinum customer was an accomplice of the auction house. Sweating profusely, he shouted desperately in his mind, begging for someone to make a bid. Another customer with a stern expression stated that this was clearly a scam and that only a fool would participate. Yetchin smiled mischievously, realizing that everyone's misunderstanding had become a unique advantage for him. With no other choice, the auctioneer tremblingly announced the final price, congratulating the mysterious platinum VIP customer for winning the necklace for 1 yuan. Another attendee in the audience lamented, blaming himself for being too stupid not to try and make a bid. Yetchin looked at his phone, thinking that winning for $1 was ridiculous. The phone screen showed auction earnings of 180 million, and he thought with satisfaction that he had earned a considerable sum. Now, Yetchin was sure he could buy really good things for himself. The scene changed to a luxurious skyscraper, described as a 10,000 square meter luxury apartment on the highest floor of the city's busiest center. A condescending real estate agent explained that the luxury apartment cost around 100 million yuan and suggested a more realistic option to Yetchin. Without hesitation, Yetchin declared, "I don't need to see more. I'll buy that penthouse." The employee responded with irritation that with his current credit rating, Yetchin couldn't borrow 100 million yuan since that penthouse was for the wealthy. Yetchin responded calmly, leaving the employee speechless. 100 million in cash, immediate payment. He added that he had a request, to have everything ready so he could move in before noon. That same afternoon, Yesha OSU was sitting in her wheelchair in the middle of the new mansion, asking her brother in amazement about this sudden change. Yetchin explained that the house was spacious enough so she wouldn't have to worry about transforming and that he had bought it in her name. So Tong was overwhelmed by the vast space. Pushing his sister's wheelchair toward the window to look out at the city, Yetchin promised kindly that from now on he would never let her suffer again. After the housewarming party, So Tong and Yi Xiao were already lying on the sofa, complaining that they had eaten too much. On the windswept rooftop, Lu Shingan had arrived for the barbecue and approached Yetchin, who was contemplating the night city. Yetchin commented that even having bought the best house in the most privileged location, the air still felt polluted. Lu Shingan congratulated Yetchin on officially becoming a hunter and encouraged him to be happy with what he had achieved. When Yetchin only responded with a brief thank you, Lu Shingan playfully scolded him for not showing a sad face on his day of celebration. She held out a gift, a necklace with a glowing blue crystal pendant. Yetchin exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the familiar stone. Lu Shingan smiled and explained that she wanted to return it to him, but this time as a gift, revealing she had kept it carefully for many years every time she entered the abyss. She said the stone always reminded her of those who never accept their fate, those who dare to defy destiny at the cost of their own lives. Lu Shingan believed it had brought her luck, and Yetchin agreed that survival certainly had an element of chance. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin prepares for his first official mission as a hunter? But then she remembered what Yetchin had said and smiled smugly, realizing that survival was not a matter of luck, but of power. Yetchin affirmed his philosophy. Direct action is more effective than empty words. Lu Shingan agreed, saying that was what she admired about him, and that she also wanted to be recognized for her own ability. She said that like this crystal, Yetchin's true value could not be measured in money. Lu Shingan stated decisively that whether he lived in a mansion or a rented apartment, the person she liked was still the extraordinary scavenger of old. She admitted she also needed a lot of money, but it was because of something he had said. Yetchin remembered his promise that if he had more money, he could form his own hunter team. Lu Shingan confirmed that forming a hunter team required a large amount of capital. Unspirit, Yetchin declared he would form a team to conquer the most challenging places in the abyss because he couldn't become strong alone. He looked at a mysterious sphere in his hand enveloped in dark energy and said that if he couldn't adapt to the rules of this world, then he himself would become the rule. Later, in his new luxury apartment, Yetchin began his new life. He took a bag of trash to the building's collection area. Yetchin complained about the inconvenience of the luxury area, wondering if rich people didn't throw out trash. An arrogant voice from behind questioned him, assuming he was a servant and was not following regulations. A large, arrogant man scolded Yetchin, saying the servant's place was in a separate area so as not to deface the image of the neighborhood. Yetchin responded calmly that he was not a servant but the new owner in this area. The other man stood stunned and speechless. Immediately, Yetchin snatched a banana peel from the man's hand, pushed him back, and mocked him, repeating his own words. This is a luxury area. What owner would go throw out the trash himself? He must be a servant. The arrogant man ordered Yetchin to clean the surrounding area and never appear before him again. In response, Yetchin silently created a rotating sphere of purple energy in the palm of his hand. Bolts of dark energy suddenly shot out, making the man ask in terror what was happening. With a cold look, Yetchin declared, "This trash is yours." He ordered him to pick it up or he would force him to do so, as the dark energy tightened around his body. The man was violently thrown to the ground without mercy. Pinned against the wall, he roared angrily, "How dare you, a humble servant, speak to me like that?" Yetchin watched calmly, and a system message appeared indicating that the target had been suppressed and could not use combat skills. "I said it." Yetchin grit his teeth, his gaze sharpening. The man repeats the order, "Pick it up," as a terrifying pressure crushes him against the ground. In his fury, he activated the Titanic power skill to try and break free from the control. However, the system announced that his skill was useless against a legendary level control skill. The man was stunned, unable to believe a nobody could possess a legendary skill. Yetchin explained calmly that he obtained his gravity vortex skill from a legendary monster, and its power far exceeded what was taught in the academy. Still crushed, the man tried to convince himself he only lost because he was attacked by surprise by a support expert. Yetchin lost his patience and asked sternly, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Pick up the trash immediately." A huge, burst of gravitational energy exploded, completely submerging the man. Terrified and in pain, he finally cried out through tears, "I'll pick it up." After the neighbor was subdued, Yetchin stood there as his energy dissipated. Yetchin stood in silence over the trash, leaving behind the arrogant neighbor who had been subdued. He looked at his phone and thought that, despite living in a wealthy neighborhood, trouble kept finding him. On a call with his sister, Yetchin lied saying he went out to buy something, but in reality, he was heading back to his old house to retrieve some keepsakes. He returned to the old neighborhood, where there were low houses and lush trees. The door opened, revealing the modest apartment where he used to live. Standing in the empty room, Yetchin reflected that just like stones, the older a house is, the more comfortable it feels. In a flashback, the former owner announced he could no longer rent in the house. He explained that an important figure had bought the entire property and had paid 50 years' rent in advance, and Yetchin revealed that person was himself. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the World Association Congress building. A masked official reported that the Tattoos Guild was tricked into losing $200 million at an auction and put all the blame on Lang Xiaofeng, Yetchin's former neighbor. Now revealed as a high leader, he demanded that the identity of that mysterious buyer be investigated. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how the World Association tries to track down Yetchin? The masked official revealed that this person had appeared in the hunter exam and had been promoted to an official hunter. Furthermore, records indicated that this person had a close relationship with Juliet, a hunter guild that had been annihilated. He said they had recorded Yetchin's magical fluctuation from the test stone. When comparing the magical imprints at the site of Caesar's death and in the examination room, the similarity was surprisingly consistent. The high leader looked at Yetchin's file and wondered if he was the holder of a special profession. The masked official warned that a profession not on the list could break the current system, and if he couldn't be controlled, that person would become an enemy. However, the leader confidently declared that Yetchin would have to follow the rules of the game they had created, standing in front of the building of power. Yetchin had no idea he was being considered a pawn in the game of those who called themselves gods of this era. Yucking entered the main hall of the Hunter Association. He approached the reception desk, presented a credential, and stated that he wanted to form a hunting team. The receptionist asked if he knew the requirements, including the establishment fee of 50 million yuan for the World Association. She explained the operating rules, but Yetchin insisted that money was not an issue and that he could pay in cash. The receptionist pointed toward the lobby, suggesting that Yetchin could find new members there, and reminded him that he had to recruit 4 people today. On the screen, the information for the new hunting team appeared: Scavenger's Home, with 1 registered E-level member and currently recruiting. 2 other hunters sitting nearby began to gossip, mocking the rustic name and the small scale of the new hunting team. The receptionist announced that being E-level, his team could only perform the lowest level resource recycling work, acting as a support group. Yetchin thought with disappointment, wondering if he would go back to his old job of picking up trash after all. Suddenly, a burly man with braided white hair blocked his path, mocking that this time Yetchin really would have to pick up trash. The man named Fachong roared, swearing he would make Yetchin pay a high price for slapping his face the previous time. Those around whispered, recognizing Fashion as the son of a powerful Senate member and a leader of the A-rank hunting team, Hunting Heart. They worried that anyone who offended the FA family would not have a good end, and that Yetchin's new hunting team might dissolve the same day. Yetchin responded calmly, saying he had only come to recruit people and suggested resolving their personal grudges elsewhere. Fashion mocked, demanding that Yetchin kneel and promise he would only pick up trash for his team, or else he would ensure that Yetchin's team couldn't be formed. Yetchin responded coldly that Fashion wasn't even worth recycling, which infuriated Fashion and made him prepare to attack. Fashion's subordinates hurried to dissuade him, advising him not to be impatient and to just wait for Yetchin to fail in recruitment. Just then, Zhu Tong appeared unexpectedly and enthusiastically asked to join Yucking's hunting team. Another hunter recognized Zoten, publicly ridiculing him as a useless bard who couldn't provide support. A disposable item. Yetchin wondered why Zoten had difficulty finding a team, but he explained that his bad reputation caused normal teams to reject him. Despite this, Zotong fervently declared his absolute loyalty, willing to die if Yetchin accepted him. Zotong revealed that Yetchin's team had been oppressed by Fashion and demoted to E-rank despite possessing a B-rank certification item. Yetchin simply smiled, thinking that even if it was just scavenger work, the rank didn't matter. The rank wasn't important. He explained that his strategy was to let the strong teams face the monsters directly, while Soltone continued to doubt the benefits, yet believed Yetchin had his own plan. Yetchin stated that although money was limited, real strength was what was absolutely recognized. In the main lobby, Fashion, the leader of Hunting Heart, arrogantly declared that he would only recruit the 10 most outstanding members. Immediately, a large number of high-level hunters from level 41 to 49 competed to apply for his team. So Tung explained with disdain that these people were not recruits, but sycophants who wanted to win favor with Fashion's father, who managed all the hunting teams there. Fashion sarcastically praised the applicants for being sensible, unlike some more scraps. A subordinate of Fashion pointed toward the reception counter where a new recruit named Ying was highly sought after by many hunting teams. Ying looked at the bulletin board, wondering about a new hunting team called Scavenger's Home. Zotong recognized in amazement the beautiful warlock who had passed the hunter exam, famous for her instant explosive magic. He excitedly told how he had benefited from her power in the past and offered to personally invite her to join their team. Yetchin agreed, and Zhao Tong confidently said to relax. But as soon as Zhao Tong set out to move forward, Fashion intervened and approached Ying first. Fashion arrogantly invited Ying to join Hunting Heart while despising Scavenger's Home as a trash option. Zotong exclaimed in despair, thinking it was too late. Hunting Heart had acted first. However, Ying coldly replied to Fashion that she had already made her own decision. Fashion furiously asked why a talented warlock would want to join an E-rank scavenger team. Ignoring Fashion's words, the purple-haired woman approached Yetchin and Zoten, saying she liked the name Scavenger's Home. She officially introduced herself to the hunting team, presenting herself as Ying, a fire elementalist. Ying happily extended her hand, welcoming the new member and stating that her team didn't reject anyone. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Fashion reacts to being rejected by the most talented recruit? Ying shook Yetchin's hand, officially becoming part of the team. Yetchin suggested that the whole team go out to eat while they waited, but Ying replied bluntly that she wasn't hungry. Despite her words, the three headed to the reception counter, and Yetchin asked if they could order food there while Sotong panicked over the prices. Ying calmly ordered a portion of every dish. In another corner, Fashion still didn't understand why he had been rejected, and his subordinates tried to calm him down, saying their team didn't lack mages. The arrogant subordinate asked someone standing in their way to move aside. Fashion immediately glared at his subordinate for that stupid action. While they were eating, Sotong suddenly pointed at the big screen in wonder and shouted that it was that person. A burly, scar man walked past, making Fashion behind him stand stunned as well. Everyone around them recognized it was Gumming, the cursed one who had killed all his teammates. Yetchin also recognized Gumming. His eyes turned cold. Gumming went straight to Yetchin, recalling an unfinished battle between them. Yetchin smiled, asking in turn if Gumming would be interested in joining his hunting team that was recruiting. Gumming's appearance startled Ying, making her drop her cake. Gumming confirmed he was interested, but challenged Yetchin to see if he dared to accept someone with a bad luck curse. In a luxurious room, Yetchin explained to the team members the influence of bad luck in the abyss. Elsewhere, Fashion and his lackeys mocked Gumming, opining that no one would want to team up with such a jinx. Yetchin asked Gumming directly if his bad luck made dropped items worse, and Gumming grudgingly admitted it did. Gumming explained that he didn't care about equipment since he lived off mission rewards as long as they were generous enough. Hearing this, Yetchin looked extremely satisfied and exclaimed great, which confused Gumming. Yetchin insisted on inviting Gumming to join, explaining that his bad luck was actually a special talent that increased the chances of forging the highest quality equipment. Witnessing the scene, Fashion and his lackeys were even more contemptuous, thinking Yetchin was truly a scavenger who only picked up what no one wanted. Gumming accepted the invitation but issued a warning. Yetchin must die by his hands before his team was devoured by the abyss. Yetchin accepted the condition and shook Gumming's hand, officially recruiting him, while Gumming assured him he wouldn't let the abyss take anyone. Fashion continued gossiping, revealing that Gumming was nicknamed the Cursed One because every team he joined had a 100 annihilation rate. Zotong and Ying felt discouraged seeing Yetchin recruit another infamous member, wondering who would dare to join their team now. Yetchin secretly calculated that his team already had 3 members and only needed 1 more to obtain the Hunter team license. At the association headquarters, time passed. The whole team sat in silence. The atmosphere was somber because no one else had shown up to join. Sotan commented sadly that their reputation didn't seem good at all. Yetchin replied bluntly that the presence of Gumming and Ying was the reason the team's reputation was affected. Right then, Fashion appeared, gleefully announcing that he had used his authority to intervene, ensuring Yetchin's registration application would be rejected. He declared that he would even restrict Yetchin's hunter license as punishment for his insolence, and asked if he regretted it. Yetchin replied calmly that his hunter team already had enough members, which greatly surprised Fashion. Fashion looked at Sotan with contempt and called him a weak coward. Ying thought secretly about the team's current formation. Gumming also realized that the team was still missing 1 person, as he could clearly distinguish between the numbers 4 and 5. Yetchin smiled smugly and affirmed to Fashion that his team had 5 members. Lu Shingan loudly declared that she would join the team. Fashion and his lackeys stood stunned, realizing that the 5th member was none other than Lu Shingan. He couldn't believe a prestigious figure from the Lu Consortium would join an unknown hunter team. Yetchin explained that Lu Shingan was a rebel who had rejected her family's plans and no longer received special resources. Fashion dismissed it, thinking Yetchin only had a few tricks, and ordered his people to leave to carry out their A-rank mission. The association employee announced that the Scavenger's home team had been successfully formed with 5 members and had been ranked as E-rank. Yetchin immediately requested to follow Fashion's Hunting Heart team into the A-rank abyss as a cleanup crew. Fashion furiously asked how an E-rank team could accept an A-rank mission, but Yetchin pointed out that there were no level limits for scavenger teams. The request was approved, and Yetchin successfully took advantage of the legal loophole in the rules, much to Fashion's outrage. Yetchin pretended to be friendly, suggesting they put aside prejudices and cooperate, since it was an A-rank abyss with abundant production. Fashion roared, bitterly accepting, but declared that Yetchin was only his personal garbage man. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin's team performs in the A-rank abyss? He threatened to leave a mountain of trash for Yetchin to pick up, and then left reluctantly. Yetchin responded with a sarcastic smile that he would follow the orders of the Hunting Heart team leader. When they left, Jotan wondered why Yetchin had agreed to work like a slave, but Yetchin revealed that this was the only way to participate in high-level missions without restrictions. Yetchin further explained the advantages of his identity as a scavenger, which amazed Jotan, while he secretly thought this cooperation was just a coincidence. Finally, Yetchin revealed the true reason. Hunting Heart's mission coincidentally contained the Black Tower key, which left the team in awe. Yetchin explained that according to association reports, the Black Tower key was in the Abyss hunting mission that the Hunting Heart team had received thanks to their privileges. Gumming clarified that the Black Tower key was the ticket to a challenge where the reward could be the dissipation of curses or the cure of incurable diseases. Ying added that it could even resurrect the dead in the Abyss, but very few hunter teams managed to find the key and enter the tower. Lu Shingan stated that without exception, those who succeeded became the strongest existences, just like her brothers. Feeling left behind, Jotan naively asked if the key could turn him into a superstar immediately, but he was given a reality check, being told that could only be achieved through real strength. Disappointed, Zhao Tong resolved to become stronger to silence everyone. Yetchin confidently laid out the plan. They could use Hunting Heart as a vanguard team to buy time and search for the hidden room containing the key. The entire team looked at Yetchin in awe, secretly admiring the plan that seemed to have calculated even their appearance. However, Yetchin timidly confessed that he hadn't planned anything, but simply thought that recruiting people for the Scavenger's home team would be easier. He concluded that everything was just a coincidence, leaving the entire team flabbergasted by the blunt truth. On the day of the Rank A Abyss mission, a dark energy portal swirled in the middle of a desolate canyon. The Hunting Heart team, led by Fashion, was already present, standing in front of the Abyss entrance. As soon as he entered, Jiaodong was surprised to realize he could see the sky inside the Abyss. He couldn't hide his excitement at the surreal scene, as he thought the Abyss would be a closed space like a dungeon. Wuming explained that sometimes there are open-world abysses without runes or signs, and getting lost in them is extremely dangerous. Then he grumbled that he hated sand. Yetchin turned to ask Ying and Lu Shingan about their strange outfits, and both replied in unison that they had to cover up to protect themselves from the harmful effects of sunlight. The two teams began their journey across the wasteland with the Hunting Heart team in the lead, and So Tung enthusiastically reciting poetry in the rear. Fashion complained that he hated this kind of open terrain the most, as they would have to travel a long distance to find the mission objective. A team member reported that according to information, there was an oasis fortress located in the center of this abyss, which surprised Fashion. Fashion was skeptical since they hadn't seen vegetation or monsters the entire way, which was too unusual for a rank A abyss. A burly member of the Hunting Heart team warned of a flock of suspicious birds flying overhead. The team's archer was skeptical of the warning. He was horrified to see the reflection of the flock in his own eyes. The flock swooped down, revealing themselves as a fierce swarm of harpies, and they shouted for everyone to be alert. The Hunting Heart tank raised a shield, ordering his companions to take cover behind him to counter the aerial attack. Seeing that Yetchin's group remained motionless, the archer shouted angrily, asking if they wanted to die. Yetchin calmly responded that the harpies were only dangerous because they snatched people up and then dropped them from a great height. Lu Shingan added that if someone was caught, it was because their positioning was terrible. The Hunting Heart tank became enraged, shouting that allowing Yetchin's scavenger team to follow him was already a great favor. The harpies screeched and began their fierce assault. The members of Hunting Heart immediately threw themselves into battle against the monster swarm. The terrified archer fired an arrow toward the approaching harpy. However, he was quickly grabbed by a harpy and lifted into the air. Lifted into the air, the archer screamed desperately for his teammates to save him. Yetchin tapped the ground with his foot, apparently preparing to act. The Hunting Heart tank jumped into the air to save his companion, but failed. Ying, who had remained motionless from the beginning, observed the situation in silence. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted in the sky, incinerating both the archer and the harpy. The Hunting Heart tank watched in horror as his companion's charred body fell to the ground. Yetchin stood on the rocky ledge looking at the crater created by the impact, sarcastically commenting that he used to think all Hunting Heart members were elite. Ying mocked that it seemed some people were only there to make up the numbers. The Hunting Heart archer snapped back in rage, blaming distractions for not being able to hide. Yetchin commented coldly that they not only had bad positioning, but were also good at blaming others, wondering if this was the conduct of the Hunting Heart main force. Just then, a gigantic swarm of harpies swooped down from the sky to attack. He only observed the developing situation in silence. A harpy darted like a bolt toward the two Hunting Heart members. Suddenly, Yetchin moved, charging directly into the middle of the attacking harpy swarm. The tank was left stunned, not understanding what had just happened as he saw a dead harpy at his feet. The archer was also amazed, but tried to show disdain, suggesting Yetchin had just been lucky to hit a weak spot. As soon as he finished speaking, another harpy approached and roared right in front of him. Seized by the monster, the archer screamed for help in a panic. Yetchin acted immediately, crushing the harpy's head to save his life. He warned the archer that harpies were very sensitive to sound, and that if he didn't want more trouble, he should shut up and keep moving. At the same time, Fashion also demonstrated his power by splitting a harpy in half. The muscular member of his team threw a punch of purple energy. Their mage flew through the air, casting a wide area lightning spell. The powerful attack threw the harpy swarm into chaos. The entire flock of monsters got scared and quickly flew away to escape. Fashion scolded them angrily, declaring he would expel the archer and a useless warrior from the team as soon as the mission ended. Yetchin mocked that perhaps the archer was too noisy, which is why he had become the priority target for the harpy swarm. Lu Shingan explained that although these monsters aren't strong, they prioritize attacking those who make a lot of noise, like mages and bards, which made her Zoltan's nemesis. She added that they could easily penetrate defenses to attack the rear, which made a terrified Zoltan decide to keep quiet immediately. Meanwhile, a mage from the Hunting Heart team said smugly that the harpies were scared and wouldn't dare approach. Suddenly, the ground beneath the mage's feet began to shake. The entire Hunting Heart team was startled, feeling a violent shock coming. explained calmly that the harpies weren't afraid of them, but were fleeing from a stronger opponent elsewhere. A gigantic cloud of dust rose in the distance, signaling that something huge was approaching at a terrifying speed. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground, indicating an army of monsters was approaching. A fierce swarm of ogres with rudimentary weapons and armor roared as they charged toward them. Fashion shouted in horror, realizing it was an entire company of ogres. Immediately Fashion showed his commander's mettle, ordering healers to fall back, tanks to follow him to hold the front line, and rogues to flank to seek and destroy enemy mages. He confidently declared he was a professional commander capable of leading groups of more than 20 people. Looking toward Yetchin's team, Fashion decided he would show that scavenger team the power of Hunting Heart. Yetchin's entire group responded in unison with sarcasm. The Hunting Heart team charged bravely into battle against the approaching ogre swarm. Fashion roared, activated the Titanic power skill, and jumped directly into the middle of the enemies. With his power amplified, he planted his sword and decapitated an ogre with ease. Fashion mocked the monsters, calling them too weak. He ordered the entire team to annihilate those trash ogres as his companions' attacks also began to fall. From above, Ying silently observed the entire chaotic battle unfolding below. Yetchin calmly assessed that the ogres weren't too strong and that the Hunting Heart team could handle them. Ying asked, feigning fear, why they weren't entering combat, and immediately Yetchin reminded her of her desire to become stronger. He sarcastically commented that since Fashion had already made an enthusiastic demonstration, his team only needed to wait to collect the loot. While the whole team watched from above, the ground suddenly shook violently. An ogre roared fiercely. Immediately, its head exploded from a powerful attack. Yetchin frowned, muttering that Fashion was showing off on purpose from afar. Fashion laughed out loud mockingly, urging them to hurry up and do their job as trash collectors. However, the items that dropped were just a bunch of worthless low-level equipment. A system message appeared indicating that the luck attribute in the area had decreased significantly, and Gumming was the one who noticed. Jotan explained that the Hunting Heart team would never pick up this gray, poor-quality equipment. But Yetchin looked happy, saying that this gray-quality equipment was especially useful to him. Meanwhile, Fashion roared because no blue-quality equipment was dropping, and his team's attacks couldn't land critical hits either. He looked with anger at the useless item cards, declaring they weren't worth it. A mage from his team also confirmed the anomalous situation where no one could inflict critical damage. Fashion complained to the sky about such an unlucky day. Even his expensive luck equipment had become useless. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin uses the trash equipment to his advantage? From afar, Yetchin noticed that the strangest thing was that the monster's main force didn't seem to be attacking at full power. Lu Shingan also found it puzzling, as monsters would normally attack furiously when their territory was invaded. Yetchin remembered his confrontation with the Dark Elf and speculated that some monsters had their own intelligence and language. He suddenly pointed into the distance and told everyone to look over there. In the distance, a horde of ogres was communicating with each other in their own language. Fashion's team was struggling. He ordered the tanks to hold on and the healers to heal them. A tank strained to resist a powerful attack from an ogre meanwhile, a conceited archer showed off as he continuously took down the monsters one by one. He smiled victoriously, looking toward a structure in the distance. Suddenly, the archer's confidence vanished as he realized another horde of ogres was attacking from behind. The fierce horde of ogres lunged forward at a terrifying speed. The rear of the Hunting Heart team was quickly overwhelmed. The archers were caught in nets and screamed for help desperately. One member worriedly informed Fashion that the rear was in danger, suggesting they go back to provide support. Fashion dismissed him, scolding his subordinate for being an idiot, and ordered the entire team to keep moving forward. He shouted his cruel plan: lure the monsters toward the scavengers so they would bear the brunt of the attention. Two team members immediately obeyed, preparing special items. Together they threw those items into the air. The objects exploded, creating a dense cloud of purple smoke. A system message appeared, confirming that the monster's hostility had been reset. The attacking ogre horde suddenly stopped, looking dazed toward the small figures on a distant mountain. A leader ogre roared, pointing toward the new target. Immediately, the entire horde of ogres changed direction and began to charge toward Yiqing's team. From above, Wu Ming and So Tong watched the monster horde approach. So Tong wondered if they had managed to bypass the team ahead. Lu Shingan smiled confidently, stating they had been intentionally lured there, while Ying excitedly created a fireball ready to show her power. Yetchin stopped his teammates, asking them to conserve their strength and only enter combat when truly necessary. Ying looked confused, asking again if they really shouldn't use magic at that moment. Yetchin explained that the ogre horde seemed to be setting a trap for them, and it was better to let the hunting heart team go first to scout. Confidently declared that he alone was enough to cover the rear of the entire team. The group of 5 stood on the cliff, preparing for the upcoming battle. From below, the ogre horde discovered Yetchin descending to attack them. Yetchin landed on the ground, creating a spiderweb-shaped shockwave to stop the enemy's advance. The ogres were caught by the control skill, unable to move forward. An ogre was shocked when Yetchin appeared right behind him like a ghost. 2 other ogres screamed in terror before being hit by an invisible attack. Yetchin launched a powerful kick, knocking down another ogre. He remained calmly motionless as 2 ogres brandished their weapons and charged from behind. With a move as fast as lightning, Yetchin turned and counterattacked both. His sword radiated intense, purple energy, ready for the next attack. Yetchin dove into the middle of the ogre horde, planting his sword and creating a whirlwind of slashes. Witnessing the scene, Lu Shingan asked in amazement if Yetchin had become stronger in just a few days. She continued commenting that his speed was now so fast that it was hard to distinguish his sword movements. Yetchin continued massacring the ogre horde without mercy. An ogre was cut to pieces under the sharp blade of his sword. Yetchin finished his attack, standing in the middle of the battlefield as dark energy swirled around him. The ogre horde fled in extreme panic. They were trying to escape from Yetchin, who stood there surrounded by a dark aura. Yetchin clicked his tongue in irritation, wondering why the monsters were fleeing. Meanwhile, a hunting heart team member mocked that thanks to the scavengers who sacrificed themselves as bait, they could fight in peace. Suddenly, the ogre horde stopped and changed direction. The members of the hunting heart team could not believe their eyes, wearing expressions of horror. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Fashion's team handles the returning ogre horde? That damn ogre horde had returned and was heading directly toward them. The hunting heart team's archer had been abandoned as bait, screaming desperately for help while Yetchin just watched. Yetchin analyzed, realizing that these monsters were intelligent enough to attack weak targets and retreat before enemies that were too strong. The hunting heart team's main tank also realized that these ogres possessed a certain intelligence. Suddenly, a giant horned worm emerged from the ground. It lunged and crushed the main tank with a single blow. Another team member screamed in horror, seeing the main tank taken down so easily. Fashion turned around furiously, scolding the healer for not paying attention to the tank's health bar. The healer explained, terrified that he didn't even see the health change, that a single hit had made it all disappear. Fashion looked ahead where a massive cloud of dust was rising. A gigantic foot stepped on the ground, announcing the appearance of a new enemy. A massive ogre chieftain appeared imposingly, with a small goblin rider upon its head. The pressure of its appearance sent the hunting heart team members flying. Fashion stood his ground, realizing that this group of high-level ogre warriors was much stronger, as if they belonged to a completely different difficulty level. Fashion roared, ordering his team to reorganize and maintain formation. However, he immediately realized the situation was out of control. A subordinate reported in terror that the rear had been cut off by the ogre incursion, leaving the entire team surrounded. From a distance, Yetchin calmly commented that those ogres were just a decoy. In the midst of the chaos, a burst of yellow energy exploded on the battlefield. That energy burst easily pierced an ogre's head. Fashion, shrouded in a golden aura, lunged into the middle of the enemy encirclement. He landed, releasing a burst of dark energy that swept away the surrounding ogres with overwhelming force. Fashion crushed another monster with his twin swords. He laughed out loud, declaring that before his titanic power, the monsters were just trash. The gigantic ogre chieftain remained imposing, coldly observing Fashion. Fashion shouted and charged directly at the boss, determined to finish him off. He swung his sword to attack, but the ogre chieftain was already shrouded in purple lightning. The boss's gigantic fist easily stopped Fashion's attack. Fashion strained, trying to resist his opponent's staggering strength. The ogre chieftain's fist exploded with purple energy, completely overwhelming Fashion. Repelled, Fashion exclaimed in shock, unable to believe the monster was so strong. His face showed clear dismay and rage at the disadvantageous situation. The ogre chieftain raised its fist, accumulating a sphere of dark purple energy. Fashion shouted as he was struck by the destructive energy blast from the ogre chieftain's fist. The ogre chieftain's punch created a terrifying explosion, throwing Fashion to the ground. Fashion fell with blood gushing from his mouth and nose, crushed by the weight of the attack. Fashion's team members screamed their captain's name in terror. They realized the critical situation and shouted that they needed to support him. The entire team rushed forward, determined to protect their captain from the ogre chieftain. Fashion got up with difficulty, while his companions tried to contain the ogre chieftain and its energy spheres. An archer from Fashion's team shouted curses and fired an arrow at another ogre. The arrow hit the target, but the ogre immediately emitted an intense burst of red energy. It roared one last time as its body became completely shrouded in red light. The ogre's face deformed with rage just before its body exploded. The archer was caught in the explosion, screaming in horror, not understanding why the dead monster could still attack. A female warrior on the team wondered in amazement why the corpse could still move. She realized it was dark magic and shouted to warn everyone to stay away from the other corpses. Immediately afterward, a series of other ogre corpses also exploded violently. Fashion shouted in despair that his recovery capacity was completely unable to keep up with the damage. He ordered the entire team to deploy a smoke screen to mislead the enemy and retreat quickly. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see if Yetchin decides to step in and save Fashion's failing team? From a distance, Yetchin observed the smoke columns and determined it was a type of dark magic that turned corpses into bombs. He turned to warn his teammates to stay away from all corpses. A surviving ogre ran directly toward Yetchin while he watched. Yetchin calmly ordered recycle as the monster lunged. Yetchin's hand, with his rings glowing, grabbed the ogre's head and began the decomposition process. Dark energy exploded, turning all the ogre horde corpses on the battlefield to ash. As the energy dissipated, the desert was left clean without a trace. Ying exclaimed in surprise that all the corpses had disappeared while Sotong enthusiastically praised his older brother for being incredible. Gumming commented that Yetchin had an interesting skill, but Yetchin was quick to explain that he had to clean them up before the enemy mage resurrected the entire horde. Yetchin thought to himself it was a shame he had to recycle everything before he could examine this pile of junk. Suddenly, Fashion and his subordinates appeared, shouting and calling Yetchin's party a bunch of scavengers. Fashion approached, saying he would generously give them an opportunity. Yetchin responded calmly, "Tell me." Fashion offered to credit them in the rank a mission report, an action he believed could help improve the rank of Yetchin's hunter team. Yetchin sarcastically refused, while Sutton tried to mediate, reminding Fashion that they should cooperate. Fashion immediately changed his attitude, solemnly inviting Yetchin's team to join Hunting Heart as a cooperative team. Yetchin's entire team, including Yetchin, Jitong, Ying, Lu Shingan, and Gumming, showed expressions of disappointment in unison. The story goes back a few minutes as large columns of smoke rise over the battlefield. In the flashback, Fashion and his two subordinates looked annoyed, and he let out a curse. The ogre chief and the goblin rider on its head remained firm, forcing Fashion to admit the monster was not easy to handle. A team strategist suggested they didn't need to fight head-on, but could bypass them to reach the objective point. Fashion opposed this, saying the monsters would actively attack if they tried to bypass. The strategist smiled mischievously, suggesting a sinister plan to use that trash as bait. He persuaded Fashion that no one would be held responsible if Yetchin's team died, since Fashion's father was a man of power, making Fashion agree to the evil plan. Fashion cheerfully offered a sincere invitation to cooperate with Yeking's team. Zotong whispered to Ying, warning him that they only wanted to use the whole team as a sacrifice. However, Lu Shingan thought it was a good opportunity to practice against strong monsters despite knowing it was a trap. Fashion continued persuading, promising to treat them like a hunter team and even offering settlement bonus. Yetchin unexpectedly accepted, making Tun scream in protest, while Lu Shingan watched with interest. Fashion declared happily that they were worthy of his choice and that they would charge together to prove their brotherhood. Immediately after, Yetchin called an internal meeting and told his teammates directly that Fashion had bad intentions and wanted to eliminate them. Joe Tong asked in a panic, unable to believe Yetchin actually planned to cooperate with that person. Yetchin gave Joe Tong a shield, telling him to use it to save himself at the crucial moment, which made him realize in amazement it was a legendary-level equipment. Given Tong's concern about repair costs, Yetchin stated indifferently that if it broke, he would throw it away and give him a new one. Then, Yetchin turned to Lu Shingan to ask about a knight's healing skills, and she admitted she wasn't good at that ability. Yetchin then designated Lu Shingan as the team's nanny, causing her to protest strongly because she was always used to acting alone. He explained that her task this time was not to fight, but to protect the rear, as she was the only one with protection skills to keep the whole team safe. Zotong immediately entrusted his life to Lu Shingan, while Ying said confidently she wasn't fragile. Yetchin patted her on the shoulder to entrust the task to Lu Shingan, and she reluctantly accepted. He instructed Ying to use fire magic to prioritize eliminating approaching monsters, preventing them from exploding after they died. After organizing everything, Yetchin looked at Gumming in silence. Wooming asked why he was looking at him because, regardless, he wouldn't die, and Yetchin just told him to do as he pleased. With a determined expression, Yetchin declared their remaining goal was simple. He stated that the team would defeat Ogma and Octala themselves without the help of the Hunting Heart team. Fashion instructed Yetchin's team that they only needed to draw the boss's attention, while also warning about the small creature that could make corpses explode. Seeing Yetchin's team advance, a Hunting Heart strategist mocked them, calling them fools for not receiving the power boost buff. The silhouettes of the entire team quickly disappeared behind the canyon mist. Fashion immediately ordered his team to prepare, planning to attack as soon as the decoy team was eliminated and the monster's attention turned to them. In the dust, Yetchin faced two giant ogres alone and shouted to provoke them. The two ogres charged furiously toward Yetchin at a terrifying speed. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin single-handedly handles the giant ogres? A violent explosion suddenly erupted, completely engulfing the two monsters. Yetchin stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield as the remains of the ogres fell around him. A dark red entity with a sinister smile appeared behind another terrified ogre. The goblin rider, mounted on the ogre chief's head, uttered an incomprehensible language. Yetchin smiled, silently ordering the system to analyze that nonsensical language. A message appeared confirming that Yetchin had passed the intelligence test and now understood the language of the monsters. The goblin rider grandiosely declared that they were from the ogre tribe tasked with guarding the emperor's resting place, and that anyone who profaned it would die. He released a torrent of fiery red energy, strengthening the entire ogre horde. Yetchin quickly realized that this was high-level mind control magic and determined that this shaman was the key to the battle. 3 more ogres joined forces to lift a giant battle axe and charge forward. Hidden behind the shield, Joe Tony exclaimed in terror at the size of that blade. An ogre's giant hand firmly gripped the handle of the axe, preparing for a devastating attack. The ogre chief stepped forward. Its passive skills were displayed: health recovery and resistance to control effects. Terrified, Zhutan thought that with that amount of health, armor, and attack power they couldn't win, and suggested waiting for the Hunting Heart team. Zhutan complained that even if they were considered cannon fodder, they shouldn't see themselves that way. Gumming asked about the plan, thinking of the enemy mage's tactic of using corpses as bombs. Yucking confidently accepted the mission to eliminate the leader and tasked Gumming with clearing the surroundings, to which Gumming immediately agreed. Yetchin lunged forward immediately, making Gumming shout in annoyance that he hadn't finished talking yet. With a smug smile, Yetchin turned around and ordered the entire team to listen. Wrapped in a purple aura, he raised his weapon and shouted, demanding that not a single one be left alive. A white-haired swordsman on the team confidently assured them to leave the rear in his hands. Ying laughed frantically with burning eyes as she declared she would burn them all to ash. Wooming maintained a resolute expression, preparing to dive into the fierce battle. Zotong also shouted with determination that he would do his best. Immediately after, a horde of fierce ogres with angry red eyes lunged forward. Wu Ming raised his greatsword, ready to receive the first wave of attacks. He launched a powerful slash, creating a trail of fire that swept through a crowd of ogres. Another ogre accumulated red energy and charged directly toward Gumming, who was waiting. Meanwhile, Yetchin tore into an ogre with dark energy, saying he would leave the weak ones for his companions. Wu Ming only responded with a humph and continued swinging his sword to split another monster in two. The ogre chief roared furiously, its body wrapped in dark energy. The giant monster with the goblin rider on its head stood defiantly in front of Yetchin. From a distance, Ying and Tun cheered at their companion's power, while the white-haired swordsman hoped some enemies would stray toward them. Sweat beaded on Jotun's forehead. With eyes wide in wonder at the terrifying battle scene, Jotun shouted in terror upon seeing the ogre horde approaching from behind. He immediately cast an incantation, summoning magical chains from the power of the underworld. The glowing red chains coiled tightly around the ogres, immobilizing them in place. Ying floated above the flames, praising the improvement in Zutan's skills, but not forgetting to mock that at least he was no longer a burden, making Zutan respond angrily. She shouted at Zutan to move aside and launched a massive fireball toward him. Burned. Sotong angrily asked Ying why she attacked him when he was right next to the monsters. Ying calmly explained that Yetchin ordered the complete elimination of the ogres so they wouldn't explode and blamed Sotong for the previous shield incident. Suddenly, the ground shook as another ogre emerged, surprising Sotong with its tunneling ability. Ying quickly jumped into the air while Sotong remained on the ground, preparing to fight. She landed with a heavy stomp on the head of the newly appeared ogre. Standing on a monster's head, Ying mocked them for their fondness for digging holes. Then, she jumped into a large hole, wondering if they connected to each other, and began to accumulate a massive fireball. After resolving everything, Ying looked satisfied, causing Zhao Tong to comment wordlessly that she was the mobile bomb. From a distance, Lu Shingan smiled with approval, seeing her companions had dealt with the monsters. She approached, instructing Ying and Tung to stay back so she could block the monsters and heal, making them both happily call her older sister. Sensing danger, Lu Shingan accumulated cold energy in her hand and considered that if she froze the ogres, would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Lu Shingan uses her frost abilities to protect the team? They won't be able to explode anymore, and then she releases a blast of icy air. Yotong and Jilling have glowing eyes, admiring Lu Shingan's power. But immediately after, Lu Shingan gets serious and looks around, asking where Yetchin is. Meanwhile, the gigantic ogre chief and the goblin rider on his head face a massive slash of red energy. The ogre chief activates his fury skill, increasing his attack by 100% and throwing a destructive punch toward Yetchin. Yetchin easily dodges the attack, thinking that strength is useless if it cannot hit the target. On the ogre's head, the goblin rider and another small dark creature look down with an air of smugness. Immediately, dark hands emerge from the ground, trying to catch Yetchin's feet. Yetchin is enveloped by a purple aura, completely absorbing the dark hands. The goblin rider shows an expression of panic at the unexpected turn of events. Yetchin declares that he will return all the trash they threw and activates the return recycle skill. A huge beam of purple energy shoots directly toward the ogre chief and the two creatures on his head. The goblin rider screams in terror as the destructive beam approaches. A violent explosion completely engulfs the ogre chief's head. From a distance, Fashion laughs triumphantly upon hearing the explosion, assuming that Yetchin's group must have been annihilated. When the smoke clears, the ogre chief stands holding the corpse of the dead goblin rider in his hand. The giant monster puts to his mouth a bloody finger, apparently having devoured his own companion. Yetchin realizes with surprise that the monster is using the barbarian method of devouring its own kind to become stronger. The ogre chief lets out a deafening roar, his body erupting in a burst of bright red energy. Before the eyes of Yetchin and Jotwan, his body begins to transform, expanding into an even more terrifying form. Yetchin realizes that Octala was not the controller, but was actually suppressing Ogma's true power. Ogma completes his transformation into a skeleton form, his true form. The battlefield scene becomes desolate and in flames, with skeletons scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Guiling explains the healing ability while Lu Shingan recovers from a slight burn on her hand. While facing an ogre, Zotong wondered worriedly where the guy with the greatsword was and if he had died in the distance. Fashion shouted Akio's name. Meanwhile, Gumming walked among the fallen ogre horde, wondering if someone was cursing him. Yetchin reassured Zutan, saying that strange guy was alive and kicking. Zutan immediately turned to question Gumming angrily because he hadn't provided help when the team was in a difficult battle. Gumming explained that he was helping by not participating, as his curse would turn any scratch into a death blow and Lu Shingan's healing capacity would not be enough to save them. Hearing this, Lu Shingan admitted with resignation that she really wasn't suited for the support role. Wuming declared that he joined the hunting team only to have enough people and that they shouldn't forget he was a professional mercenary. Having said that, he lunged at the ogre horde, brandishing his greatsword and tearing a monster apart. Gumming coldly announced that every monster he killed would be charged separately. At the same time, the transformed ogre chief threw a devastating punch against the ground. Yetchin dodged agilely, launching through the air with his dagger emitting purple energy. However, upon landing, he realized that the sand was limiting his mobility. From the monster's perspective, Yetchin was caught in a sand vortex that was sucking him in. Yetchin decided he had to use his gravity skill to improve his teleportation ability. He created a sphere of purple energy and slammed it against the ground, using the propulsion force to launch himself into the air. From above, Yetchin observed that this type of attack could be easily dodged as long as he wasn't on the ground while launching an energy slash against the monster. Feeling that he couldn't prolong the fight, Yetchin decided to attack with more force and activated frenzy mode, the ogre chief. Counterattacked immediately, shooting a beam of dark energy from its mouth. Yetchin quickly dodged Ogma's downward punch, narrowly passing by. He counterattacked immediately, brandishing his dagger to create a trail of purple energy that slashed the monster's chest. Upon being hit, Ogma roared and swung his fist, which glowed with red energy, to counterattack. Yetchin backed away, creating a vortex of energy under his feet to dodge the attack. He lunged into the air, aiming directly at Ogma's head to deliver a death blow. Yetchin's dagger was wrapped in a massive current of dark energy as he pounced. The attack clashed violently against the ogre chief's horns. Undeterred, Ogma. He brandished his gigantic arm, forcing Yetchin to raise his weapon to block. Despite having blocked perfectly, a system message indicated that he still received 30% damage from Ogma's attack. The force of the impact caused Yetchin's defense to crack. He watched in awe as his energy shield crumbled into pieces. Still, the collision pushed Ogma back, sending him flying and spitting blood. Suddenly, a gigantic hand of sand emerged from the ground, caught Yetchin, and neutralized his movement skills. Trapped in front of Ogma, Yetchin channeled his power into his glowing hand and shouted, "Recycle," using dark energy to destroy an item from his equipment. The equipment fragments quickly gathered into a strange machine, and Yetchin ordered it to retreat while he fled. He used a card to activate a recovery skill, compensating for the blood lost. Yetchin continued recycling more equipment even as he moved. He glided across the desert in the machine he had created, temporarily escaping Ogma's pursuit. Yetchin lunged forward, using his dagger to cut Ogma's ankle. A glowing phantom wolf card appeared, which seemed to be a skill or an item he was using. The slash was successful, causing an effect that slowed Ogma's movement and turning speed. The giant monster roared in rage as Yetchin jumped into the air. Yetchin continued attacking, stabbing directly into Ogma's chest and reducing his health to 75%. Ogma frowned in pain, his eyes glowing with fury. Seeing that the tactic was effective, Yetchin decided to continue attacking in this manner. However, Ogma suddenly roared, accumulating red electrical energy around his head. He activated the Desert Stomp skill, hitting the ground and creating a massive energy explosion. Wuming and Jingtong watched in horror from a distance as Yetchin was launched into the sky. The entire team, including Wuming, Lu Shingan, Jingtong, and Yiling, had to hastily dodge Ogma's powerful tail sweep. Yetchin landed, admitting that the battle would not be easy when Zotong asked worriedly. A system alert appeared. Ogma had activated super recovery, removing negative effects and restoring his health to 100%. Yetchin explained that this skill activated automatically if Ogma did not receive damage within 3 seconds, fully recovering his vitality. Gumming thought Fashion had made the right decision by taking the long way and suggested the whole team should retreat. But Yetchin refused, stating he had discovered the monster's combat pattern, which made Gumming doubt the possibility of defeating an enemy that could fully heal. Yetchin admitted that he alone could not do it, but if the whole team cooperated, victory was possible. He laid out the plan. Ogma only attacked the last attacker, so he, Wuming, and Lu Shingan would take turns attacking in melee while Ying dealt constant damage from a distance to prevent him from healing. When Zhao Tong asked about his role, Yetchin simply asked him to prioritize his survival. Zhao Tong worriedly asked Yetchin about the chances of winning against the boss. Yetchin responded calmly that he estimated the probability at only 20%. While Ying thought betting on 20% was crazy, Lu Shingan considered the probability to be surprisingly high. Yetchin emphasized that they only had one chance, and that he would take the greatest risk to keep everyone safe. Lu Shingan responded with absolute confidence, promising to give her all and never back down. Inspired, Zotong also stated that he would trust Yetchin unconditionally and would not run away. Ying smiled smugly, declaring she had plenty of mana left and was ready to participate. Wuming simply called the group, in a low voice, a bunch of idiots seeking death. Yetchin realized that Lu Shingan's healing magic could be combined with his own regeneration ability, neutralizing the dangerous bleeding effect. He thanked Lu Shingan, explaining that thanks to her, he could use the triple berserk skill without worry. Both Lu Shingan and Gumming were stunned to hear about that skill. Gumming warned that even if it could balance the blood loss, the third level of berserk could kill Yetchin instantly. Yetchin admitted it was a real gamble, but he had to become stronger. The battle began as Ogma crouched, gathering energy. Ying activated the flame form skill, sacrificing part of her health to boost her pyromancy, and taking on the task of long-range attack. She immediately launched a burst of extremely powerful fireballs at the boss. Ogma simply narrowed his eyes, seeing the approaching fireballs. He easily raised his gigantic arm, blocking the entire attack. Immediately after, Ogma delivered a dark energy-charged punch against the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see if the team's combined strategy can overcome Ogma's overwhelming power? Lu Shingan declared she would protect the rear, launching herself into the air to intercept the explosion debris. She brandished her sword, creating a dense defensive barrier to repel countless flying fragments. Meanwhile, Sotong raised his shield firmly, protecting Ying from the attack's aftershocks. Yetchin shouted, ordering Lu Shingan to use the ice attribute to reinforce the ground and draw the enemy's attention. Hearing the order, Lu Shingan responded immediately and drove her sword into the ground, summoning a gigantic ice wall. Yetchin, shrouded in dark energy, ran quickly along the surface of the rising ice wall. He lunged directly toward the ogre chief in its new form, with its gigantic white mane and skull-like face. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball impacted the monster's face directly, causing a violent explosion. Ying smiled triumphantly, declaring that she still had plenty of magic left. Yetchin had reached the top of the ogre chief's head just as the monster prepared to counterattack with its glowing red eyes. The ogre chief opened its mouth, firing a destructive red energy beam that tore through the ground and headed toward Lu Shingan. Both Lu Shingan and Zhao Tun were horrified to see the approaching lethal attack. Lu Shingan quickly created an ice shield to halt the flow of energy. She gritted her teeth, realizing the strength of the attack far exceeded her expectations. As the ice shield began to crack, a voice resonated ordering them to fall back. Lu Shingan struggled desperately to resist, just as a notification appeared indicating that the attack target had changed. Gumming appeared, placed his hand on Lu Shingan's shoulder, and told her to move aside. He lunged forward, shattering the rest of the ice shield with his own strength. A flash of blinding light occurred in the distance where Gumming faced the ogre chief's attack head-on. Gumming reassured Lu Shingan, telling her to keep going because he would cover her rear. From the ogre chief's perspective, he saw that Gumming was still standing after the explosion. The shockwave from the clash pushed Yetchin and Lu Shingan back. Yetchin roared, releasing dark energy to draw the monster's attention. He lunged at the ogre chief, leaving a trail of provoked purple energy. The The gigantic monster turned, its red eyes burning with rage. Taking the opportunity, Lu Shingan launched an attack, her magic covering the monster's arm with ice. When the freezing effect reached 15% accumulation, Yetchin ordered his companions to retreat. Lu Shingan delivered one more decisive blow, completely freezing the ogre chief's arm. Yetchin ran quickly along the newly created ice path and shouted, ordering Ying to attack. Ying confirmed the order, concentrating energy to prepare a barrage of destructive fireballs. The fireballs merged into a single attack, heading directly toward the target. Ying's magic exploded violently upon impacting the ogre chief. The force of the explosion was so intense that it threw Ying back. Taking advantage of the monster's stun, Yetchin landed a heavy slash, making its health bar decrease significantly. The ogre chief roared in rage and launched an extremely powerful punch in response. Yetchin skillfully dodged the blow, running along its gigantic arm while Wuming descended from above. Wuming raised his greatsword, preparing to deliver a thundering blow. A powerful slash from Wuming cut the ogre chief's back right before Yetchin's eyes. Yetchin praised Gumming for his excellent coordination in the attack. He thought to himself that they were keeping the damage interval within 2 seconds, successfully blocking Ogma's super regeneration ability. Yetchin shouted, ordering the team to continue the relentless attack. Wuming responded firmly, ready to obey. Lu Shingan also declared she would restrict the ogre chief's movement. In a flashback, Ying drank water lazily while listening to Yetchin explain the plan. Back in the present, the ogre chief roared in rage at the continuous attacks. Ying launched a gigantic explosion of fire toward the monster. She shouted provocatively, causing the chief's attention to turn immediately toward her in a fury. The ogre chief threw its gigantic axe toward Ying. Ying watched in horror as the lethal weapon approached. Yetchin shouted, asking Lu Shingan to block the axe. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see if Lu Shingan can successfully parry the ogre chief's massive axe? Lu Shingan tried to raise an ice wall, but it shattered instantly. She couldn't stop the attack. Yetchin's plan was revealed. He, Wuming, and Lu Shingan would take turns drawing attention while Ying inflicted damage to prevent healing. When Sodong asked about his role, Yetchin only asked him to prioritize his survival. Sodong kept asking about the victory chances, and Yetchin calmly estimated they were only 20%. Ying protested strongly, saying she would rather join Fashion's escape group than bet her life on such a low probability of victory. Back in the battle, Wuming used his greatsword to block the approaching gigantic axe. Meanwhile, Fashion and his team were fleeing, and he shouted with frustration. In a moment of introspection, Zhao Tong bitterly admitted he was not worthy of his dream of being famous. He called himself a piece of trash. Standing on an imaginary stage, he thought about how poorly he sang and pronounced words. He reached out his hand to grab the microphone. Suddenly, a shadowy hand with a red aura stopped him. A dark version of himself declared he was not fit for this at all. Zhao Tong sadly nodded at the judgment. He realized that whether on stage or on the battlefield, one needs their own moment to shine. Yetchin remembered that those under the spotlights were the true stars and heroes. He wondered if that light was truly talent and dreams or just a magnified shadow. The memory of his former captain appeared, scolding him that he didn't have what it took. The poisonous words "you are trash" resonated in his mind. Yodong admitted he didn't have the innate talent to cheer the crowd, but he couldn't accept simply staying behind and watching others shine. He decided to run toward the spotlights, longing to get close to them even just once. The shadow demons mocked him, trying to hold him back, saying trash should stay with trash. Even though they held him, he reached his hand forward, stating that even a single moment would be enough. He realized that even if he couldn't be a star on stage, he could still shine on the battlefield. Back to reality, Zhao Tong launched himself from above with his combat gear, determined to be the protagonist for once. He roared with anger and determination as he advanced with his shield raised. Zutan declared that this was his only moment to shine as he faced the giant axe. He gritted his teeth, enduring the terrible pressure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The impact threw Zotong back, making him crash into the ground while Ying watched helplessly. Witnessing that, Yetchin shouted his companion's name in fury and slammed his hand on the ground, unleashing a purple gravity vortex. The powerful attraction ripped the giant battle axe from the ogre chief's hands. Yetchin extended his hand, controlling the axe so it would fly toward him with gravitational magic. Unexpectedly disarmed, the ogre chief could only look on in wonder, his bony face contorted with rage. Yetchin roared, activating the triple fury skill and submerging himself in a red aura. A dense, dark red pool of energy began to form beneath his feet. The fury energy spread across the battlefield. Now Yetchin faced the gigantic ogre chief, ready for the counterattack. From afar, Wu Ming gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glowing, and vowed to crush the enemy's bones. Meanwhile, Lu Shingan, while healing the unconscious So Tung, realized the heat of battle had turned the sand into glass. Strengthened by the fury state, Yetchin launched forward at a terrifying speed. He brandished the ogre chief's own axe, entering a direct confrontation. The giant blade of the axe dug hard into the monster's shoulder, creating a violent impact. Wu Ming witnessed the attack with an expression of total amazement. Yetchin jumped onto the monster's back, raising the axe to deliver the final blow. Yetchin swung the giant axe, delivering a thundering blow to the ogre chief's head. The axe drove deep into the monster's skull, shattering it with a roar of pain. Witnessing the effective attack, Lu Shingan shouted excitedly, cheering. Wu Ming was also nearby, silently observing the incredible power that had just been unleashed. Would you like me to translate the final IDs of this battle to see the aftermath and the loot they obtained? Immediately after, Gumming lunged and delivered a heavy slash, reducing the monster's health bar to 40%. Lu Shingan continued, summoning enormous ice pillars from the ground, reducing its health to 30%. Ying unleashed a violent explosion of fire, leaving the ogre chief's health bar at only 20%. Yetchin delivered another axe blow, pushing the monster to the brink of defeat with 10% health. With a shout full of determination, Yetchin prepared to deliver the final blow. Dark energy began to converge around the fatal wound on the monster's head. Yetchin created a destructive purple energy sphere and ordered the enemy to disintegrate. He pressed the energy sphere against the monster's head, shouting for it to be reduced to ashes. A vortex of purple energy completely engulfed the ogre chief's head. The monster's health bar fell to 0%, signaling its complete destruction. After the battle, Yetchin asked worriedly about Jotun's condition, seeing only the shield fragments on the ground. He ran toward Lu Shingan, who was trying to heal Jotwan, and was informed that she could barely keep him alive. Yetchin blamed himself for allowing someone as inexperienced as Zotan to take such a reckless risk. Zotan woke up, smiled weakly, and said he was happy to have been able to help. Lying among his companions, he declared with satisfaction that he had finally been at center stage. Yetchin looked at his proud companion with a serious and thoughtful expression. Yetchin ordered Lu Shingan, Gumming, and Ying to take Jotong back, declaring that he himself would go deeper into the abyss. Lu Shingan was astonished, unable to believe Yetchin planned to go alone. In his thoughts, Yetchin remembered the recent battle, feeling that every moment had been as tense as walking on a razor's edge. He received the notification of having obtained the bone powder amulet, but felt he had lost something by becoming stronger. The memory of Zotong appeared. He was crying and blaming himself for being useless, a burden to the whole team. Yetchin questioned his own hesitation, admitting that in that moment he couldn't say a single word to encourage Zotong. As he recycled the ogre's corpse, he struggled internally over whether he should encourage his companions to keep risking their lives. He concluded that due to the cruelty of the abyss, he could not utter empty words of encouragement. With iron determination, Yetchin turned around, dark energy enveloping his body. He entered a desolate canyon, observing the creatures flying in the sky. On the way, he found the ogre corpses, a sign that the hunting heart team had passed through there. Yetchin found a used smoke bomb and deduced that the hunting heart team was still safe. He analyzed that the King's Canyon was a one-way path, impossible to cross without being detected. Yetchin realized that the hunting heart team's plan was not to avoid combat, but to use stealth to reach the final room directly. He activated the observation eye, and his eye glowed with a purple light. Ahead was a group of high-level berserker ogres, massive warriors with lethal attack power. Yetchin crushed the smoke bomb, stating he had no intention of avoiding any battle. He struck the ground with force, launching himself forward to face the monster horde. Enveloped in darkness, Yetchin unsheathed his sword and shouted to draw their attention. The berserker ogre horde looked up in amazement as a burst of red energy rushed directly toward them. Yetchin stood alone with the dagger firmly gripped in his hand, ready to face the enemy. Meanwhile, in another canyon, Fashion and the remaining members of the Hunting Heart team had reached a vertical cliff. He furiously struck the gigantic stone door, blocking the way. Fashion roared, wondering why they were blocked when the final treasure should be right behind that door. The team strategist explained that according to the hint, they needed the protective amulet to open the door. Fashion was confused because they had avoided all battles along the way and therefore hadn't been able to collect any amulets. The strategist said that according to the description, the amulet could be on the ogre patrolling outside the canyon. Fashion realized with horror that it was Ogma, the boss they had used Yetchin's team as bait to distract. He turned to ask the others how many smoke bombs they had left so that they could return stealthily. However, both the burly henchman and the armored warrior reported that they had run out. Fashion decided they had no choice but to fight their way back. The strategist dissuaded him, pointing out that their team had lost the main tank, the warlock, the scout, and only had one weakened healer left. Fashion cursed furiously, believing his bad luck was caused by that damn guy. Just at that moment, Ying appeared and declared that the amulet they wanted was in his hands. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin negotiates with Fashion's desperate team? Fashion and his strategist turned around, completely astonished to see him still alive. Yetchin responded sarcastically that thanks to them, not only was he alive, but he was doing very well. Fashion mocked him, suggesting that Yetchin had also abandoned his companions to survive and that his entire team had probably been wiped out. Yetchin countered that unlike Fashion, he had allowed his companions to retreat to safety first. Having said that, he applied the amulet to the stone door, releasing a burst of purple energy. The door opened immediately, transforming into a swirling spatial portal. Yetchin walked toward the portal, while Fashion asked distrustfully if he had stolen the amulet from the boss outside. The strategist suggested Yetchin might possess a legendary stealing skill, but Fashion dismissed it since his public profession was only a scavenger. Yetchin responded coldly that they shouldn't overthink it. He had killed Ogma and a few other obstacles. Unable to believe his ears, Fashion grabbed Yetchin by the shoulder, shouting how he could have defeated the monster that even their full team couldn't beat. Yetchin threw Fashion and the strategist away with a powerful burst of energy. He looked at the two who had just been knocked down and asked threateningly if they wanted to test their strength against him. Fashion immediately changed his attitude, recognizing Yetchin's power and offering an alliance, suggesting they needed each other to clear the final room, and after leaving the abyss, he declared that they were equal partners and proposed dividing the treasure in a 5-to-1 ratio based on the number of members on each side. As soon as a foot landed, a floor slab cracked, activating a trap. Light blades unexpectedly emerged from the ground, making Fashion shout to warn the team to scatter. The strategist couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the light blades. Fashion and the two remaining henchmen watched in horror as their companion fell. Yetchin calmly commented that now the treasure division ratio would be 4-to-1. Arriving at a large safe hall, the remaining Hunting Heart members sighed in relief, believing there were no more traps. Suddenly, Yetchin stopped with an expression of extreme shock. His vision showed countless trap detection warnings appearing all over the hall, making him exclaim that they truly had no mercy. Yetchin immediately unleashed a whirlwind of energy that spun across the floor. Instantly, a series of traps triggered, and enormous stone pillars emerged from everywhere around them. Fashion and the two remaining henchmen could only scream in despair as the entire hall turned into a death zone. Amidst the chaos, Yetchin looked straight ahead and ordered loudly, "Give it to me," as a gigantic burst of dark energy exploded, shattering the rain of arrows headed toward Fashion and his henchmen. The final trap crossbows were also absorbed and dissolved into the purple energy whirlwind. Yetchin stood amidst the energy remains, announcing that all traps had been destroyed and they could continue. Fashion shouted in amazement, unable to believe Yetchin's stats were pure strength, while a subordinate wondered what skill that was. From behind, Fashion subordinates whispered among themselves, calling Yetchin a monster and suggesting they stop talking nonsense and ask him for help. Fashion tried to act tough, saying his side had 5 people, but his subordinate corrected him, saying there were only 4 left. When Yetchin stopped abruptly, Fashion smiled forcefully and asked if something was wrong further ahead. Fashion's expression froze instantly in extreme surprise at the scene before him. A gigantic treasure hoard full of gold, silver, and jewels appeared, making Fashion's entire group rush forward enthusiastically while only Yetchin stayed back to watch. The 4 Hunting Heart team members ran into the gold-filled room, shouting with joy. A member of Fashion's team exclaimed in awe at the endless sea of gold stretching before them. Fashion held a giant crystal, shouting in amazement that he had never seen one of such purity. 2 other subordinates also cheered with joy, thinking that with such wealth they would become very rich and wouldn't need to keep searching for scrap. Fashion excitedly ordered the whole team to empty their backpacks to collect all the treasure, believing they would be the center of attention upon returning. Unlike everyone's excitement, Yetchin remained silent, looking at the pile of gold, feeling that something wasn't right. Suddenly, the gold coins began to tremble and then slowly rose from the floor. Yetchin watched intently as the gold coins floated and spun around him. A system warning appeared indicating that a dragon had been detected, an extremely rare creature with fewer than 5 sightings recorded worldwide. In the middle of the treasure, a pair of giant golden horns slowly emerged from the gold coins. A humanoid creature with horns and wings emerged sleepily from the gold pile, complaining irritably because her sleep had been interrupted. Fashion exclaimed in shock upon realizing the creature atop the gold was a woman. The dragon creature, with a bored expression, ordered the insignificant ones to take off their good equipment and leave it behind. She asked them to leave with respect. Then she closed her eyes and went back to sleep, saying she would pretend she hadn't seen them. Fashion's group stood paralyzed at the creature's strange request. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin handles this rare encounter with a dragon? Fashion could not believe a monster could speak human language. Startled by the noise, the dragon creature shouted because she had almost fallen back asleep. She let out a long yawn, annoyed that they hadn't left yet, and scolding them for their greed that made the air rot. Suddenly, her gaze focused on one person in the group. She stood up, asking furiously how that ragamuffin dared to enter her domain. Yetchin looked back at her coldly, being the person she considered to have dirted her floor of gold. Fashion laughed with delight, thinking it was a rare humanoid monster, while his subordinate warned him that she might be a boss. He dismissed the fear, confident that with 5 people they could launch a surprise attack, since the monster's attention was on Ying. Suddenly, a dazzling flash surprised even the dragon creature. A rain of light swords was launched directly toward Fashion's group. Fashion screamed in horror at the unexpected attack. Yetchin appeared in the air with a dagger in hand, being the one who had launched the attack. A large explosion engulfed the position of Fashion's group. Yetchin landed, interposing himself between the dragon creature and the enemies. The dragon creature looked at Yetchin and began to ask for shiny things like gold coins or crystals. The dragon creature demanded that Yetchin have something to offer her as a tribute. Fashion exclaimed in shock, not expecting this monster to be so greedy. Yetchin stood his ground with his dagger firmly in hand, facing the dragon creature. Suddenly, the dragon creature used her power to extract a blue crystal from Yetchin's chest. Yetchin pulled his hand away in fury and shouted for her not to touch his things. The dragon creature mocked that it was just a useless object and found his actions adorable. Yetchin decided to use his observation eye, believing all monsters had a weak point. Noticing his actions, the dragon creature's expression turned cold. In an instant, Yetchin was thrown back with an eye ripped out. The dragon creature held his eye, declaring that anyone who dared use probing techniques on her would pay the price. She said his eyes would become a sacrifice while Yetchin clutched his bloody eye socket. As the dragon creature prepared to eat the eye, Yetchin roared and activated his double fury skill, unleashing an explosion of dark energy. He continued raising his power to triple fury, causing a purple aura to envelop him. Wrapped in furious energy, Yetchin lunged forward at an astonishing speed. He brandished his weapon, creating lethal trails of purple light as he approached his opponent. Yetchin's attack struck the dragon creature, creating a heavy impact. However, she remained unperturbed and unharmed, simply raising a finger, which left Yetchin stunned, with a snap of her fingers. The dragon creature created a devastating shockwave that shattered the ground. Yetchin lay among the rubble, realizing with horror that his opponent's power was immeasurable, like that of a true deity. From afar, Fashion said, terrified, to his subordinates that this woman was not a monster they could record in their databooks. Amidst the chaos, Fashion threw a large barrel and shouted that they would leave as soon as they had collected enough. The barrel fell into the middle of the gold pile, producing a loud bang. Through the dust cloud, the dragon-like creature's fiery orange eyes revealed irritation. Her gigantic coiled dragon body appeared completely in the darkness. Meanwhile, Fashion scolded a subordinate with a wizard hat for trying to move an object that was too large. The giant dragon opened its mouth, accumulating bright energy. A torrent of destructive fire erupted, engulfing Fashion as he tried to escape. Inside the sea of flames, a subordinate with a Spartan helmet was completely incinerated after the attack. Only a lone figure remained sitting among the golden flames. Fashion, who had survived, cursed in terror. He furiously scolded his companion's greed, arguing that if they had only taken what they could and fled, everything would have been fine. Seeing a large crystal, Fashion decided that just taking it would be enough. He rushed to grab the crystal and turned to flee, but an explosion of dark energy blocked his path. Fashion raised his head, his face full of panic as he realized he could not escape. The giant dragon appeared, accusing him of daring to steal the secret treasure. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin reacts to Fashion's certain doom? A gigantic dragon paw with claws descended right next to Fashion. That paw began to transform magically, becoming that of a human being. In her human form, the dragon girl looked down and asked if the dragon's treasure was too hot to handle. The crystal in Fashion's hand suddenly emitted an intense blue light. He screamed in pain when the crystal's energy erupted. A purple crystal spear flew toward the horned creature, but she remained serene with her arms crossed, observing. She only needed a slight breath to blow the spear into pieces. With an expression of disdain, she commented that it was a truly shameful sneak attack. Yetchin was there with his right arm seriously injured, but his gaze remained defiant in the face of the mockery. The dragon creature extended her hand unexpectedly, creating a stream of green energy, and asked if she needed to teach him what true regeneration was. Yetchin watched in amazement as his arm was completely healed in that stream of green light. However, she smiled mischievously and then raised a finger. A flash of light shone at the tip of her finger. Fashion screamed as he was thrown back by an invisible force. He crashed into the pile of gold, creating a massive impact. The dragon creature approached Yetchin, saying she preferred a stray dog that knew how to find a crown among rotting meat over those gold-greedy worms. She leaned in close and asked Yetchin what he smelled like. With his right eye glowing red, Yetchin identified that one of her objects was the key to the Black Tower. Angry, she grabbed him by the neck, snapping that as a humble scavenger, he dared to covet a dragon's treasure. Yetchin calmly asked her to give him the Black Tower key and promised not to touch the treasure anymore. She asked with contempt why a proud dragon should care about the request of a stray dog. Yetchin responded that he had a reason she couldn't refuse while invoking a sphere of dark energy. Two gigantic purple magical hands emerged from a vortex, beginning the recovery process. All the treasure was sucked into the vortex, making the dragon creature scream in terrified desperation. She screamed, asking Yetchin to stop while being grabbed by a magical hand. Yetchin held the newly obtained Black Tower key, and the dragon creature was forced to accept defeat. The dragon roared furiously with tears falling in frustration. Yetchin coldly continued his threat, saying he would turn the treasure she had accumulated for 10,000 years into true trash while the void energy sphere in his hand spun rapidly. Terrified, she screamed, asking the humble scavenger to stop. Yetchin only smiled to himself while the dragon in her small chibi form screamed helplessly over a pile of treasures. A gigantic void vortex erupted, beginning to suck everything inward. The eternal ice crystal coffin, the gift for her 1,352nd dragon son, was recovered. The immortal fire seed was also absorbed, but was extinguished at the edge of the void. She tried desperately to cling to the ancient scrolls as the magical hands snatched them away. The jade-encrusted boxes containing her baby teeth and the spears made from her dragon scales were also dragged away. She cried inconsolably, screaming at Yetchin to give everything back. Yetchin held up a frozen dragon scale and proposed exchanging it for the Black Tower key. Otherwise, it would become trash. Completely dejected, the dragon agreed, saying she would give him whatever he wanted. Then she guided Yetchin to an ancient structure, introducing it as the treasure of dragon knowledge. She explained that dragons did not just accumulate riches, but were also collectors of knowledge. As they crossed the large gate, she added that no visitor had been there for 300 years. Yetchin coughed and waved his hand at the dense cloud of rising dust. He felt overwhelmed by a gigantic, cluttered circular library with towering stacks of books and commented that the place should have been cleaned hundreds of years ago. Seeing the gigantic lit candles, Yetchin ironized about the fire risk and then declined the dragon's invitation to sit. Nobilis handed him an ornate box, saying it was the Black Tower key Yetchin desired. The box emitted a mysterious purple energy, hinting at the latent power within. Yetchin reached out his hand, touching the key that Nobilis held. However, Nobilis warned him that he couldn't take it so easily, which made Yetchin wonder. She explained that since Yetchin had devoured half of her treasure, he should return a portion. Yetchin countered by reminding her that she had called him a stray scavenger dog. So where would he get treasures to return? Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin manages to pay for the key without losing his hard-earned loot? Nobilis responded that her nose was sensitive, and even though he was dressed in rags, she could still smell a legendary scent from his bag. She proposed a deal, a divine artifact in exchange for the Black Tower key, along with some additional services. Yetchin, annoyed, called Nobilis greedy and asked what would happen if he refused. Nobilis acknowledged Yetchin's strength, saying she knew obtaining 100 divine artifacts would be a piece of cake for him. She lamented that unfortunately she couldn't freely cross portals to other worlds like he could. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with those small things. Yetchin summoned a sphere of purple void energy in his palm, which made Nobilis's eyes glow with excitement. She shouted for him to take everything and then released a wave of energy that swept countless objects toward Nobilis. When Yetchin asked if she was satisfied, Nobilis exclaimed happily while holding a divine artifact she had never seen before. Having received the key, Yetchin turned around and headed to a nearby stone pedestal. He placed the box on the pedestal, and then placed his hand on it to activate it. Immediately, streams of dark red energy erupted from the box, enveloping his hand. Yetchin was shocked when a message appeared. He had been cursed with the Dark Death curse. All his attributes were reduced to 1. He couldn't use skills, and he would die in 5 days. Nobilis chuckled, recognizing this was the treasure locked in some elder's magic vault, and praised Ying's searching skills. Ying roared furiously that he wanted the Black Tower key, not to be tricked by her with a curse. Yetchin thought to himself that dealing with giant dragons never ended well, while the dragon girl declared that her special services were only for the boy who brought her treasures. Yetchin grabbed the dragon girl's horns, making her scream in pain that dragon horns were connected to the inverse scales. From afar, Phazon wondered in amazement if that scavenger had actually turned an ancient dragon into a spellbook. Yetchin shouted threateningly that if he didn't receive help, he would turn her entire library into nothingness. Subdued, the dragon girl revealed that he had to find an interdimensional portal, which was the last spellbook that could rewrite the laws of death and dispel the curse. Yetchin asked for more clues, but she said that was all the information she could provide. He shouted furiously, questioning why she had cast such an insidious curse on him. The dragon girl chuckled, saying that dragons normally couldn't dispel this curse, but she was named Nobilis, an extraordinary dragon. Nobilis asked for 500 divine artifacts to help him suppress part of the curse's effect. Yetchin threatened to steal all her treasure, but Nobilis calmly proposed an installment payment plan. Nobilis asked him to pay the last 100 divine artifacts from his treasure first, and that he would owe her 400 more. Yetchin gritted his teeth in resentment, feeling he was being robbed in broad daylight. In his desperation, he shouted and released all the requested divine artifacts. Nobilis burst out laughing with joy as she saw countless treasures fly toward her. Yetchin realized bitterly that he had been cheated again by this dragoness and told her to stop playing games. Sitting atop the pile of loot, Nobilis reminded him that he still owed her 400 artifacts. She held up a small white object that looked like an eye. Nobilis declared she would take responsibility for him until the end and threw the object. The strange object flew straight and hit Yetchin's forehead. Nobilis coldly declared that she was a dragon. After all, Yetchin clutched his head and screamed in pain, asking her what she had done to him. He gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming furious. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him, making Yitchin cry out in wonder. He realized he had been teleported to a completely different place. Yetchin was now in the Great Black Stone Hall, the materialized domain of the curse. He was surprised to find that his sight and ability to move his limbs had been recovered. His gaze fixed on a throne where dark energy was accumulating. A massive two-handed sword fell from the sky, stabbing into the floor right next to the throne. Yetchin observed the situation cautiously. A figure identical to him, identified as Yetchin demonic form, appeared on the throne. The demonic copy mocked him, saying that inferior humans could never defeat a powerful demon. Yetchin realized that the way to break the curse was to fight himself. The two stood facing each other in the vast hall. The demonic copy revealed it possessed all of Yetchin's skills and was 30% stronger in this domain. Yetchin was horrified to learn that his opponent also had a superior form. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin manages to defeat a version of himself that is 30 stronger? The demonic copy continued to taunt, saying that now Yetchin clearly understood the situation. It confidently declared that it was an existence he was absolutely unable to defeat. Yetchin cried out in horror at his opponent's unimaginable speed. The demonic copy charged, brandishing its crimson sword toward Yetchin. Yetchin tensed, brandishing his twin blades that radiated dark energy to block the attack. The two clashed their weapons, colliding and creating an explosion of crimson energy. With a strained expression, Yetchin managed to stop his opponent's powerful blade. Repelled by a burst of continuous attacks, he slid across the floor. The demonic doppelganger continued to press, forcing Yetchin into a completely defensive stance. He gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't gain any advantage since his opponent was always one step ahead. Suddenly, the doppelganger roared, activating a skill called Soul Steal. Yetchin was shocked to see streams of blue spiritual energy enveloping his body. The doppelganger smiled smugly, declaring that the balance of power was tipping in its favor. It explained that each attack would steal attributes and shatter Yetchin's soul, gradually transforming him into it. With the declaration that it would completely devour Yetchin's soul, the doppelganger charged. Yetchin skillfully dodged the lethal blow by a hair. He continued using his twin blades to defend himself against the enemy's fierce attacks. However, the opponent's power was too great, sending Yetchin flying into the air. The demonic doppelganger roared with excitement, urging him to continue the fight. One of Yetchin's swords broke, and he felt his attributes being absorbed. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic doppelganger launched a slash that hit Yetchin's chest. At a critical moment, Yetchin used points to refine his weapon, creating a golden shield. The doppelganger was surprised by Yetchin's fierce will to survive, which could alter the course of the battle. Fascinated by this tenacious soul, the doppelganger threw a direct punch to Yetchin's face. Yetchin was thrown to the ground as his demonic doppelganger descended to attack. The doppelganger mocked him, declaring that in its domain, all efforts were useless. It swung its massive sword downward while the system continuously announced that 20 points had been used to refine junk swords. The collision of the weapons created a powerful shockwave. Yetchin blocked the attack, but the doppelganger maintained its maniacal smile. He tried to use his recovery skill, but received a failure message due to lack of materials, leaving him stunned. A small horned creature appeared, demanding 100 divine artifact from Yetchin and promising he'd owe 400, making Yetchin realize he had fallen into a trap. Taking advantage of Yetchin's lack of attention, the doppelganger appeared from behind and stabbed him. A notification about attribute extraction appeared as blue energy flowed out of his body. The doppelganger absorbed that energy and mocked that Yetchin's resistance to the rules was useless. It ordered Yetchin to kneel, submit, and worship it, promising to keep a bit of his memory after devouring him. Otherwise, it threatened to erase his memories, usurp his place, destroy his family, and torture all his friends. The doppelganger said coldly that he wouldn't feel pain because it wasn't Yetchin. Having said that, it charged to finish off Yetchin, who was kneeling. In the moment of life or death, Yetchin's eyes snapped open as memories flooded back to him. He remembered the words of a white-haired woman telling him to enter and leave the abyss alive. He remembered telling So Tong not to take any more risks with him because he wanted his friend to have a good life. And he remembered his promise to protect his younger sister, Yi Xiao So, after their parents passed away. Driven by those promises, Yetchin roared, his eyes glowing with red energy. The doppelganger stopped, amused, and said it had changed its mind. It would keep one eye so Yetchin's consciousness could witness everything that was about to happen. Yetchin se culpó a sí mismo por acelerar inadvertidamente la progresión de la maldición sintiéndose inútil. He struggled to endure it, feeling weak before gods, demons, and anonymous entities. The demonic doppelganger mocked him, encouraging him to give up everything and become it. It continued to seduce him, asking Yetchin to renounce everything he treasured. The doppelganger roared, charged, and demanded to completely replace Yetchin's existence. A large explosion occurred in the Great Hall, creating a dense cloud of dust. Standing in the middle of the red energy, Yetchin once again declared himself too weak. The doppelganger repeated its temptation. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Yetchin turns his weakness into the strength needed to shatter the curse? Urging Yetchin to renounce everything he loved. Suddenly, a small horned creature appeared, declaring that Yetchin owed her 400 divine artifacts and mocking that he had nothing left. The demonic doppelganger snarled, brandished his sword, and charged once more, determined to replace Yetchin. However, Yetchin raised his hand and stopped the attack with ease. The doppelganger screamed in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. With eyes glowing purple, Yetchin declared that his sword was also his own sword. The demonic doppelganger was confused and furious, not understanding what Yetchin was saying. Yetchin's eyes turned a brilliant gold. He stopped the blade with his bare hands and said that their power was one. The doppelganger roared in rage, wondering why Yetchin was not yet dead. Yetchin held his head high, his golden eyes burning, declaring loudly that he would never submit or become him. From elsewhere, No Billy smiled, holding an eye-shaped object and declaring she would take responsibility for Yetchin. Yetchin's eye glowed intensely with a golden spiral pupil as he began to declare I am. The demonic doppelganger screamed in horror. At Yetchin's transformation, Yetchin completed his declaration, declaring himself a dragon and unleashing the triple blood dragon wrath skill. The demonic copy screamed in horror at the new power of Yetchin standing amidst golden flames. Yetchin affirmed his determination to fight until his bones crumbled and his flesh tore. With eyes glowing and strange black marks appearing on his face, he roared that he would devour his opponent. The stunned demonic copy asked angrily who the demon really was. Yetchin easily stopped the copy's slash with his bare hands, causing it to scream in wonder, my sword disarmed. The demonic copy roared that no one could challenge him in his own territory. He mocked that losing his weapon didn't matter since he possessed all of Yetchin's power, and launched a barrage of red energy thorns. Yetchin, now wielding his opponent's sword, unleashed a brilliant golden slash. Yetchin's attack easily shattered the entire barrage of energy thorns, causing the demonic copy to exclaim in shock. What? Thrown backward, the demonic copy screamed in pain. He gritted his teeth with hatred, unable to believe the turn of fortune. Yetchin stood firm with the sword in hand, while the copy's dark energy dissipated. The demonic copy reappeared, charging to launch a fireball at close range and challenging Yetchin to dodge it. Yetchin was completely engulfed by a large explosion. The demonic copy smiled smugly, believing for certain that Yetchin was dead. His red eyes glowed with triumph. When the smoke cleared, Yetchin appeared completely unharmed. The demonic copy screamed in despair, not understanding why Yetchin was still alive. Yetchin calmly faced the panicking copy, which was desperately accumulating dark energy in both hands. The demonic copy launched huge, but useless dark attacks. Yetchin, with a brilliant golden aura, easily cut through the stream of dark energy. His golden eyes shone with confidence as he prepared for the counterattack. He charged, unleashing a sword slash that completely dissipated the copy's attack. The copy continued firing energy orbs, but Yetchin dodged them effortlessly. Surprised, the copy only managed to see a golden flash graze his face. Yetchin approached and used the sword's pommel to strike the screaming copy's face directly. He shouted, activating his skill to recover everything. The copy screamed in fear, struggling as its body began to disintegrate. Yetchin watched calmly as his copy gradually disappeared into the red stream. In its final moments, the copy babbled in disbelief that Yetchin couldn't face him. A giant armored demonic entity appeared, surprised that Yetchin could recover his stats within its domain. Yetchin declared that weapons would only slow down his offensive effectiveness. With that said, he broke the sword he had just taken with his own hands. The Lord of the Curse roared in anger upon seeing his weapon shattered. An intense purple aura enveloped Yetchin, and a demonic mask began to form. With glowing purple eyes, Yetchin's new demonic form faced the Lord of the Curse. The Lord of the Curse stared at the purple energy sphere floating in front of him. Yetchin charged like a ghost, unleashing a thundering punch to his opponent's face. The impact was so strong that it sent the Lord of the Curse flying backward. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see if Yetchin can finally break the curse by defeating its lord? Yetchin gave his opponent no time to react, unleashing a forceful kick to the Lord of the Curse's head. The force of the impact sent the giant tumbling straight down. Yetchin landed right next to him, ready to launch the next attack on the fallen enemy. He concentrated his power, striking the ground and creating a devastating earthquake. The Lord of the Curse looked on in horror as the ground cracked around him. Looking up, he saw Yetchin falling from the sky like a meteorite. In a passive position, the Lord of the Curse extended his hand, invoking a stream of red dark energy. A system message appeared indicating that the Dragon Trap formation could absorb the power of the sealed entity to strengthen itself. Glowing red chains from the formation quickly enveloped Yetchin. The Lord of the Curse mocked that the more he struggled, the stronger the grip would be. He stood up, declaring he was different from the stupid greedy dragons, and asked Yetchin to listen. When the chains suddenly shattered in a burst of energy, he called himself Yetchin. The unleashed power threw the Lord of the Curse back, shattering his armor. Yetchin roared with authority, affirming that he was the king. Wrapped in a golden aura, he summoned his twin energy blades and charged at the enemy. The Lord of the Curse's eyes widened, filled with extreme terror. Yetchin unleashed a powerful slash, tearing through the giant's chest. Immediately after, he retrieved his blade, switching to a flaming punch. The fist, wrapped in golden energy, shattered the Lord of the Curse's helmet. From the perspective of the defeated, Yetchin stood imposing behind the decisive blow. A violent explosion of golden energy spread across the entire area. The ground cracked under the tremendous power of the attack. The remains of the golden flames gradually faded, leaving a desolate landscape amidst smoke and fire. Yetchin stood over the body of the Lord of the Curse, holding a red energy core in his hand. He held up the newly acquired loot, the enemy's power core. Yetchin's demonic silhouette appeared among the flames, declaring that the enemy's power now belonged to him. Elsewhere in an ancient library, Nobilis felt a surge of dark energy being transmitted. She showed an expression of concern while whispering to herself. Back on the battlefield, dark patterns spread across Yetchin's face as he admitted the ritual had failed. Nobilis firmly gripped her spear, deciding that if Yetchin turned into a shadow demon, she would have to finish him personally. She lunged at a terrifying speed with the tip of the spear aimed directly at Yetchin. The spear pierced Yetchin's chest, pinning him to the stone floor. But to Nobilis's extreme surprise, Yetchin began to regenerate amidst purple lightning. He stood up, grabbed the spear, and declared that the ritual was over and all power had returned. Nobilis faced the newly resurrected Yetchin, asking skeptically if he had really returned. She approached, questioning him insistently about the pact with the demon and if he was still the same. Yetchin replied calmly that he had eaten that thing. Completely flabbergasted, Nobilis stammered, asking if the demon was edible and if it tasted good. Yetchin declared he had seen through Nobilis's ruse and couldn't believe any of her words. He angrily revealed Nobilis's true plan was to let the shadow demon possess his body so she could deal with him personally. Nobilis admitted that wasn't entirely true, as even she wasn't sure she could defeat a superior version of herself. She explained that Yetchin's contradictory constitution gave him a chance to win, but if he lost, she could also kill him easily. Nobilis shrugged, saying that now that the demon was dead, her situation didn't change and Yetchin's death curse was irremediable. Yetchin shouted in panic, questioning why the final grimoire couldn't remove the curse as she had promised. Nobilis explained that the book required a pact with the shadow demon, whose target for the pact had now disappeared. She lamented being the most unfortunate one, as her plan to escape the abyss had failed. Nobilis's eyes widened in amazement at an unusual sensation. Yetchin asked what would happen if a shadow demon were still alive, then transformed with a demonic mask and a purple aura. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon portal, two committee agents have been waiting anxiously for over 15 hours for Fashion's safety. Elsewhere, an official showed contempt, seeing that only weak members were coming out and no one from Fashion's team. Would you like me to translate the final IDs of this encounter to see if Yetchin finally exits the dungeon to face the waiting agents? Suddenly, Lu Shingan felt something and turned to look toward the portal. The two committee agents also saw silhouettes gradually emerging from the purple mist. Yetchin and Fashion, looking extremely exhausted, stepped out of the dungeon portal together. The agents rushed to help Fashion, while Lu Shingan cheerfully called out to Ying. Lu Shingan approached with a smile, saying she knew he could turn danger into safety, and apologized for insisting on having her own way. Yetchin happily announced the good news that he had secured the key, but Lu Shingan clenched her fist with an expression of anger. Immediately after, Lu Shingan delivered an extremely hard punch to Yetchin's abdomen, making him double over in pain. Lu Shingan stood over Yetchin on the ground, shouting furiously that he had a sister waiting for him at home and didn't need to risk his life that way. Yetchin's eyes suddenly glowed intense red. An object similar to a card emitted purple energy, activating the time freeze skill. From the energy stream appeared a girl with horns and dragon wings named Nobilis, happy to finally breathe fresh air. Yetchin, shrouded in a red aura, told Nobilis irritably not to appear at that moment. Nobilis in chibi form floated between Yetchin and Lu Shingan, complaining about the smell of the trash necklace. Nobilis pointed at Lu Shingan and asked Yetchin if that was the close partner he had mentioned. Yetchin asked Nobilis to turn him back to normal, but she refused, explaining that she only existed as an image in his left eye. Yetchin transformed, putting on a skull mask with purple flames, and told Nobilis that this way he could break the dragon seal to free her. Nobilis asked Yetchin with concern about his current level. Yetchin, back in his normal form, held up one finger. Nobilis guessed his level in amazement, ranging from 1,000 to 100 million. Yetchin explained he was only level 1, which shocked Nobilis, who mocked that a level 1 shadow demon was ridiculously weak. Yetchin countered that although he was weak, he himself had defeated a shadow demon. Nobilis said that since he was now the second generation, he could at least carry part of her body with him. Yetchin demanded the key in a stern voice, declaring he wouldn't take her out of the abyss and wanted nothing to do with her in the future. Nobilis revealed that Yetchin's eye was a dragon pupil identical to her own. She explained their eyes were connected, their vision shared in an unbreakable pact called the Dragon Eye Pact, which left Yetchin flabbergasted. Nobilis asked Yetchin to reactivate his scanning skill and look at her again. Nobilis ordered Yetchin to reactivate the scanning skill that had once offended her. Yetchin's left eye glowed yellow, and he felt he couldn't control it. In a vast space, Yetchin faced Nobilis. His body began to radiate a red aura. A dark entity with glowing eyes emerged from Yetchin's body, showing a new state of consciousness. Through his new eyes, Yetchin saw two images of Nobilis praising her own figure. Nobilis explained that from now on, Yetchin's observation eye had been upgraded to the dragon eye. She added that she could interpret information for him with the knowledge of dragons, and that no one else could detect her presence. Suddenly, Nobilis pointed at Yetchin and declared he owed her 401 items. While Nobilis burst out laughing, Yetchin clutched his face in despair, and Lu Shingan nearby looked confused. Yetchin gritted his teeth in anger, calling Nobilis a shameless glutton. Nobilis transformed into a tiny creature, called herself a little stray dog, and then disappeared, leaving Lu Shingan stunned and feeling guilty. Lu Shingan hugged Yetchin from behind and blamed herself for not being a capable enough knight to protect the rear. Yetchin reassured her, saying it wasn't her fault, but that he had been careless in putting everyone in danger. Elsewhere, Fashion, fresh out of the dungeon, insisted that everyone must become stronger. A committee agent asked Fashion about what happened, and he began to recount how he had opened the door to a treasure. Fashion remembered seeing a golden light, which made people ask excitedly about the amount of treasure inside. With a vacant stare, Fashion replied that the place was empty, only abyss and golden sand. The committee agent seemed puzzled by his incomprehensible answer. Suddenly, Fashion pointed at Yetchin and Lu Shingan, saying he was very strong and that he had remembered something. Fashion shouted, remembering Yetchin's promise that the treasure would be split equally 50-50 between the hunting heart team and Scavenger's home. Fashion laughed happily, muttering about the equal division of the loot. Yetchin looked annoyed, sarcastically hinting that thanks to the Scavenger team, Fashion got that half pile of trash, while Lu Shingan cried nearby. In his mind, Nobilis questioned Ying why he didn't kill Fashion to protect the secret of her existence and the dragon treasure. Ying explained that a living Fashion would be useful, as he could use the dark demon to modify his memories and create a false witness. Nobilis grumbled that without her treasure's signal, everyone would have been lost in the desert, and besides, her lair was protected by a sandstorm. After that, the group arrived at a large and modern hospital. In another scene, Wu Ming was sitting alone, receiving a system notification that he was forbidden from entering the hospital due to his low luck. Inside the intensive care ward, Yotan already lay unconscious in the hospital bed. Ying explained to the group that Zhao Tan had multiple fractures and internal injuries, and that Lu Shingan's healing was only delaying the worsening of his condition. She added that his wounds had been infected by the abyss, making external healing difficult, which led Yetchin to ask if they could take him back to the abyss. Ying replied that their scavenger team had no authority for special treatment. Even though Yetchin offered to pay, Ying explained that it was the regulations of their superiors and that they were being investigated for being the only survivors while the hunting heart team had been nearly wiped out. As the group walked away, Yetchin thought bitterly about the irony of being unable to heal abyss wounds in the outside world and vice versa. Yetchin decided to take a different path. He pulled out a super bright recovery potion, which surprised Ying because it was an abyss item that had no effect on the outside. He explained it was a legendary level potion boosted with dragon saliva that could improve physical condition and was originally intended for his sister. Ying asked in amazement where he had gotten it, and Ying casually replied that he had picked it up from a pile of trash. Ying later appeared in a vast library, telling Nobilis that he needed her help with something before leaving. He explained that he had found a unique recipe, and since a dragon's body was a treasure, he believed she could help. Ying revealed the recipe required a super recovery potion as a solvent and a drop of dragon saliva as the main ingredient. Nobilis recognized what he meant by her saliva. She then grabbed the potion and drank it all, to Ying's surprise. After spitting the liquid back into the flask, the system announced that Yetchin had received dragon mouthwash, an enhancement potion with chaotic, undetermined side effects. Nobilis proudly gave the flask to Yetchin and said she was finished, leading Yetchin to reply in confusion that the recipe only required 1 drop of saliva. Yetchin stood in front of the hospital room with a heart full of worry because he wasn't sure if the potion side effects would harm Sotong. Suddenly, a violent cough echoed from inside the hospital room, startling Yetchin by the hospital bed. Yotong weakly declared that he was no longer afraid of death and was willing to drink that potion even if it was poison. He reached his hand toward Yetchin, desperately begging for a chance to keep fighting. With eyes burning, Zhu Tong shouted his longing to become strong and be able to stand on his own. Later, in an underground training field, Yetchin faced a fully recovered Zhu Tong. Ying asked him how he felt after taking the potion. Zotong replied with a smile that he felt as if he had a new body and that all his old wounds had been healed. Yetchin began to explain that the Constitution attribute was key to resisting permanent damage in the world of the abyss. He added that even with continuous healing, accumulated damage would permanently reduce maximum HP, leading Zotong to ask curiously if his body had become stronger. Zhao Tong asked in confusion why his attribute had increased, but he didn't feel completely stronger, and Yetchin replied that it was only one part of strength. Ying explained that physical strength was only part of the story. Fighting monsters also required thinking and awareness. He summoned 2 purple energy daggers, warning that high-level monsters had special mechanisms that couldn't be solved by attributes alone. With that said, Yetchin charged at Sotan to begin the training session. Sotan frantically created a light sword to defend himself. He shouted in amazement when Yetchin revealed he had used a ring to reduce his power to only slightly more than Sotong's. Yetchin easily used a disarm skill, snatching the sword from Sotong's hand. Immediately, Yetchin approached and placed his 2 daggers at Sotong's neck, showing the difference in combat skill. Yetchin orders Tong to attack with the mindset of killing him. Tong panics, not understanding why he needs a killer mindset to learn combat skills, and Yetchin easily dodges Tong's attack. He warns him that if Tong doesn't intend to kill him, he will be the first to act. Facing Yetchin's killing intent, Zhao Tong trembles at the thought that his brother looks like a demon. Yetchin shouts, urging Zhou Tong to firmly wield his sword, and the latter hurriedly obeys. Zhou Tong thinks secretly that although he is stronger thanks to the medicine, he still can't keep up with him. He grits his teeth with an expression of determination and anger. Yetchin blocks the attack while explaining that agility is useless if there is hesitation. Zhao Tong realizes in despair that even though Yetchin only uses 1/20th of his strength, he is still no match. In his frustration, he wonders if he is still too weak and shouts helplessly. Yetchin uses the disarm skill again, snatching the sword away. So Tong's sword flies out and stabs into the ground a great distance away. Defeated, So Tong admits in despair that he has lost. But Yetchin sternly orders him to pick up his sword and continue. Jiadong begs for more medicine, even accepting the side effects as long as he can become stronger. Yetchin ignores the plea and asks again why Sodong wants to be stronger. Zotong answers hesitantly that he wants to stop being ridiculed by others, but Yetchin keeps asking. He continues, saying that he wants to be the center of attention one day, to be the protagonist. Finally, Zotong shouts his desire to become an indomitable warrior recognized by everyone and asks if those reasons are enough. Yetchin warns that the obsession with being stronger can turn people into monsters, citing Rodrigo Caesar as an example and saying he doesn't want Zotong to become like that. Zotong then asks what being stronger means to Yetchin. Yetchin puts a hand on his shoulder and answers that it is to live a good life. Zotong is stunned by such an unexpectedly simple reason. Yetchin further explains that he hopes Zotong gets stronger just to be able to live well, not to be at the top or seek recognition from others. He concludes that the problem is not conquering the abyss, but not losing oneself in it. Yotong looks at the stat-boosting potion bottle Yetchin gives him with slight hesitation. But then he pushes Yetchin's hand away, rejecting the potion. Sotong states decisively that he is already strong enough and will walk the rest of the way on his own. He raises his sword, shouts for another round, and declares he will approach the abyss with caution to survive and return. Yetchin smiles with satisfaction at his teammate's determination. In another space, Nobilis mocks that statement, calculating that the boy's survival probability is only 0.0017%. She wonders if the effect of that potion has already worn off. A line of text explains that Dragon Mouthwash is a randomly prepared potion with random chaotic side effects that are only revealed after drinking it. Yetchin is speechless when an announcement appears indicating that the potion's effect has been neutralized, making him wonder if he just drank water. He runs worriedly toward Zhao Tong, who is coughing violently at the table. Suddenly, So Tom stands up with glowing eyes, happily exclaiming that the potion has taken effect and that he feels incredible. A series of system notifications appears. Drinking an unknown potion has activated bar knowledge, allowing him to gain final experience points and level up. Zotan stands up full of energy and declares he is ready, to the surprise of Yetchin and Lu Shingan. Yetchin sighs in relief secretly, thinking that the fact the potion didn't work is also good news, as at least it wasn't a deadly poison. Nobilis asks irritably if Yetchin is mocking her mouthwash, but he calmly denies it. Meanwhile, Zoltan remains confused, wondering why the potion has such a miraculous effect on humans. Yetchin thinks secretly that a hermit living in a dragon's horde like Nobilis couldn't understand the magic of humanity. Nobilis then challenges Yetchin to explain that concept to her. Yetchin smiles and responds that one just has to live life to the fullest, and the magic will happen on its own. Later, at the World Association headquarters, Yetchin enters the skyscraper. He enters and prepares for his work. Suddenly, Yetchin runs into Lang Xiaofeng, who looks surprised and angry. Lang Xiaofeng shouts upon recognizing his old enemy. Yetchin greets him with indifference, but Lang Xiaofeng growls that it is a fated encounter and asks if Yetchin has found a new backer. Yetchin seems uninterested and coldly asks Lang Xiaofeng to step aside. Lang Xiaofeng furiously blocks him, declaring that the debt between them has not yet been settled. He pulls out a ring card, shouting that Yetchin scammed him for 200,000 and made him the laughingstock of tattoos. Yetchin responds with indifference that if he felt embarrassed, Lang Xiaofeng should have thrown the ring in the trash. As Yetchin walks away, he passes by a masked official who observes in silence. Yetchin continues to mock, saying that Lang Xiaofeng only kept the ring to have an excuse to bother him again. Lang Xiaofeng orders Yetchin to buy the item for 200,000, but Yetchin refuses because it goes against the rules. Lan Xiaofeng growls that there are no rules here, that he has connections with tattoos to force Yetchin. He orders his subordinates to strip Yetchin of everything, but one reports that the boy's equipment is all low quality. Lang Xiaofeng concludes that Yetchin is just a nobody and threatens to sell his kidney to get his money back. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts from Yetchin's eyes and a small dragon entity appears, repelling Lang Xiaofeng and his subordinates. Yetchin impatiently asks the entity Nobilis what she wants. He thought the ring was just ordinary iron, but Nobilis claimed it was top-tier equipment. Nobilis confidently declared that, as a dragon, she could distinguish treasure from trash. She began to recite a spell in the name of Nobilis Galacrin to break the 9-layer seal on the ring. With the power of the blood dragon, Nobilis performed the true name release to awaken the object's true power. She blew a magical blue flame over the card containing the ring. Immediately, the ring transformed into a flaming treasure called the Ring of the Fire Dragon's Breath, Ash Destruction. Yetchin's pupils contracted into the shape of a dragon's eye. He couldn't believe his eyes. Nobilis explained that the appraisal skill of mortals only saw the surface, while her dragon eye vision could see through the soul of the equipment. She claimed she could see all the sealed and forgotten power within the ring. Lang Xiaofeng lost his patience and growled, warning Yetchin not to test his patience. Yetchin calmly made an offer, 200 million to buy the ring. Lang Xiaofeng was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and asked Yetchin to repeat himself. Yetchin repeated the offer while a notification of a transfer for 200 million in cash appeared. Lang Xiaofeng looked at his phone in amazement, not understanding how Yetchin could obtain such a sum of money so easily. Yetchin mentioned the ring, and one of Lang Xiaofeng's subordinates hurriedly urged his boss to sell it to this fool to regain some prestige. After counting the zeros, Lang Xiaofeng shouted hurriedly, asking Yetchin to give him the item. He laughed out loud, mocking Yetchin as an even bigger fool than himself, and threw him the card, saying that trash belongs with trash. Lang Xiaofeng handed the card containing the precious ring to Yetchin, completing the transaction. Lang Xiaofeng was left speechless upon realizing the shape of the ring had changed. Yetchin smiled triumphantly, held up the card, and declared it was a top-tier item. He confirmed the transaction was complete and asked if everything had been resolved satisfactorily. Realizing he had been tricked, Lang Xiaofeng roared in rage, demanding the return of the ring. Two subordinates tried to intervene, reminding him that as members of tattoos, they couldn't act so brazenly. Lang Xiaofeng dismissed the advice, declaring that Yetchin wouldn't be able to leave with the money or the ring. Yetchin faced him calmly, mocking that tattoos was openly stealing, true to the notorious reputation of the guild. Lang Xiaofeng admitted this with a growl, unfazed. A burst of blue energy exploded around Lang Xiaofeng as he shouted, "This is a robbery. What are you going to do?" In his beast form, he charged, repeating his challenge. Nobilis appeared in chibi form, scolding that human greed would shame even the dragon race. Yetchin sighed, saying with frustration that some people just didn't know how to listen to reason. He released dark tentacles from his hands, declaring that he only wanted to bring some peace to the world. The tentacles easily knocked down Lang Xiaofeng, making him scream in pain. Yetchin turned to the two terrified subordinates and asked if they wanted to test his power, which made them hurriedly promise to take their boss away immediately. A burly man in armor appeared, recognizing Yetchin's reputation as the leader of Scavenger House. The person was identified as Lu Shingan, leader of the Tattoos Guild, and he valued the ring at least 50 million. Lu Shingan approached Yetchin, offering to buy the ring for 50 million. The injured Lang Xiaofeng stammered in amazement, saying that even a legendary-level ring was only worth a maximum of 250,000. Lu Shingan smiled at Yetchin, explaining that he was doing it because he appreciated talent. Lu Shingan invited Yetchin to consider joining tattoos and even offered 100 million to buy his entire guild. Lang Xiaofeng protested immediately, reminding his boss that Yetchin was the enemy who had humiliated him and that recruiting him would discourage the guild brothers. Yetchin calmly refused, stating he was the leader of Scavenger House, not an independent hunter to be sold to the highest bidder. Lu Shingan mocked him, suggesting that Yetchin simply dissolve that trash guild to get rid of the useless members hindering him. Yetchin frowned, declaring they weren't trash, but family who had stood by the guild during the most difficult times. Lei Yushan mocked the concept of family, listing the superior advantages of tattoos and emphasizing he only wanted Yetchin. Yetchin struck the ground in anger, causing the floor to crack. He looked directly at Lei Yushan and said he wasn't worthy, and neither was tattoos worthy of any member of his guild. Rejected directly, Lei Yushan became enraged, scolding Scavenger House as an F-rank guild that only survived on the charity of larger guilds. Yetchin responded by demanding minimum respect between the two guild leaders, regardless of rank. Lei Yushan's expression suddenly changed. He laughed and praised Yetchin for being stubborn. He revealed that the elder Fa Tianlin had appointed him temporary leader of the Heartseekers Guild to avenge his son. Lei Yushan approached, threatening that before the elder's wrath fell, Yetchin had better learn the feeling of being left with nothing. He then withdrew his previous offer and proposed a mutually beneficial agreement between the two guild leaders. Would you like me to translate the next lines to see what kind of mutually beneficial deal Lei Yushan has in mind? Yetchin immediately guessed his true purpose, the final festival. He asked sarcastically if information about the festival had accidentally fallen into his hands. Lei Yushan laughed out loud, confirming that not only that, but the ownership of that abandoned dungeon belonged to Tattoos, and only he had the right to reopen it. He declared he had shown his cards, and that now it was Yetchin's turn to make an offer. In another scene, Yi Xiao so asked her brother with a worried expression, unable to believe he had actually accepted his terms. Yetchin explained he had no other choice, while Yi Xiao so asked which two guild members he planned to take on the mission. He thought to himself that it was a difficult choice since Tattoos' information indicated was a haunted abyss full of undead creatures. Yetchin immediately dismissed Wuming, imagining he would go into a rage and slaughter his own companions if he had to fight his own kind. He also eliminated Jitan since the boy had gone on a special 1-month training and had rejected all guild missions. Finally, Yetchin decided to choose Lu Shingan, an ice knight, and Ying, a fire mage, since elemental damage would be more effective against the undead. Yi Xiao so narrowed her eyes at her brother mischievously, joking that he certainly knew how to enjoy being accompanied by two girls. Yetchin hurried to clarify that it was because he had no one else to choose, but his sister pointed out it was his fault for having so few guild members. Seeing Yi Xiao so sad for not being able to help, Yetchin comforted her by saying that one day she would be even stronger than her brother. However, a terrifying illusion of Yi Xiao so appeared growling and asking him again about his decision to go on the mission with only two girls. Yetchin shouted in terror as he was thrown back by an extremely powerful force, and Yi Xiao so had transformed in her giant teddy bear monster form, furiously declaring she would not allow that to happen. Meanwhile, Nobilis in chibi form appeared and teased Yi King about how he would explain the existence of another woman in his left eye to his sister. On another street, a group of 3 thugs walked together. One of the thugs approached Ying, who lived alone, and made a provocative comment. Ying looked at him coldly and ordered him to get lost. The scene moved to a nearby deserted alley. A violent explosion of fire suddenly erupted in the alley. The thug screamed in pain as his arm was consumed by Yiling's flames, cursing her in a rage. With wet eyes in the darkness, Ying furiously declared that all that trash could just die. A hand wrapped in brilliant golden flames firmly gripped the wrist of a frightened person with purple hair. That person was Lin Yi. Surrounded by orbs of fire, she pleaded in terror to stop. Through tears, Lin Yi babbled an apology, explaining her sister was just stressed and wishing those guys would leave. In the alley, the 2 thugs fled in terror, shouting that she was crazy. But another, more cruel personality took control of Lin Yi's body, growling that she wouldn't allow their filthy hands to touch a single hair on her. With a smug smile, that personality stated this was her choice and told Lin Yi that they were one. Her eyes turned a bright red, and the other personality swore that one day she would return the body intact to Lin Yi, whatever it cost. On a desolate street of the ruined city, a pair of demonic eyes hidden in the darkness watched in silence. In the midst of that scene, Yu Jianbai, the leader of the Celestial Light Guild, confidently declared that Night Sky, a mere rank 3 guild, could not stand in the way of his rank 2 guild. Silves, the leader of Night Sky, mocked him in return, offering to cut off Yu Jianbai's tongue to save him from embarrassment in front of his subordinates. Yu Jianbai recognized the pair of sabers. Twins pines on Sylv's hip, wondering if Night Sky had already conquered the legendary Phantom Fortress Abyss. Enraged, Yu Jianbai shouted that Celestial Light's rank had surpassed Night Sky long ago and summoned his flaming sword. A member of Night Sky recognized in amazement that it was the divine sword of sacred judgment, an extremely expensive piece of equipment, and admitted that Yu Jianbai's entire set was worth over $1 billion. A large explosion suddenly occurred between the two factions, interrupting their confrontation. An authoritative voice resonated from the smoke, mocking the Rank 2 hunter guilds for arguing among themselves. A massive man with green hair named Lei appeared, declaring that he was the true leader here. Sylves snorted with disdain while Yu Jianbai and Lei stared intensely at each other. Lei explained that an S rank anomaly required 4 guilds to send their top elites, and if it weren't for the World Guild's request, Rank 2 guilds like them wouldn't have the chance to participate. Sylves frowned and asked Lei, unable to believe they had only been called to serve as a backdrop. Lei explained that he had registered the joint hunting program, where Abyss technology would record their combat data as observation specimens. Yu Jianbai asked angrily if they were being used as guinea pigs, while Sylves declared he was leaving, knowing the offer was too good to be true. Lei immediately offered the bait, saying that if they completed this hunt, their 2 guilds could receive S-rank status specially approved by the Shinfeng City branch. Sylves reflected, thinking about how his guild Night Sky had been stuck at A rank for 3 years, excluded from high-level missions and rare resources. Yu Jianbai also remembered the recent humiliation by the S-rank guild Cloudtop and the unreachable S-rank mission board in the lobby. Sylves accepted the deal for the S-rank status, and Yu Jianbai also agreed, but warned Tattoos not to manipulate the data. Lei assured them that Tattoos' word was gold, and then announced that besides them, there is another guest of honor. When Yetchin, would you like me to translate the following IDs to see the reactions of the other guild leaders when Yetchin finally makes his entrance? Yetchin appeared. The others began to mutter, calling him the unlucky one with deplorable gear and the sole survivor of Fashion's disastrous mission. A member of Night Sky tried to speak about Yetchin's companions in a panic, but was silenced by his neighbor. Another hunter with a top knot mocked the Scavenger House Guild, saying he thought they were too scared to show up. Sylves showed disgust, not understanding why a group of scavengers could participate in an S-rank mission, and called them a bad omen. Yu Jianbai also shouted in protest, refusing to accept that his Celestial Light Guild had to team up with those junk collectors. Suddenly, Lu Shingan appeared and coldly asked Yu Jianbai if he had a problem. Yu Jianbai was stunned to recognize her presence. He stammered a greeting to Lu Shingan, admitting it had been a long time since they last met. Lu Shingan bluntly mocked that Yu Jianbai's stuttering hadn't improved at all, which infuriated him and led him to threaten to kill her. Yu Jianbai responded with an insult, calling her the repudiated bitch of the Li clan and mocking that she had to resort to collecting trash. Lu Shingan roared, asserting that this was the path she had chosen and that he had no right to judge. Being called a stutterer once more, Yu Jianbai lost his cool and shouted in a fit of rage. Yu Jianbai continued to mock Lu Shingan, saying her family must be very disappointed to have lost such a valuable piece as her for an alliance marriage. Lu Shingan raised her middle finger in contempt, asking Yu Jianbai what kind of trash he thought he was to demand she repent. Witnessing the scene, Sylves burst out laughing, thinking that the nickname Stutterer really suited Yu Jianbai well. Furious at being humiliated in front of his subordinates, Yu Jianbai drew his flaming divine sword and lunged, vowing to make Lu Shingan's blood splatter 3 feet away. Suddenly, Yetchin appeared and stopped Yu Jianbai's burning blade, using only 2 fingers, shattering it to pieces. Yetchin calmly commented that the sword was very good, but its owner was a 100% scumbag. Yu Jianbai screamed in pain, unable to believe his most precious divine sword, the Oath of Sacred Judgment, had been destroyed. Yetchin replied coldly that it had only been a minor accident. Enraged, Yu Jianbai grabbed Yetchin by the collar, roaring about the destruction of his weapon and threatening with the power of the Yu clan. Lei Yushan intervened, reminding them they were teammates, but Yu Jianbai immediately turned to demand that Yetchin compensate for the lost sword. Lei Yushan addressed Yetchin smugly, saying the compensation was reasonable and asking for the Scavenger House guild leader's opinion. Despite Lu Shingan's protest that Yu Jianbai had attacked first, Yetchin quietly agreed to compensate him. Yetchin summoned a purple space with countless glowing weapon cards, inviting Yu Jianbai to choose any item that was better than his old sword. Yu Jianbai was completely overwhelmed by the amount of high-level weapons Yetchin possessed. In Yetchin's mind, a chibi version of Nobilis angrily scolded him for showing off the dragon's treasure, but he replied it was just his inventory bag. Nobilis introduced herself by her full name, Nobilis Galacrin, and declared she would stamp the dragon mark on the items despite Yetchin's objections. Looking at the presented weapons, Yu Jianbai realized his sword was just scrap metal in comparison. Sylve stood aside, visibly confused by the complex situation, and decided to improvise. Lei Yushan smiled meaningfully, saying his specialty was appraising trash whose value others didn't see, alluding to Yetchin's potential. Lei Yushan realized that Yeking's extraordinary appraisal ability was real, not a trick of the auction house. Yetchin simply told him coldly not to overthink. Lang Xiaofeng asked in confusion where Yetchin had gotten so much divine equipment, while Yu Jianbai selected a weapon card as compensation. Yetchin replied it was a business secret. Lei Yushan declared that a top-tier guild like Tattoos must control the supply of divine equipment and could not allow Yetchin to cooperate with other guilds. Yetchin smirked and asked if that was a compliment or a threat. Lei Yushan admitted it was both. He offered to buy all the equipment at a high price and promised to help Yetchin enter the abyss he desired. He then turned to warn Yu Jianbai not to be disrespectful to his guest of honor, which left Yu Jianbai completely astonished. Yu Jianbai had to reluctantly accept a glowing weapon card as compensation and let the matter drop. Once the teams had gathered, Lei Yushan announced that this abyss would surely yield divine equipment, so they must agree on how to divide it. He proposed following the traditional World Association rule. Roll the dice, and the one with the highest score wins. Yu Jianbai despised this outdated method, while Sylves only watched with an expression of delight. In Yetchin's mind, Nobilis appeared and explained that they were the dice of fate, a divine artifact containing the inescapable power of the rule. She added that the power of the rule was what created the ranks for weapons, professions for humans, and elite monsters. Nobilis revealed that this rule also governed causality within the abyss, which amazed Yetchin. She recalled the traps in her treasure, explaining that sharp perception could help detect and dodge them. Similarly, luck could cause a trap to accidentally fail, or agility could help someone move through a rain of arrows. However, Nobilis revealed a shocking truth. These dice of fate were actually rigged dice. Only she, using the Dragon Eye's true name release, could see through its nature. A humble roll would always result in a lower number than an arrogant roll. Would you like me to translate the next lines to see if Yetchin uses this rigged information to outsmart the other guild leaders during the dice roll? Lei Yushan explained that, as the Iron Fist referee, he would let the dice of fate judge the four guilds fairly, eliminating the oppression of the strong over the weak. Yetchin thought to himself that after appraising it, this was indeed a genuine treasure. Lei Yushan turned to ask Yetchin's opinion, recognizing him as a treasure appraisal expert. Taken by surprise, Yetchin looked at the die in his hand. Then he looked up with a confident smile and declared that he thought it was very fair. The story shifted to the past of Ashdown, a place that once had 100,000 residents before a giant abyss crack swallowed everyone. 10 years ago, the Tattoos Guild sent an elite team of 12 people to investigate, but they only found a dense fog filled with the ashes of countless lives. The most horrific thing was that the missing residents were not actually dead. Their souls were trapped, transformed into vengeful and distorted spirits that screamed in the fog and mentally tortured the research team. Completely lost in the fog, the team was forced to split into 4 small groups to search for an exit. However, a group consisting of Raven, Gray Falcon, and Lark was attacked by a strange monster. Amidst the chaos, Raven heard the sound of a bell echoing in the fog. That sound guided them to a ruined Gothic church that emerged from the darkness. The team stood before the church, which was shrouded in red and black vines that twisted like veins, and irresistible. Force dragged them inside the macabre cathedral. At the altar, they found a giant grimoire and the portal key, but just as Raven tremblingly reached out, a horrific entity began to materialize. The entity was a formless mass of countless suffering human faces, and at the same time, the bell and the screams echoed again. Raven's two companions immediately fell, bleeding from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, while he grabbed the key in panic and fled. Raven ran at full speed out of the church, not daring to look back until he fortunately found the mark he had left. After 6 hours of useless waiting, the bone key in Raven's hand turned red-hot, forcing him to drop it. It spun on itself and pointed in a single direction. With no other choice, Raven was forced to follow the key's guidance through a desolate and deadly wasteland. Finally, he found the abyss portal, the only exit from that place. Just as Raven stumbled out, a winged shadow entity lunged frantically from inside, violently striking the portal barrier. With his last strength, Raven inserted the bone key into the void, activating the sealing mechanism. The abyss portal slammed shut with a loud explosion and fell into silence, sealing its remains forever. It is said that Slade sealed the portal here, and it has never been reopened since. Lu Shingan held the key in his hand, declaring it was the only clue Raven had left. And now, he declared they would reopen it once more. The key activated the portal, opening a mystic-level abyss called the Black Prison Mausoleum. Lei Jusang explained the communication technology and began assigning roles, but Sylves interrupted him, stating his Knight's Cry Guild were assassins and would never attack head-on. Yi Jianbai introduced himself as a sword master and his two armor companions as the sword polisher and the sword guardian. Lu Shingan was skeptical of those strange professions, but Yetchin explained they were actually an enchanter and a bottomless backpacker with rare professions. Lei Yushan questioned why Yi Jianbai brought two people with no combat capability, but he replied confidently that he alone was enough. Yetchin then presented his team with Lu Shingan as the Ice Knight in the vanguard and Ying as the Fire Mage, dealing the main damage. When Yetchin proclaimed himself an all-rounder capable of taking any role, Yi Jianbai mocked him, reminding him that he had to pay him for a sword. Yi Jianbai bragged about having prepared 1,500 potions of all kinds to ensure no incidents occurred. Sylves shouted furiously, claiming he never needed medicine in combat, which made his subordinates fall silent in fear. A pink-haired girl from Sylves' team proudly introduced her boss as the Black Knight, herself as the Wolf Shifter, and her companion as the Priest of Light, all top-tier. Fashion shouted furiously at Yetchin's group for their indifferent attitude, reminding them of the old enmity at the World Association. He jumped onto a rock, bragging that the Wolf Shifter's power would quadruple under the full moon, making a pink-haired girl from another team turn away in embarrassment. Ying whispered to her companions, doubting the true capability of the other teams in this improvised alliance, thinking only Lei Yushan was formidable. At that moment, Lei Yushan confidently declared that his team was the most superior and that he would be the commander of this abyss hunt. Sylves immediately objected, mocking Lei Yushan as a dictator and suggesting that fate decide the command through a dice roll. Lei Yushan accepted fairly, setting the rules. The person with the highest score would be captain, and the others would follow in rank order based on their scores. The results were announced. Lei Yushan got 16 points, Sylves followed closely with 15 points, Yi Jianbai got 9 points, and Yetchin came in last with only 4 points. With victory in his hands, Lei Yushan declared the end of the farce and ordered the entire powerful force of hunters to move toward the Abyss Zone. The group advanced toward a gigantic purple energy vortex that was the entrance portal to the Abyss. Lei Yushan raised his hand, collecting the dark energy from the surroundings. The energy condensed into a complex object that glowed with an intense purple color. He took the object and warned everyone to stay together, to monitor their companions through the control panel, and that they would abandon anyone who fell behind. Suddenly, a warning cry was heard as grotesque shadows began to emerge from the dense fog. A horde of disgusting humanoid monsters with pale skin and glowing red protrusions on their chests lunged to attack. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how the Alliance handles this first wave of monsters? Sylves shouted for the priestess, and the pink-haired girl from his team immediately raised her staff, ready to respond. The girl thrust her staff into the ground, activating the Holy Domain skill, a spell capable of purifying all undead creatures and healing allies. A gigantic dome of blue light expanded, completely incinerating the horde of monsters within its area of effect. Witnessing the scene, Yi Jianbai wondered why the monsters were avoiding that area, and his subordinate explained that Holy Domain was the nemesis of the undead, so he ordered his sword to be buffed. The subordinate in black armor obeyed, placing his hand on Yu Jianbai's weapon, causing the blade to burst into flames of red energy. Yu Jianbai launched a blast of luminous energy from his sword, annihilating the corpse fiends. He smiled smugly, satisfied with the power of the enhancement enchantment. With a shout, Yu Jianbai raised his glowing sword, incinerating even more monsters. From another position, Sylves and his companions observed Yu Jianbai's battle from a distance. Sylves ordered his subordinates to activate the shadow cloak and attack when they had a chance. The summoned shadow ghouls lunged forward to tear apart the corpse fiends, and then the horde of shadow ghouls descended from above, targeting Yetchin's team on the ground. Sylves smiled with disdain, deciding to use the living hunters as targets for his ghouls. He sat calmly, declaring he would turn the living into targets for the ghouls. Suddenly, Sylves's smug expression vanished, replaced by extreme surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the shadow ghouls retreat before Yetchin without the need for magic or enchantments. Ying explained that low-level undead were now scared just by smelling him. Ying looked down on the ghouls, but Wuming cautiously warned about the potential lethal status effects. Wuming realized that the clothes on the ghouls indicated they were once residents of the outside world who had been suddenly devoured. A gigantic mass of blue energy appeared in front of Yu Jianbai, accompanied by a creepy laugh. Ying realized with horror that her mana flow was being disrupted by this mysterious entity. Lei Yushan also sensed the danger, warning that something was approaching. The ghastly laughter echoed throughout the ruined city, drawing the attention of Yetchin's team. The mysterious entity spoke, directly calling Yu Jianbai the Vanished One, leaving him paralyzed with shock. Amultiyid Gol wondered, confused about the words of the mysterious entity. Yu Jianbai was also paralyzed, not understanding what was happening. He stood in the middle of the ruins after launching a powerful attack. However, the ghostly voice kept echoing, calling him the Vanished One. The surrounding ghouls also dazedly repeated that strange name. From the fog, a gigantic and disgusting monster in the shape of a living cathedral slowly appeared. Yetchin determined that someone was controlling the ghouls from behind. The cathedral monster roared. An inarticulate sound rose imposingly, being the origin of the horde of ghouls besieging the battlefield. Wuming calmly commented that with creatures of this level, they didn't even need to go into a frenzy to become dangerous. Immediately, Yetchin lunged into the middle of the demon horde with amazing speed. He launched powerful attacks, smashing through the rows of monsters. However, Yetchin realized that death could not reach this scum as they began to regenerate their bodies. Nobilis explained that the undead kept themselves alive by hunting and absorbing the hunter's mana. Wuming suddenly realized the danger, directing his gaze toward the team's only mage. Ying shouted urgently, warning Ying not to use mana, but it was already too late. Ying screamed in pain as her mana was sucked out uncontrollably. A gigantic stream of golden energy was torn from her body, rising into the sky. That mana stream was being greedily absorbed by the cathedral monster in the distance. The cathedral monster continues to absorb the stream of golden energy that was being sucked out. Meanwhile, a giant horde of multi-eyed ghouls lunged at the hunters. A white-haired knight created a gigantic ice wall to block their path, protecting Ying. He explained it wasn't an attack spell, but to help Ying calm down, making himself the target. The knight smiled confidently as the ghouls began to climb the barrier. He declared that the knight's mission was to protect the rear and draw enemy fire, then slammed his shield hard into the ground. The multi-eyed ghouls leaped over the ice wall, lunging directly at the knight. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how the white-haired knight holds off the horde? The knight spun, releasing a blast of icy energy that shattered the approaching ghouls. He stood firm amidst the shards of ice and the corpses of the ghouls. A surviving ghoul reached out, but the knight did not flinch, launching a powerful attack. He shattered the remaining ghouls with an explosion of ice, countless. Fragments of frozen ghoul corpses lay scattered across the ground. Realizing that the enemies seemed infinite, the white-haired knight showed irritation. Ying, now recovered, shouted for him to dodge while she prepared a fire attack. The knight smiled and replied, "Understood, Ying." She unleashed a gigantic pillar of fire toward the ground. The two stood back to back, and the knight ordered, "Hellfire, burn them." The flames merged into a gigantic fist, roaring with power. The white-haired knight let out a cry of defiance, ready to face whatever came, a giant. Hulk was torn apart by the golden flames and ice. The white-haired knight shouted, observing the result of their attack. Standing in the middle of the sea of fire, the knight and Ying had completed their combined attack. Suddenly, Yetchin appeared, unleashing a whirlwind of gravity and declaring he wouldn't let anyone steal his prey. He determinedly ordered that the remains of the ghoul belonged to him. A flaming shadow entity roared and lunged, trying to resist Yetchin, but it was quickly absorbed by the dark energy whirlwind and compressed. Yetchin condensed the ghoul's essence into a small, compact sphere of darkness. The sphere fell to the ground and exploded violently, releasing a burst of purple energy. From the center of the explosion, a gigantic abyssal larva with sharp teeth emerged. Yetchin watched as the monster was reborn once more, its body now emitting a red glow. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of golden light brushed past Yetchin's head. Calmly, he raised two fingers and stopped the energy beam. Yu Jianbai appeared, feigning an apology for the attack, blaming the fog and his swordsmanship. He mocked, asking if Leader Yi would be magnanimous enough to overlook such a small mistake. Yetchin snorted and waved his hand, firing a blast of energy in response. The attack sent a piece of the larva's purple flesh flying, sticking to Yu Jianbai's armor. Another piece of flesh was pinned to the ground by the tip of Yeking's sword. Yu Jianbai recoiled in horror, shouting in disgust because his armor had been soiled. Yetchin coldly asked Yu Jianbai if he still cared about such things in the middle of the abyss. Yu Jianbai declared that was precisely what made them different, stating he didn't even want to touch his stained sword hilt. In front of them, two gigantic monsters with dragon-like forms and hard scales emerged from the rubble. Yu Jianbai explained that the subtlety of swordsmanship lay in destroying enemies from afar without getting dirty. He raised his hand, and his sword, emitting a bright pink energy, rose into the air. The sword flew past Yu Jianbai toward the monsters as he said a sword was just a dirty tool unworthy of being touched by its master. Yetchin watched skeptically, commenting that he thought a swordsman should treasure his sword. Yu Jianbai mocked Yetchin, calling him naive. He continued his speech, comparing the loss of a sword's cleanliness to the loss of a warrior's honor. The sword flew and easily cut a monster in half, while Yu Jianbai claimed he must adhere to the distinction between master and servant. Countless energy swords appeared, massacring the shadow monsters while Yu Jianbai remained unharmed. The white-haired knight noticed something was wrong, warning that the vanished were regenerating faster and faster in the fog. A horde of disgusting ghouls was regenerating from a giant mass of flesh, and the knight realized the fog was the magical energy nourishing them. From the center of the ghoul horde, a demonic shadow entity with a bright red aura roared and rose, tearing another ghoul apart. Lei Yushan observed the situation while a member of the Knights Cry Guild asked Sylve about Yu Jianbai, reminding him that the Great Mausoleum Scepter was just ahead. Sylve dismissed it with disdain, calling Yu Jianbai third-rate trash unable to handle a small anomaly. An imposing figure stood over the rubble as a desperate voice cried out a plea. The burly member of the Celestial Light Guild begged everyone not to abandon their leader, saying Yu Jianbai was in trouble and needed support. Lei Yushan smiled with disdain, responding that it wasn't necessary to do so. Yetchin stated firmly that going to the rescue was necessary. Sylve shouted furiously, questioning Yetchin on why he dared to disobey the captain's orders. Yetchin replied coldly that as captain, he had responsibility for all members. Lei Yushan immediately ordered the Scavenger House Guild to support Sylve's, but Wu Ming immediately opposed him with a harsh voice. Lei Yushan mocked, arguing it was useless to waste MP to save people, and reminded them that the right to command had been decided by the dice of fate. While Sylve and his guild turned to leave, he told Yetchin he had no intention of stopping him. Yetchin affirmed he would save the people, but not out of sympathy for Sylve, but to take the responsibility the captain should have fulfilled. Suddenly Yi Hanbai spoke, declaring he wouldn't let Yetchin hog all the attention and decided to join as well. Lei Yushan, annoyed, gave him a maximum of 5 minutes, warning that the monster horde would soon be drawn to their position. Wu Ming offered to go with him, but Yetchin refused, asking him and Ying to stay on the defensive. Yetchin also ordered Bai's 2 guards to stay, while the white-haired knight warned them to be careful. Yetchin activated his skill. His eyes lit up with the golden flames of the dragon pupil. His vision pierced the fog, revealing a cemetery plagued by disgusting multi-eyed ghouls rising up. Yetchin quickly explained the plan to Bai. Dodge the red monsters and find sylphs. Bai was secretly amazed by Yetchin's ability to see through the fog, realizing it was an extraordinary skill. Realizing that following Yetchin would save time, Bai also launched his 4-direction formation technique. Yetchin grumbled about the fuss Bai was making, but the latter replied indifferently that he liked it that way. Both lunged together, jumping over the city's rubble. Yetchin landed firmly, ready to face the danger ahead. Yetchin and Bai entered a desolate cemetery under a bright red sky. Bai noticed that the fog had dissipated unusually, especially in the center of the cemetery. He sighed in relief because no monsters had followed them, and the area seemed safe. Yetchin called out to Bai upon discovering something ahead. Both looked at a large pool of blood whose tracks led toward a giant red moon hanging on the horizon. Commented sarcastically that they were lucky to find a boss as soon as they arrived. Suddenly, sylphs appeared and shouted, warning they were only 2 steps from death, which surprised Bai. Sylphs furiously grabbed Bai by the collar, screaming that if he wanted to die, not to drag him along. Yetchin asked coldly why Sylphs was waiting for death here when he could have taken a detour. Sylphs replied reluctantly that he didn't like waiting there at all. He pointed to an invisible wall, formed by spectral skulls, and explained they were trapped inside the Lord's barrier. Sylphs explained that when the boss appears, it creates a room and the only way to escape is to kill it, but he didn't want to risk it. He added that the boss had downed his people with a single hit. Sylphs revealed his plan was to wait until the boss's high alert state decreased. The Skull Knight remained there, its eyes burning in empty sockets. Mocking Sylphs' cowardice, Bai roared and charged directly toward the boss. Yetchin only remained silent, showing helplessness, while Sylphs cursed in terror at Bai's reckless action. Bai attacked while declaring that a truly strong person never knows cowardice. Bai launched his 10,000 swords returning to the sky technique, creating a burst of bright red energy. After the attack, he landed in the middle of a grim cemetery. Meanwhile, a purple red-haired swordsman confidently declared he would use the wall of 10,000 swords to defend himself. However, this swordsman's gaze immediately changed to one of extreme shock. The Flaming Skull Knight, wrapped in a red aura, charged to attack. It moved at a terrifying speed, aiming directly at the purple-haired swordsman. The swordsman swept his teeth, trying to block the frontal attack, but he was still thrown back by a powerful slash. The knight's attack had an armor-piercing effect, completely shattering physical defenses. The swordsman shouted furiously because his sword was damaged, while Yetchin thought to himself that not even a tank could withstand a second hit. "I will reduce you to ashes," roared the purple-haired swordsman, summoning countless energy swords. The Skull Knight declared he was the enemy of life, and that all his attacks now had the abyssal fire effect. Would you like me to translate the next lines to see how Yetchin intervenes in this lopsided battle against the Skull Knight? He threw his great sword toward the swordsman. The purple-haired swordsman spun his sword, creating a defensive whirlwind to block the attack. The 2 streams of energy collided violently, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. Seeing the critical situation, Jackie shouted, "Dodge, quick!" Immediately, the Skull Knight lunged right in front of the swordsman. "If a swordsman has to retreat, wouldn't they laugh at me?" he shouted, determined not to back down. A gigantic explosion of dark energy suddenly erupted at the point of impact. The Flaming Skull Knight wielded his greatsword, preparing to launch a fiery attack. Yetchin unexpectedly lunged forward with a shield, making the purple-haired swordsman shout in fury at the provocation while he grumbled about his spotlight being stolen again. The underworld knight roared, warning of his demonic fire strike with double the destructive power. Unfazed, Yetchin raised his hand, activating the fire dragon ring on his finger. The ring immediately emitted a brilliant golden glow. A gigantic whirlwind of fire was released by the underworld knight, lunging toward Yetchin. However, The monster could only stare dazed as its fire was absorbed by an invisible force, the purple-haired. Swordsman was also extremely amazed, not understanding what was happening. Yetchin's ring had completely absorbed the fire, successfully seizing the netherfire skill. Yetchin felt the power of the divine artifact valued at 200 million units overflow into his body. With the new energy swirling around his hand, he confidently declared that the Underworld Knight's power now belonged to him. Stripped of its power, the Flaming Skull Knight could only roar helplessly. Immediately after, the surrounding horde of ghouls turned to attack the one who had been weakened. Yetchin was startled to realize they were the Vanished. Without hesitation, he jumped into the air and created a netherfire energy scythe. Yetchin spun, releasing a bright red whirlwind of fire toward the horde of ghouls. The netherfire flames enveloped the monsters, burning them fiercely. He confidently explained that as long as the fire burned, their regeneration ability would be neutralized. Being burned, the ghouls changed targets in unison, extending their shadowy arms toward Yetchin. In response, a burning shadow demon emerged from behind Yetchin, tearing apart the lunging ghouls. The shadowy entity unleashed a gigantic explosion of energy, annihilating the entire horde of ghouls. It then opened its gigantic mouth, devouring all the energy of the destroyed ghouls. Having absorbed the power, the demon let out a roar that resonated in the sky. Immediately, its form dissolved into a cloud of red energy. That cloud of energy condensed and merged with Yetchin's body. Witnessing the scene, Sylves exclaimed in amazement that the boss's power had been stolen, while the furious purple-haired swordsman claimed he had already weakened it before. Yetchin remained serene in the middle of the torrent of bright, red energy he had just usurped. Above his head, the energy stream began to condense into the shape of a large burning sword. Wielding the energy sword, Yetchin charged directly toward the now immobile Skull Knight. The boss remained still, receiving the attack as Yetchin approached. Yetchin threw a punch, releasing all the fire energy onto the Skull Knight. A violent explosion completely enveloped the boss. However, the attack was completely neutralized by his immunity to the fire attribute. Yetchin was stunned to realize that his full-force attack had no effect. Without hesitation, he continued launching a series of other energy attacks. Realizing that fire didn't work, Yetchin transformed the energy into 3 masses of dark matter. He threw the 3 masses directly toward the boss. The dense dark masses struck the Skull Knight's chest heavily, causing his impenetrable armor to begin cracking. Yetchin realized that the Underworld Knight had weak physical defense and could only be attacked at the moment he changed his elemental layer. He released a gigantic stream of dark energy, enveloping the boss. The Skull Knight counterattacked, using his power to shatter the surrounding ground. Yetchin slid like lightning between the giant monster's legs, nearing his target. With the dark energy accumulated on his back like wings, he launched a decisive punch at the boss's head. Would you like me to translate the next lines to see if that final blow is enough to bring the Skull Knight down for good? The Skull Knight's helmet shattered under Yetchin's attack. As the boss vanished, leaving a pile of loot, the purple-haired swordsman was amazed at how quickly the battle had ended. The swordsman immediately stepped forward to claim half the loot, arguing with Sylves that he himself had blocked the boss's dangerous strike. He declared he would take the best swords to compensate for his damaged gear and consider the rest as alms for Yetchin. Yetchin replied coldly that in his eyes, all that loot was trash. Offended, the swordsman called Yetchin a scavenger, but he simply said indifferently that he would take it all if they didn't want it. Faced with the swordsman's anger, Yetchin only responded humph and turned to leave. He activated his skill, shouting recycle, and a burning skull symbol emerged from the boss's remains. A mass of dark energy shaped like a horned skull condensed in Yetchin's hand. A notification panel appeared, indicating he had created Netherflame, an item that increases the forge rate, reduces consumption, and adds a soulburn effect. Yetchin was stunned by the unexpected item he had just obtained. Nobilis appeared and explained that he had been very lucky to receive Netherflame, a rare item with a drop probability of 1 in a million. She reiterated that he had stolen the Underworld Knight's attributes and explained that Netherflame would permanently burn the undead, depriving them of their regeneration. Nobilis concluded that the combination of the nether and fire attributes had created nether flame, what immortal creatures feared most. Yetchin smiled as he held the nether flame in his hand and decided to accept it. From afar, Sylves frowned, wondering if Yetchin had just stealthily seized some rare loot. He immediately demanded of Yetchin in a loud voice, calling him trash and accusing him of pocketing the rare item. The purple-haired swordsman joined in, claiming to have seen Yetchin steal the supreme artifact with his own eyes, while Sylves argued that Yetchin's guild had no right to keep all the loot. Yetchin replied coldly, mocking that he had risked his life to save him only to be called a loot thief. He burst out laughing, admitting they were right about one thing. Immediately, a burst of fiery red energy exploded from Yetchin's body. Sylves and the purple-haired swordsman recoiled in surprise at the sudden surge of power. A shadowy entity with a ghastly smile appeared, saying it would show them what Yetchin had obtained. The entity unleashed a wave of living fire, making Sylves scream in agony from the scorching heat. With dark energy swirling around him, Yetchin declared that since they couldn't use this fire, it belonged to him. Sylves hastily agreed, screaming that he wouldn't accept that cursed fire even for free. Yetchin turned away, saying he was in a hurry and needed to regroup with the main forces. The purple-haired swordsman watched with disdain, thinking that Yetchin hid his true nature too well, but that he would soon fail. Meanwhile, in a devastated area of the city, Lu Shingan and other hunters waited. A subordinate worriedly informed Lu Shingan that the vanguard team had been gone for too long. Lu Shingan responded confidently that there would be no problem as long as that person was there. When Yetchin returned with 2 specters, Lu Shingan congratulated him on his hard work. Lu Shingan then turned to warn Sylves, which infuriated the latter, who secretly blamed Yetchin for bringing bad luck. A subordinate asked Lu Shingan if the building on the cliff was the bone cathedral he had mentioned. Lu Shingan confirmed it with a smug smile. He declared that this was the place where the final ritual would take place. The hunters, including Yetchin, entered the devastated area of the city. The group of 4 passed through the great, empty hall of the cathedral. Lu Shingan secretly thought of the supreme artifact that could purify all curses and reset everything. Yetchin silently observed the altar area ahead. Suddenly, a ghastly book with fangs and eyes appeared on a pile of bones. Lu Shingan's subordinate, shrouded in dark energy, noticed there were 11 skeletons and questioned why they had been brought to an empty cathedral. A huge explosion of red dark energy erupted from Lu Shingan's body. Yetchin immediately recognized Lu Shingan's true identity as Raven, the sole survivor of the 12-man elite team. He directly debunked Lu Shingan, which surprised the red-purple-haired swordsman. Lu Shingan began to transform into a demon, confirming that the hunt was actually a sacrifice. In his monstrous form, he looked pleased. He revealed that the hunt had been a ritual to collect souls from the beginning, and now he needed 9 more fresh souls. The red-purple-haired swordsman repeated the words fresh souls in horror. Lu Shingan declared that once 9 more souls were sacrificed, he would use the artifact to become the Lich King. Sylves mocked him, pointing out that Lu Shingan's plan had failed since only 8 hunters remained. Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Lu Shingan responds to Sylves' observation or how Yetchin plans to stop the ritual? He suggested that Lu Shingan pretend nothing had happened and trick another group. Lu Shingan mocked Sylves for losing a member just upon entering, but he had something even more surprising. He revealed that although there were only 8 people, there were 9 souls, and the scales of fate had balanced perfectly. With glowing red eyes, Lu Shingan pronounced the name of Ying. The white-haired knight turned in surprise as a person with long purple hair appeared at the threshold. The person confirmed, explaining that this body was shared between her and her sister, and that her name was Lin Ji. The white-haired knight realized why Lin Ji's personality changed during previous battles, while Lin Ji's sister said she was also there for the final festival. Yetchin secretly thought it seemed like every one of his teammates was hiding some shameful secret. Lin Ji declared she only wanted to use the power of the festival to separate the 2 souls, return the body to her sister, and believed it could also purify her curse. Yetchin reflected, thinking that 2 souls trapped in one body sounded like the work of a demon. Lu Shingan dismissed it, calling them ants and declaring they were all just fuel to start his ritual. Immediately, the light priest with tied-back hair transformed. His hair burst like blue flames, and his face became fierce. The pink-haired priestess also unleashed her dark power. Her face became a dark void while she held a scepter radiating dark energy. The red-purple-haired swordsman was stunned, unable to believe a holy priest could possess dark power. The priestess laughed, declaring she was blessed by both light and darkness, and that she was a priestess chosen by the gods once every 100 years. Sylphs shouted furiously, doubting that only 3 people in the Tattoos Guild could oppose his 3 hunting groups. The priestess replied that she alone was enough to crush them all, releasing a powerful blast of dark energy. Suddenly, Yetchin lunged through them at incredible speed, leaving a trail of purple energy. The priestess was so astonished she dropped her cigarette upon witnessing the boy's action. Yetchin stared fixedly at his enemies with furious eyes, asking in a hoarse voice if they dared to consider his teammates as fuel. In his demonic form, Lei Yushan mocked the hunters, calling them conceited ants in the face of imminent destruction. He continued to provoke, saying that the souls of Lin Ji and her sister were just toys for demons. Lei Yushan then targeted Yetchin, declaring that Yetchin's group were just candles on the altar that would soon be burned without a trace. He ordered his subordinates to take care of Lang Xiaofeng, Sylves, and Yu Jianbai, while he himself would personally sacrifice Yetchin for the final festival. Yetchin responded with furious eyes, declaring he would no longer be merciful. Yu Jianbai and Sylves roared defiantly, asking everyone to charge together. The other hunters also charged at Lei Yushan in unison. However, Yetchin moved at a terrifying speed, appearing in front of Lei Yushan in an instant. Lei Yushan swung his massive claws down, unleashing a devastating attack. Everyone present, both allies and enemies, was stunned when Lei Yushan's weapon was split in half. Yetchin stood by Lei Yushan's severed head. In his final moment, Lei Yushan could not believe he hadn't even been able to see the attack that had killed him. He died with extreme indignation at such an absurd defeat. With a dark aura emanating, Yetchin turned to the remaining hunters, asking for their intentions. A pragmatic Sylves raised his hand in a sign of surrender, considering that fighting no longer made sense with their leader dead. Yetchin interrupted them, saying no more deaths were needed since the demon itself could be used directly for the festival. Yu Jianbai was shocked, unable to believe a demon could be used for the ritual. Yetchin, in his red fire demon form, admitted to having defeated a demon. The white-haired knight asked in surprise when Yetchin had done that. Yetchin explained that by having accidentally defeated the demon, he had been affected by the most poisonous curse and had only 1 minute to live, and only the final festival could dispel it. The white-haired knight asked worriedly if the fact that Yetchin used the festival to save himself would make all their efforts in vain. Yetchin admitted that was the original plan, but holding the divine artifact, he said that fate never follows a script. He declared that if the book could only change the fate of one person, he wanted that person to be Lin Ji. Lin Yi, with glowing red eyes, shouted in protest, not understanding why Yetchin would waste the only chance on someone as insignificant as her. Yetchin said she had never truly lived for herself, and that she had already fought enough, ordering them all to leave the abyss alive. The white-haired knight burst into tears, shouting that she wouldn't allow it. Yetchin resolutely placed his hand on the cursed divine artifact. He apologized for not having kept his promise and asked the white-haired knight to take care of his sister with the money he was leaving them, saying she was the one he trusted most. With a sad smile, Yetchin invoked the name of the demon curse Ying to activate the divine artifact. I completed the translation for this segment. Would you like to continue with the next part of the story to see the aftermath of the ritual? The dark energy of the book exploded, and Yetchin told the hunters to go to a free world that they deserved to have. Elsewhere, a voice commented that Yetchin was selfish for choosing to escape so that his guild would not be targeted by the World Association. The voice continued, saying that thanks to that sacrifice, the Scavenger House Guild had successfully achieved the rank. Lu Shingan explained that although Yetchin had died, his body had disappeared as if it had been dragged into the abyss, and she believed he had deceived everyone. She affirmed that Jackie was not trash and believed the day would come when the king would return, leaving everyone in awe. Lu Shingan squeezed a glowing blue crystal, declaring that she believed in it with all her heart. I've finished translating the current set of IDs. Would you like me to translate more, or help you with a summary of these events.